running to Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Taoiseach of Ireland and Mrs. Martin.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor. Great people. A lot of Irish friends right there. A lot of very, very good Irish friends. But thank you all for being here. Even though it's still a few days away, I want to be the first to wish each and every one of you a very happy St. Patrick's Day. It's a big day. And as a lifelong New Yorker, nobody knows the Irish better than me. I know too much about the Irish. So let me begin by saying I really do. I love the Irish. I've had great, great friends over the years, and I love the Irish, special people. And I've been to Ireland many times. I have a lot of property in Ireland, actually, and it does very well, so I like it. If it didn't do well, I wouldn't like it. But I'm always struck by the awesome beauty of the Emerald Isle and the strength and warmth and grit and grace of the Irish people. Very few people can compare. Today, we're delighted to welcome Taoiseach Micheál Martin, a very special man doing incredibly well and very popular, and his beautiful wife, Mary. And I want to thank you both for being here, the first official visit to the White House. So thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to extend a special welcome to Ireland's ambassador to the United States, Geraldine Boom. And you, where are you, Geraldine? Here you are, Geraldine Byrne Nation. And you're going to be working with this gentleman right here. He's a very great golfer, one of the best golfers that you'll ever see. He'll be playing golf all day long he'll take clients out to play golf, but he's won many, many club championships. And Ed Walsh, congratulations. Great, great, going to be great. We're grateful also to be joined by the members and many members of our cabinet, proud Irish Americans, Sean Duffy and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Where's Robert F. and Sean? Hi, Bobby. I knew that, let's see, Duffy we knew, and Kennedy we knew. Some of you, I wasn't sure. Pam Bondi, I don't know. Are you Irish? Are you Irish? I don't know, with that name, I can't figure that out. She's doing a hell of a job, I'll tell you. That Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary of Energy. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Now, you're doing a good job. You see the oil is going down. It's going down $65 a barrel today. You're doing better than I even thought, because everything else is going to be coming down with it. All those expensive goods that you had to suffer with for 4 years are all coming down. Energy leads the way. Thank you. Good job you're doing with our friend, right? HUD Secretary Scott Turner. You're not Irish, Scott. Where's Scott? Give me a break, Scott. You know, I want to be politically correct and not mention it, but I'm going to say, how much Irish do you have in you, Sean? I don't know. He said 0. That's right. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you, Doug. You're Irish. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. He's one of the most important guys. He's going to get those approvals. A nuclear power plant will take less than 2 weeks to get approved, right, Lee? Huh? They used to take 15 years. We're going to do it in a couple of weeks. U.S. Trade Representatives, Jameson Greer. Where are you, Jameson? Jameson Greer. Thank you, Jameson. And I also, there's a very special man here that I've been watching a long time. One of the greatest dancers ever in the world. Michael Flatley is around here someplace. There's nobody like this guy. Great, Michael. I've watched him, Radio City. I've watched you a lot, Michael. His feet, the way they moved. I don't know how the hell you do it. Can you still dance like that, or is Father Time caught up? You know, Father Time has never lost. You know that, right? But You're doing great. You look fantastic. Also with us are Representatives John McGuire. John, hi, John. Good. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you. Ronnie Jackson, Doc Ronnie, as I call him, even though he's a congressman. Special guy. John Joyce. John. Thank you, John. David Joyce. David, thank you. And Guy Resenshathaler. You know that Resenshathaler. That's actually the way you pronounce it, you know. Nobody else gets it right. I got it right, but it's a hell of a name. Despite that, he's very successful at what he does, which is politics. And he's a great guy. Thank you, Guy. We have come together to this beautiful White House this evening for the annual Shamrock Ceremony, a living symbol of the long and unique friendship between Americans and the Irish. And we're always going to have that friendship, just like we have a great friendship. We'll always have that very special friendship. This wonderful tradition dates back to 1952, when the first Irish ambassador to the United States sent President Truman a box of shamrocks as a gesture of goodwill. You hear that, Walsh? The first. You're not the first. I don't know what you are. What number are you? Do you have any idea? It's been a long time, right? Let's see. I could figure it out pretty easily. The bond between our nations as the old America itself, and it is as old as our country. So many Irish volunteers risked their lives in the American Revolution, and George Washington described Ireland as, quote, the friend of my country in my country's most friendless day, meaning Ireland stuck with us when we were not doing so well, when it was looking pretty bad. Irish heritage gave us the boldness of Andrew Jackson. I didn't know Andrew Jackson was Irish. The brilliance of F. Scott Fitzgerald, Henry Ford, and Walt Disney, and the leadership of the late, great President Ronald Reagan. It was men and women of Irish descent who built the hallowed halls of Notre Dame University. Notre Dame is great. What a great place. The legend of the Boston Red Sox and the golden arches of McDonald's. That's right. Today, 1 in every 10 Americans trace their roots back to the old country. We're discussing, we have 5 million people living in Ireland, but we have 35 million people living here, right, of Irish descent. That's a pretty interesting statistic. I was looking at all these great dancers over here. You are very beautiful. Are you all great dancers, right? Look at that. Young, great dancers. Wow. That's great. Did you perform for the group before? Because I heard somebody was doing really fantastic. They said these people are fantastic. I didn't get to see you. Do you want to do it again? Okay, well, we might have them do it again. I heard you did a fantastic job. Thank you. As we celebrate Irish American Heritage Month, we're grateful to be joined by hundreds of these proud patriots right here today. And I know them from personal experience that many of the people that we have here, they're just fierce. They have fierce Irish flame. We call it, you never give up. You never, ever give up. Oh, I even see Don. Hello, Don. You are definitely Irish, Don McGann. You are definitely an Irishman. There's no question about that. But you never give up. We will never give up ever, right? For the young ones, ever. Because you never know what's going to happen, you know? Just a little bit more effort and you get there. Look at what happened to me. A lot of people said this was not a possibility. They said that was going to be a tough race, and we won in a landslide, and let's keep it that way, right? And we're having a great time bringing our country back and bringing it back at a level that people had no idea was going to take place this rapidly, this quickly. And a lot of our great people that are secretaries and the people working in the administration are here, and they're doing a fantastic job. So I want to thank all of you. 5 blocks east of where we are today, that spirit once helped save the very heart of the city's Irish American community. You all know about it. During the War of 1812, British forces rampaged through the streets of Washington, burning every building in their path. Every single building was being burned down. Almost every one fled, but not Father William Matthews of St. Patrick's Church, which was built to serve the Irish workers who came to build the Capitol and the White House. They were building the White House, and they formed a great bond And they were doing the pretty important buildings, the White House and the Capitol. I would say that's about as good as it gets. As the fire spread, the priest in the group of his parishioners said that we're just going to have to barricade ourselves in. We're going to have to do something because it's really bad. It's really dangerous in here. And inside the church, they climbed to the roof, armed with only buckets of water. That's the only thing they had. And the other thing they had was faith in God. They had a big faith in God. They said, God will never do this to us. Risking their lives, they defended the church. And more than 2 centuries later, St. Patrick still stands as a beautiful testament to their incredible resolve and bravery, and the patron saint of the Emerald Isle. And that's what it is, St. Patrick. So we have St. Patrick's Day, and we remember their courage, and we honor the bravery of countless Irish Americans who have kept our country safe, strong, prosperous, and free. And I made a little talk with my friend right behind me before at the Capitol, and they gave me one statistic that they don't have here. I thought it was an amazing statistic. 50% of the people that won the Congressional Medal of Honor were Irish. Can you imagine? And I want to check on that, because that sounds to me, it's just that. I want to, Pam, would you please have that investigated? Because how is that possible? Seriously, how is that possible? I was very surprised to see that, Mary. Would you agree that that's possible? With the Irish, anything? With the Irish? No, think of it. The Congressional Medal of Honor is the highest award you can get in this country. And 50%, well, they also have the Presidential Medal of Freedom. But I will say the Presidential Medal of Freedom, it's much easier to, I mean, you get it for achievement in something, but you don't have to take many bullets, although there has been one bullet that was, there's been one bullet that was not too good. I'm the only one, the presidential, that got that. But think of that, 50% of the people that received the Congressional Medal of Honor had Irish heritage and were involved in some form with the Irish, and that's pretty good. That's a pretty big statement. In closing, I want to remember one more Irish American patriot our nation lost this week. In 1979, Anthony R. Dolan, some of you know that name, a lot of the people that work in the White House know it very well, became the youngest ever Pulitzer Prize winner for his reporting on government corruption in Stamford, Connecticut. In 1981, he became the chief speechwriter to President Reagan, whom he served for 8 years. That's a long time. That's the full time, 8 years, coining the phrase evil empire. That was his word. That's a very famous, people aren't here. The evil empire was a very profound statement. Tony served as a White House advisor throughout my first term, and most recently was a special assistant to President on domestic policy and the Domestic Policy Council. He passed away early Monday morning, and his family is devastated, to be honest. They're devastated. A couple of the family members are here, but they're devastated. He was a great person, great, brilliant writer. And so he will be very greatly missed. And Tony is looking down on us right now, and he was so proud of what he did and his heritage. He was so proud of his heritage. So I want to thank him and his family for the incredible job they did. Once again, let me wish everyone a very happy St. Patrick's Day. And with that, I would like to ask Taoiseach Martin to say a few words. He's a very, very special man in Ireland. As you probably know, he's a very popular guy, which is not easy in Ireland. And it's an honor to have both Mary and Michael here with us, because we really, we've gotten to know each other very well, and they're great people. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump, distinguished guests, it is a singular honour to represent the people of Ireland as we gather to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. The time-honoured tradition of the Shamrock Bowl ceremony is an important moment to reflect upon the relationship between our two countries. Mr. President, as you said on an earlier St. Patrick's Day, and I quote, "Through trial and triumph, ups and downs, thick and thin, the extraordinary Irish people have stood by America's side and America will always stand by theirs. Our peoples have stood side by side for a long time. And next year, the United States marks the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Of the 56 signatories of that historic document, 3 were born on the island of Ireland, and many others were of Irish descent. Since then, Irish America has been at the heart of shaping this great nation. The ideals of liberty, democracy, and equality of opportunity forged in this country did much to inspire Irish independence. Our histories are interconnected because our people are interconnected. Today, as the President has said, more than 30 million people claim Irish ancestry in the United States. Those who came to America seeking refuge from poverty and hunger at home worked hard. They helped build the railroads that connected this country and the skylines that defined it. Others served their communities and their adopted home as firefighters, teachers, nurses, doctors, policemen, and soldiers. Irish people can now be found in almost every industry and community across the United States. Mr. President, Irish Americans have lived the American dream. I saw that for myself earlier this week in the great state of Texas, where I met Governor Greg Abbott, attended South by Southwest, and learned about exciting economic opportunities that abound in the Lone Star State. I met with Texan-based companies using Ireland as a gateway into the European market, as well as the Irish companies investing in and buying from Texas. All across the United States, men and women go to work every morning in Irish-owned companies. These companies play a key role in the US economy, operating in every sector, in every state. Some of your great American manufacturing companies count Irish buyers as their top client, with order books worth many billions of dollars supporting the jobs of thousands of fantastic American workers. Ireland is now in the top 10 as a source of foreign direct investment in the United States. Not bad for a small island. Ireland likes to trade with the United States, and the United States likes to do business with Ireland because we are strong and reliable partners. Mr. President, let's do even more and better together. In the past, Irish labourers came to help build the new republic, the beacon on the hill. They even built this beautiful White House. They built the roads and the railroads that made this mighty union possible. Today, Irish companies are building the infrastructure connecting the United States in the 21st century. Throughout our great shared history, Ireland has played a role in bringing America closer. In doing so, we've been proud to help make this country great. Mr. President, American companies continue to invest in Ireland, where our access to the European market, talented workforce, and consistent and stable business environment makes us one of the best places in the world to do business. And just like our peoples and cultures, our economies are deeply interconnected. Investment in Ireland helps American companies sell their products across the world. Our island is home to a people with an outward perspective, generations of whom have looked to the United States for opportunity and inspiration. We've built prosperity through free and fair trade with partners all over the world, and particularly here in these United States. Let us continue to build on that foundation, bringing ever-growing prosperity to both our great peoples. Let us continue to work together to make sure that we maintain that mutually beneficial two-way economic relationship that has allowed innovation and creativity and prosperity to thrive. Mr. President, on St. Patrick's Day in 1981, in this House, President Ronald Reagan spoke of a just and peaceful solution to the conflict in Northern Ireland. And that was the start of an extraordinary journey. 17 years later, after enormous effort and commitment and dialogue and disagreement and sheer perseverance, we signed the Good Friday Agreement. We signed a just and lasting peace into being. And the United States of America was at the very center of that magical moment of hope and inspiration. Successive presidents, Republican and Democrat, cared enough to put in the late nights, the persuading, the cajoling, the negotiating, the encouraging, the influencing. And Mr. President, 3,720 people were killed in that conflict, and close to 50,000 people were injured. In per capita terms, that's many millions of Americans. And just imagine that for a moment in terms of the scale of what happened. It was the support of the United States of America that was essential in bringing that to an end. One of the greatest achievements of American foreign policy, with heartfelt commitment from both sides of the aisle. The story of peace in Ireland is one that we wrote together. We know building peace is a difficult and painstaking task, but when the mighty United States of America puts its shoulder to the wheel, there is no mountain it cannot move. Mr. President, I welcome the unrelenting focus and energy you have brought to the search for peace in Ukraine and in the Middle East since your first days in office. In my view, there is nothing more noble, President, than the pursuit of peace, and this is what you are doing. Ireland is ready to work with you and our international partners to end conflict and especially to bring just, lasting and sustainable peace to the people of Ukraine and the people of the Middle East. Conflict and war hurt the most vulnerable. Too many children in particular have died in Gaza, in Israel, in Sudan, and too many children have been abducted in Ukraine. Let us together never cease to strive for peace, prosperity, and opportunity for all the world's children. That would be an extraordinary achievement for the transatlantic relationship and an extraordinary legacy for the ages. Mr. President, County Clare is one of the most beautiful places on this earth. And Doonbeg is one of its finest jewels. One of Ireland's finest poets, and we've had a few, as you know, wrote of the beauty of County Clare along the flaggy shore in September or October, when the wind and the light are working off each other. And Heaney wrote of how Ireland can catch the heart off guard and blow it open. I have been to that part of Clare, and I know that that is true. Mr. President, I hope that we can welcome you to Ireland soon to catch your own heart off guard. You know better than anyone the beauty of Doonbeg, a place that would take anyone's breath away. Gorov Mila Amahagut, Banachti na Fela Podrig Oruv Galer. Thank you very much indeed, and happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. Thank you. Time-honored tradition, I'm going to present a bowl of shamrock to President Trump.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise Attire and Badlands Media. But I'll tell you what you haven't seen. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that. And strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions will please come to order. As I start, I'll say to my fellow Republicans, we're one vote short. So when we do vote, I ask everyone on my side to stay until Senator Murkowski's here, because we all need to be here. And when we finish voting, their side is free to leave at any time they wish, including before the vote. So we're at a critical moment in public health. While the COVID-19 pandemic has ended, the loss of trust in public health and science agencies remains. And this comes as the nation faces serious health threats like a measles outbreak, which has already claimed at least one life, maybe two, and hospitalized many more. One life of a child from a vaccine preventable disease. So the American people's trust in public health institutions must be restored. To start, we need public health leaders committed to transparency and finding unbiased solutions to Americans' most challenging health problems. Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. Makary have demonstrated that they are ready to take on this responsibility. If confirmed as director of the NIH, Dr. Bhattacharya committed to promoting free and open debate at the agency, allowing all viewpoints to find the best outcome for Americans' health. He also discussed modernizing NIH, empowering scientists to find the next life-saving medical breakthrough. Moving on to the Food and Drug Administration. If confirmed as FDA Commissioner, Dr. Makary committed to promoting medical innovation while upholding FDA's gold standard of review, so Americans can benefit from the latest life-saving medicines and devices. He emphasized the need to address obesity and chronic disease in collaboration with other administration officials. Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. Makary have the experience and the vision to achieve President Trump's objective of making America healthy again. I support their nominations, urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I recognize Senator Sanders for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we are voting on the nominations for Director of the NIH, Dr. J. Bhattacharya, and the Commissioner of the FDA, Dr. Marty Makary. I will be voting against both of these nominations. The NIH, with a budget of $48 billion, is the largest funder of medical research in the world. This research has led to new treatments and prescription drugs that have significantly improved the lives of Americans and people throughout the world. Every American should be proud of those achievements. But these treatments don't do any good if people cannot afford them. And the truth is that is exactly what is happening in our country today. It is beyond comprehension that we continue to pay, in some cases, 10 times more for the same exact drug to people in Canada or other countries around the world. People go to the doctor, they get a prescription, they can't afford it. That's absurd. Not only has the federal government not effectively regulated the price of prescription drugs, although we have made progress under the Biden administration in terms of negotiating prescription drug prices with Medicare, the taxpayers of this country over the years have provided hundreds of billions of dollars in research and development into new prescription drugs that are provided enormous benefits. Unfortunately, despite all of the money that we have spent on the development of prescription drugs, drug companies take the money, they say, thank you very much, and they go out and they charge the American people sky-high prices. In 2023, this committee released a report that found that the average price of new treatments that NIH scientists helped invent over the past 20 years is $111,000. $111,000 per treatment. In virtually all cases, American taxpayers are paying far more than people in other countries for the exact same medicine. In my view, we need an NIH director who is prepared to take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry and use every tool at his or her disposal to substantially lower the outrageous prices of prescription drugs. Unfortunately, I do not believe that President Trump's nominee to lead the NIH is that person. Not just the NIH. The FDA was established by Congress to regulate prescription drugs and the food that we eat, among many other things. According to the FDA's website, its mission is to make medical products more effective, safer, and more affordable. More affordable. Again, all of the great breakthroughs don't mean anything unless people can afford them. And today in America, tens of millions of people cannot afford those treatments. And for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I will also oppose the FDA nominee.
Um, uh, Senator Hawley, was this the nomination you wish to speak on? We are waiting for Senator Murkowski. We have a 2-minute statement from Senator Hawley. And so we'll do that. Then, assuming that no one else has a statement, we'll begin the vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was alarmed yesterday to learn that Dr. Makary had selected to be the chief counsel of the
This is for Bhattacharya. So
No, I'm sorry. I want to talk about Dr. Makary.
Okay, so
Want
hold
me
it
to
then, please.
suspend?
Okay. Well, go ahead and do it if you don't
Okay.
mind, and we'll.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I was alarmed to see yesterday that news reports that Dr. Makary had decided to elevate to the chief counsel of the FDA a lawyer from the Biden administration who has, I'm sure it would warm my colleagues' hearts on the other side of the aisle to know, repeatedly argued in favor of the Biden administration's rules on the chemical abortion drug, mifepristone, in case after case after case. This, frankly, flew in the face of what Dr. Makary told me in terms of his unbiased view on this. He said he would carry out a close review of that drug, as is required by law, by the way. And what he also testified to this committee. I subsequently learned that this same attorney whom he had chosen to be the head of, again, the FDA's chief counsel, had also repeatedly argued for President Biden's vaccine mandates and had argued that there was no imposition on religious liberty in the vaccine mandates, that there should be no exceptions, argued in favor of the government shutdowns, argued in favor of firing federal officials who refused the vaccine mandate, even on religious liberty grounds. I was stunned to hear about this, and frankly, Mr. Chairman, I was very, very alarmed, and it called into question, to me, Dr. Makary's judgment. Now, I'm pleased to see that as of this morning, he has withdrawn his support from this individual. She has resigned as chief counsel at the FDA. He has reconsidered that judgment, and that gives me some confidence. On that basis, I will vote yes.
Seeing that a quorum is present, I move to favorably report Dr. Bhattacharya's nomination. The clerk will call the roll, and I shall be voting yes.
Senator Paul, Senator Collins, Senator Mullen, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley, Senator Tuberville, Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Sanders, Senator Murray, Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Markey, Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Alsobrooks, Senator Murkowski, Senator Murkowski. Yeah.
Senator Cassidy is an aye. We'll hold this vote open, and we'll go to the next vote. Okay? My colleagues are okay with that. Okay? Next, we'll go to, I will now move to favorably report Dr. Martin Makary's nomination. The clerk will call the roll. I shall vote yes.
Senator Paul, Senator Collins, Senator Mullen, Senator Marshall, Senator Scott, Senator Hawley, Senator Tuberville, Senator Banks, Senator Houston, Senator Moody, Senator Sanders, Senator Murray, Senator Baldwin, Senator Murphy, Senator Kane, Senator Hassan, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Markey, Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Also Brooks, Chairman Cassidy. I have 13 ayes, 9 nays.
You have to hold it open.
For this one too? Oh, never mind, I'll hold it open. Thank you, colleague.
You need some advice from counsel.
Believe me, I'm.
Senator Murkowski for the vote on Bhattacharya. I have 12 ayes, 11 nays.
The ayes have it. The nomination is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the Senate. Now, please, Dr. Makary.
Senator Murkowski. I have 14 ayes, 9 nays.
The ayes have it. The nomination is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the Senate. The Help Committee stands adjourned.
We also want to make sure that we bring back peace and stability in Sudan and in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Alors, nous allons parler de l'Ukraine, du Moyen-Orient, de l'Indo-Pacifique, de l'Afrique, d'Haïti, du Venezuela. And of course, my goal for our meeting is to advance collective thinking and collective solutions, and want to make sure that we can address some of the challenges that are linked to the maritime dimension, including what we're seeing to restrict freedom of navigation, growing the use of growing shadow fleets, dark vessels, sabotage of critical undersea infrastructure, illegal fishing, and the loss of maritime biodiversity. And I want to make sure also that we look at the issue of growing strategic contestation in the Red Sea, in the South and East China Seas, and the Taiwan Strait. So, looking forward to making sure that this is a success, working with all my friends and colleagues around this table, et au plaisir de pouvoir répondre à vos questions un petit peu plus tard, une fois qu'on aura eu toutes les conversations nécessaires aux différents enjeux en place. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Here in Quebec, on a du pain sur la planche, so we have a lot to do together, and it's true, we have a lot of bread on our plate, and to be working together on common challenges. So I think that here as G7 Foreign Minister, we must meet the moment, and it is up to us to do that task. And we should not be daunted by the task. I think we should be working together to meet this moment. In recent years, we've shown it in many ways, maybe to curb the COVID-19 pandemic, maybe also for a strong response to defend Ukrainian sovereignty, or again, to counter foreign interference. We've worked together also to champion human rights, democracy, and the protection of vulnerable communities from violence and persecution around the world. So, of course, peace and stability is on the top of our agenda, and I look forward to discussing how we can continue to support Ukraine in the face of Russia's illegal aggression, and we will want to see just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Of course, we want to foster long-term stability as well in the Middle East, in the interest of all the people in the region, and we want to build resilience and stability in the Indo-Pacific, in Haiti, and in Venezuela. We also want to make sure that we bring back peace and stability in Sudan.
Madam Minister, get up. We're gonna go out. Thank you. Please go on. We're gonna go on. Thank you.
Could you all look to the right side, please? Thank you. Just here. Left side. In the middle.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, thank you. The chair is saying it's enough.
Thank you.
We always gonna appropriate for G7 members.
Looks like a good meeting.
G7 member.
All right. Could you just facing the sun next time?
The Russian refused, rejected the plan.
call this committee to order and move to executive session. Any members who may wish to speak on the bills can do so after the votes. Amendments will be called up in the order of seniority. As agreed to with the ranking member, senators will be permitted to speak on their amendment prior to voting on them. We will begin with opening statements. And I'll say this as well. Obviously, we need to have enough eyes present for us to move forward. So there may be a bit of a lapse in time before we finish the votes. So that is just part of the process of having members on multiple committees who are doing the same thing at the same time. I'll start with my opening statement. Any members who may wish to speak on the bills can do so afterwards. Senators will be permitted to speak on their amendments. We will begin with opening statements. When I became chairman of this committee, I promised that we would return to regular order. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with regular order, as I am, it's been like 7 or 8 years since we've actually had a markup on this committee. So it is ridiculous in one way and frankly remarkable in another way that we are returning to regular order, which is one of the priorities I committed to when becoming chairman. Today's historic markup of the Genius Act and the Firm Act is proof that we are, in fact, delivering on our promises. The digital asset community, and more importantly, the American consumers, deserve clarity. For far too long, the absence of a regulatory framework has left consumers vulnerable and businesses in the dark. This uncertainty has also stifled innovation here at home in America. That changes today. The Genius Act is a bipartisan step forward in ensuring stablecoins are safe and reliable tools in the financial system. The Genius Act establishes common sense rules that require stablecoin issuers to maintain reserves backed one-to-one, comply with anti-money laundering laws, and ultimately protect American consumers while promoting the US dollar's strength in the global economy. This is about keeping innovation and opportunity on American soil rather than driving it overseas. We are also taking an action today to end the weaponization of financial regulators. The Firm Act will eliminate the ability of regulators to use reputational risk as a justification to debank legal operating businesses and individuals. No federal agency should have the power to cut off access to our financial services industry simply because they disapprove of a customer's politics, business, or industry. That is simply un-American. This bill ensures that banks make decisions based on financial risk, not political preference. While the Firm Act is the first step, there are other bills, really good bills that address debanking, including Senator Kramer's Fair Access to Banking Act. As a committee, we will commit to working on this issue and figuring out the best way to solve it long-term. With today's markup, we are advancing serious bipartisan solutions. I look forward to working with my colleagues to get these bills to the Senate floor and ultimately to President Trump's desk. Finally, I want to take a second to thank both Senators Hagerty and Lummis for working together on such an important work as the Genius Act. And I'd like to thank your staffs as well. This has been a very, very important process, and the success that we've had comes from a bipartisan coalition that includes Senator Also Brooks as a co-sponsor of the legislation, working together, not as Republicans or Democrats, but working together as Americans, protecting innovation in the greatest nation on the planet. And if we are going to have economic supremacy in the world, it requires for us to encourage, frankly, innovation before we stifle it with too much oppressive regulation. I turn to our ranking member, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of us are prepared to support a sensible stablecoin bill. We could see a bill get a wide majority of votes if it protects consumers, if it protects our national security, and if it protects our nation's financial stability. But this bill, in its current form, doesn't do any of that. First, the bill ignores basic consumer protections that apply to every other financial product available in America. If you are sending a US dollar from your PayPal wallet and you get scammed, the CFPB has the authority right now to help you get your money back. But if this bill passes and you're sending a stable coin from your PayPal wallet and you get scammed, you may just be out of luck. In fact, the bill even invites scammers into the market by refusing to prohibit people convicted of fraud and money laundering from owning stablecoin companies. Sam Bankman-Fried could buy a stablecoin company from prison, and regulators would have no legal grounds to stop him under this bill. We need to fix that, and I don't understand why there would be anyone, Democrat or Republican, who wouldn't want to do that. Second, the bill lacks basic national security protections that, again, apply to every other type of financial transaction in America. Without changes, this bill will supercharge the financing of terrorism. It will make sanctions evasion by Iran, North Korea, and Russia easier, and it will help out international gangs that are moving fentanyl into the United States. It even provides a boost for the sale of child pornography. Last week, an industry report called stablecoins, quote, the new kingpin of illicit crypto activity. Let me give one example. The bill does not authorize the United States to enforce our existing sanctions when North Korea or Iran buy nuclear materials using dollar-backed stablecoins instead of dollars. We need to fix that. And I don't understand why there would be anyone, Democrat or Republican, who wouldn't want to do that. Third, the bill lacks basic safeguards necessary to ensure that stablecoins don't blow up our entire financial system. Under this bill, stablecoin issuers can invest in risky assets, including the very assets that were bailed out in 2008 and again in 2020. And anyone who thinks the US taxpayer won't be called on, directly or indirectly, to bail out these guys is kidding themselves. Circle, one of the largest stablecoin companies in the world, would have blown up in 2023 if regulators hadn't bailed out its $3.3 billion of deposits at Silicon Valley Bank. This bill begs for more bailouts. We need to fix that. And I don't understand why there would be anyone, Democrat or Republican, who wouldn't want to do that. Finally, this bill does something that Democrats and Republicans have usually linked arms to stop throughout history. It lets a giant commercial company create its own currency, giving it the massive economic power that is usually reserved for publicly chartered banks. This means that this bill gives Elon Musk the chance to issue his own X-money currency, monetize our most sensitive transactions data, punish people who speak out against him by choking off their access to the payment system, use his currency to undercut the US dollar, and destabilize our financial system when it all goes bust. This bill opens the door for the richest man in the world to build a global empire that could begin to supplant the functions of the US government. And we really need to fix that. I don't understand why there would be anyone, Democrat or Republican, who wouldn't want to do that. Not one of the fixes that we're talking about here would end stable coins. Not one of the fixes would restrain innovation. Not one of these fixes would be hard to put in place, because not a single one of these gaps in the bill is necessary to create a reasonable federal regulatory regime for stablecoins. Several of them have been included in earlier bipartisan stablecoin proposals introduced in Congress, and each can be addressed by adopting straightforward amendments that apply the same basic rules in the stablecoin market as we have for every other financial product. Let me be direct. We all know that there are stablecoin issuers making money off facilitating crime and funding Iran and North Korea. We know there are stablecoin issuers making money off cheating consumers. And we're pretty sure that Elon Musk would love to issue his own currency to compete with the US dollar. But we were not sent here to work for North Korea or Iran or Elon Musk or a bunch of scammers. Innovative blockchain companies that want regulatory certainty and a vibrant and innovative marketplace deserve better than we're giving them in this bill. And so do the American people. If we can find compromises on these issues today, I'm prepared to support this bill. If not, I will work to defeat it, because we are not going to get a second chance to do this right. And we will all have to live with the consequences of what we do here today. This committee will also be considering the FIRM Act during today's session. I have deep concerns about this bill as well. I am glad that Republicans and Democrats agree that Congress should be taking steps to address debanking. And I had hoped, Mr. Chairman, that we could have worked together on meaningful legislation to do that. However, the bill we see today would hamstring regulators in their efforts to preserve the safety and soundness of our banking system without addressing the underlying causes of debanking. Republicans and Democrats need to work together to stop unfair customer account closures, but this bill isn't it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just be clear on these opening statements are supposed to be about 2 minutes or less. So please stick with that. Senator Hagerty, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing this legislation to the floor. As the world modernizes its payment systems, the United States can't be left behind. Stablecoins can actually play a pivotal role in spurring modernization, whether it's improving transaction efficiency, freeing up working capital, or driving U.S. Treasury demand. The benefits of a clear regulatory framework for stablecoin are immense. I want to acknowledge the hard work of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who've worked tirelessly on this bill and have consulted with countless industry participants, academic experts, and government stakeholders to put together a truly bipartisan effort. And I want to underscore that the current draft is in the manager's package that's associated with it that we're going to vote on today will address the many claims that were lodged by the ranking member today, and they will clarify the fact that many of the claims simply just aren't applicable here. The Genius Act has gained this bipartisan support because it presents common sense rules that protect consumers, promote competition, and foster innovation. It's time we provide the clarity and stability that our country and its innovators so desperately need. Before I conclude, I'd just like to note that Senator Brooks has also raised an adjustment to ensure the proper technical application of consumer protection laws. There are no loopholes created in this bill, and if there are any technical fixes necessary, I look forward to working with Senator Brooks and my colleagues on this committee to address them. I also want to just finally say thank you to my staff, Luke Pettit, John DeGravio, Matt Benoit, and Ethan Finley, to the Banking Committee staff, and to the personal staffs of all of my colleagues here who've worked so hard on this bill. Thanks to all of you very much.
Senator Lummis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to join you and join Senator Hagerty and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Brooks in bringing the Genius Act and the FIRM Act to a markup today. And I'm really proud of the product that we have before the committee. It's the product of years of policy development and negotiations that were started in 2022 by Senator Hagerty, Senator Gillibrand, Senator Toomey, and myself, and it continues through this process today. This bill promotes responsible financial innovation and protects consumers. It's that simple. This bill also strengthens the dual banking system by creating a strong pathway for both state and federal stablecoin issuers to operate on a level playing field under robust supervision. Wyoming pioneered digital asset legislation in 2018, and I'm proud to say this bill builds upon my state's hard work and success and framework that creates a very fair but highly transparent and regulated process. I look forward to continuing to work with members on a bipartisan basis to improve the bill as it moves along. I want to assure everybody that Machiavelli is not going to get raised from the dead to issue stablecoins so we can destroy our planet with drugs. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is an innovative, important financial product that has safeguards built into the bill. I strongly support it and encourage all to do so. And I too want to thank my staff, Chris Land, Connor Brown, and many others who've been working on this bill for years. And Senator Haggerty, thank you. Working with your staff and Senator Gillibrand's staff has been delightful. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Brooks.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott, Ranking Member Warren, for your leadership. I am proud of the bipartisan work that Senators Haggerty, Gillibrand, and Lummis and I have been able to accomplish with this piece of legislation, the Genius Act. It is critical that as we address emerging markets, we do so in a way that protects consumers, that drives innovation, and that allows everyone to participate in and benefit from these markets, and that also prioritizes American leadership. I believe that our bill provides an important foundational framework from which to build, and that today we have an opportunity to make positive changes toward our common goal. We've heard some concerns that our revisions to the state preemption language may have unintended consequences. And I'd like to thank Senators Haggerty and Lummis for their commitment to work with us to address these concerns and to do so on the floor. I look forward to working with both Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Warren, as well as my esteemed colleagues on this committee, as we consider a number of thoughtful amendments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. I now move to call up Senate S919, the Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act. I should stick with Genius Act. Reading is fundamental, but anyways. So are my contacts. I ask unanimous consent that we dispense with the reading of all amendments. Senators will find printed copies in front of them, the text of which has already been made available. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. I move to consideration of the manager's package, Scott Amendment 1. This amendment includes a number of bipartisan provisions, including Amendment number 5 by Senators Lummis and Gallego, which clarifies the treatment of payment stablecoins that are not issued by a permitted issuer. Amendment number 16, Senators Gallego and Crapel, which requires regulators to consider the competence, experience, and integrity of key leaders at an applicant's company. Amendment number 36 by Senators Warnock and Britt, which adds language to prohibit the use of deceptive names by a stablecoin issuer. Amendment number 56 by Senators Rounds and Blunt Rochester, which clarifies the bill's intention to maintain the status quo as it relates to the master account access at the Federal Reserve. Amendment number 65 by Senators Blunt Rochester and Tillis, which gives customers of stablecoins super priority over other creditors in bankruptcy. Amendment number 79 by Senator Warner, a clarification on the stablecoin reserve requirements, as well as some technical edits. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment. Would anyone like to speak on this amendment for seconds? Seeing no one, there is no other discussion on the amendment. Then I ask that the amendment be adopted by voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I now call up Warren Amendment number 61. Senator Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So throughout history, our country's maintained a separation between our system of money and payments on the one side and actual business, commerce, the real economy on the other side. This protects the financial system, it promotes competition, it prevents concentrating too much economic power in the hands of a few giants. Democrats and Republicans have time and time again linked arms to defend this separation. It is under threat now, and Democrats and Republicans should once again come together to preserve it. Under this bill, big tech billionaires like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos could effectively issue their own currencies that compete with the US dollar. Why should that bother us? They could monitor our most sensitive transactions data and use it to fuel even more intrusive advertising and surveillance pricing schemes. They could also wield control over their own currencies to censor adversaries and crush competitors. For years, my Republican colleagues have shared their concerns about companies like Facebook censoring conservative voices and engaging in election interference. Just imagine if these companies are issuing their own currencies. In fact, many of my Republican colleagues did express concern in this very hearing room in 2019 when a Facebook executive testified about the proposed Libra stablecoin project. Senator Kennedy may have said it best when he said, Facebook now wants to control the money supply. What could possibly go wrong? If a big tech company fails, it could force the largest bailout in US history. If it threatened to tear down the payment systems used by billions of people around the world. But my most pressing concern is Elon Musk's attempt to build an empire that rivals the power of most nation states. He has declared his ambition to launch X money. It turns out that's not easy to do. It's tough to build a new currency right now. There are a lot of laws in place to protect consumers if he does it through current law. That is why he is trying to dismantle the CFPB. This is a bill that will give him an open door to be able to issue those Musk money coins all on his own and his own money. I strongly recommend that this committee vote against it.
Senator Orrin, thank you. I urge my colleagues to.
I should say vote in favor of the amendment. Which would vote against it? I didn't say it right. I was trying, I saw the chairman getting itchy.
Yes,
So I
I
just
was,
want to say
I was.
my amendment would
Yes.
fix, all it does is put the wall back in place that has always been in place between the commercial side of the house and the banking side of the house. And it
Thank you,
just
ma'am.
says, puts it back in place.
I
I
really
urge
appreciate
people to
that.
vote yes.
Thank you. I urge my
Sorry.
colleagues, certainly, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. It makes little sense to limit payment stablecoins issuance to just banks. Issuing payment stablecoins is inherently different than banking. First, payment stablecoin issuers are not offering lending or credit products at all. Second, payment stablecoins are backed one-to-one in reserves. Payment stablecoins are just traveler's checks on the blockchain, to make it simple. The traditional concerns underlying banking versus commerce are not present in this framework. The alternative is letting banks dominate the stablecoin space, stifling innovation and allowing no competition in this innovative market. This harms consumers. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
No?
Mr. Crapo?
No.
Mr. Rounds? Mr. Tillis? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
No.
Ms. Lemus?
No.
Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts?
No by proxy?
Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick? Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Van Hollen? Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock?
Yes.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Also Brooks? Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 opposed, 11 in favor.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now call up Warren Amendment 74. I now recognize Senator Warren for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I will do my best.
Yes, ma'am. I'll start clicking and clacking.
No, there we go. So this is amendment 74.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute. I've got Amendment 76. Forgive me here. Okay, let me just go ahead and do this. I think this is Amendment 76. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. So this is one I can't understand why my Republican colleagues would vote against. This is a check to make sure we're not licensing stablecoin issuers that threaten our national security. I want to drill down on one particular threat. Here we go. I want to make sure that we protect national security when we have stablecoins bills. We've got to make sure this bill does this. It's been widely reported that terrorists, drug traffickers, money launderers, people trying to evade sanctions are using cryptocurrency to facilitate their illicit activities. It is especially true with stablecoins. In recent days, many members of this committee have reviewed classified analysis of the scope of the problem. The industry itself now describes stablecoins as saying they account for more than 60% of all illicit activity in crypto. People in the industry are now describing stablecoins as the kingpin of illicit crypto activity. A well-regulated stablecoin regime could help fix this problem. This bill doesn't do that. It makes the problem worse because it makes it easier to use these tokens. Let me be clear. This legislation poses a clear threat to our national security if we don't just put basic safeguards in place. Terrorists, fentanyl traffickers, Iran, North Korea, Russia, child pornographers, all of these adversaries are using stable coins and will continue to use them. This basic fix should be non-controversial. Regulators should be required at least to look to make sure stablecoin issuers don't have a history of facilitating sanctions evasion, drug traffickers moving fentanyl into our streets, funding weapons programs to North Korea or Iran, or making it easier to distribute child pornography. If they pose that kind of risk, they shouldn't be able to get a license. That's all this bill is about: deny licenses to people who have histories in those areas. I urge a yes vote.
Is there a rebuttal?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Haggerty?
I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I'm going to talk about it in two areas that the ranking member brought up. First, on the classified information that was raised and the issues regarding national security. A classified binder has also been produced, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that demonstrates the need for Genius to go into law so that we can actually disrupt criminal networks. An expansion of the dollar internationally actually affords us new opportunities to disrupt the financing of bad actors. The Genius Act enhances national security by regulating and registering payment stablecoins issuers and ensuring that they comply with law enforcement. The Genius Act will also allow the dollar to grow internationally. That generates long-term demand for U.S. treasuries, and it's critical for digital technical advancement that we remain a leader in this space. We should lead around the globe. Also, I want to talk to the anti-money laundering provisions. The Genius Act has actually been updated to put more fundamental AML requirements in, classifying payment stablecoin issuers as financial institutions under the Bank Secrecy Act, subjecting them to AML program requirements that include suspicious activity reporting. It mandates that stablecoin issuers maintain the technical ability to freeze and burn wallets that will allow them to ensure compliance with lawful orders, and directs the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network to adopt rules implementing the BSA and AML requirements for payment stablecoins issuers. It actually strengthens Treasury's ability to coordinate sanctions enforcement. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
All right, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Crapo.
No by proxy.
Mr. Rounds.
No by proxy.
Mr. Tillis. Mr. Kennedy.
No by proxy.
Mr. Haggerty.
No.
Ms. Lummis. Mrs. Britt.
No by proxy.
Mr. Ricketts.
No by proxy.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. McCormick. Ms. Warren.
Yes.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Warner. Mr. Van Hollen. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Smith. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Kim. Mr. Gallego. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. Chairman, the votes are 13 opposed and 11 in favor.
This amendment is not agreed to. I call up Warren 76. Senator Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to remind everyone what the previous one was about is just who gets access to these things, who gets to issue them, and looking into the backgrounds of the people who do it. So if you're a drug trafficker, you probably shouldn't be able to do this. I can't understand why my Republican colleagues would vote against that, but that's where we are. So I want to drill down on one particular threat. As every member of this committee knows, drug overdose deaths have devastated communities across the country in recent years. Republicans and Democrats agree it is a crisis. We work together to address it. So let me see if we can just agree on a narrow fix to improve the bill, at least to make it sure that it doesn't make it easier for cartels to get fentanyl and other drugs into our communities. This amendment would require regulators to make sure that stablecoin issuers don't have a history of facilitating fentanyl and other drug trafficking, and to revoke a license if they're found to engage in that activity or other financial crimes. Every member of the committee should vote for this amendment. Without it, the committee is basically saying drug trafficking using stablecoins is just not my problem. If this bill puts more money and makes it easier for fentanyl traffickers to be able to move the money around so they can get more fentanyl into our communities, that's a problem. We can stitch that loophole up. It's highly specific. And the only people we're hurting here are the fentanyl traffickers. I urge a yes vote.
Is there a rebuttal?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Haggerty?
For many of the reasons that I mentioned in our last exchange, I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Senator Kim's amendment that we have discussed, I look forward to working with him on the floor to address some of the concerns that were raised here. In every respect, the Genius Act actually updates and includes more fulsome anti-money laundering requirements, increases law enforcement's capacity to deal with problems. And I encourage, again, my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
No?
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Rounds.
No by proxy?
Mr. Tillis. Mr. Kennedy.
No by proxy?
Mr. Haggerty.
No.
Ms. Lemus. Mrs. Brett.
No by proxy?
Mr. Ricketts.
No by proxy?
Mr. Banks. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. McCormick.
No by proxy?
Ms. Warren.
Yes.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Warner. Mr. Van Hollen. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Smith. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Kim. Mr. Gallego. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 opposed and 11 in favor.
The amendment is not agreed to. I call up Warren Amendment 78.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try one more time. I understand, as Senator Haggerty says, there are some anti-money laundering provisions here. Part of the point of a markup is to put up the other possibilities where there may be things that aren't yet covered. I know every one of us on this committee opposes the spread of child pornography. According to one of the leading nonprofits working to eliminate child porn online, crypto is, quote, the dominant choice for buyers and sellers of commercial child sexual abuse content. Putting aside terrorist funding, North Korea and Iran, and drug trafficking, my Republican colleagues have already voted against requiring regulators just to make sure they're not licensing stablecoin issuers that contribute to those national security risks. We should at least be able to agree on checking whether an issuer has a history or poses a risk of facilitating the transfer of child pornography. Surely we agree on keeping our children safe and making certain that we are not facilitating sexual abuse. This amendment would just make the regulators check for that kind of risk and require them to pull a license if an issuer is found to have engaged in facilitating the proliferation of child sexual abuse content. The current bill does not permit that. Without it, the committee would be saying that child pornography is not my problem if it puts more money into the hands of these child pornographers. Again, this is just a common sense amendment and says we have some generic provisions on anti-money laundering, but can we at least look at the people who are issuing these coins and try to keep the child pornographers out? Thank you, I urge a yes vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Haggerty.
I want to thank the ranking member for her concerns, but I'm going to encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment. The Genius Act actually addresses the concerns underlying the amendment raised by Senator Warren. The bill requires regulators to consider the integrity of the officers and directors, among others, when considering applications for permitted payment stablecoin licenses. The bill also allows regulators to establish additional factors that can also be considered when evaluating applications. Requiring the DNI to evaluate each application is therefore not necessary and would only cause delay. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Crapo,
No by proxy.
Mr. Rounds,
No by proxy.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Kennedy,
No by proxy.
Mr. Haggerty,
No.
Ms. Lemus, Mrs. Britt,
No by proxy.
Mr. Ricketts,
No by proxy.
Mr. Banks,
No by proxy.
Mr. Kramer, Mr. Moreno,
No.
Mr. McCormick,
No by proxy.
Ms. Warren,
Yes.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Warner, Mr. Van Hollen, Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Smith, Mr. Warnock, Mr. Kim, Mr. Gallego, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 opposed and 11 in favor.
The amendment is not agreed to. We call up Amendment 42 by Senator Warren. Senator Warren, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, I just don't understand this. These are not hard fixes. They're not going to slow down the bill. They're not going to slow down innovation. Who are we trying to protect? The child pornographers and Iran and North Korea? So let me turn to another problem we've got here. The Genius Act puts the stability of our financial system at risk. And I am deeply worried that, yet again, the public is going to be asked to bail out stablecoin issuers when they go belly up. The bill permits stablecoin issuers to invest in assets that are too risky. It ties regulators' hands in prescribing financial stability safeguards, and stablecoin holders are not insured. So they have an incentive to do a run on the bank and redeem their coins if they worry about what's happening at the issuer. As stablecoin issuers rush to meet redemptions and sell off their assets at fire sale prices, regulators will once again step in to stop the bleeding. We've seen this story before where a new type of shadow bank is created without appropriate safeguards. We bailed out money market funds and other short-term funding markets in 2008 and again in 2020. We bailed out a stablecoin company in 2023 that had $3.3 billion in deposits at Silicon Valley Bank. We will bail out the stablecoin industry the next time the financial system is under duress. If we will not fix those problems with this bill, then we need to at least protect taxpayers and impose market discipline by banning bailouts of this industry. My amendment would prohibit taxpayers and the government from bailing out stablecoin issuers using the Federal Reserve's emergency lending facilities or the Treasury Department's Exchange Stabilization Fund, two common banking bailout strategies. If we can't say that these guys aren't going to get a bailout, then in effect, we're saying, yep, go out there, get your profits, and when things go wrong, come back. And at least somebody here is willing to have the American taxpayer on the line to bail them out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge a yes vote.
We'll have a rebuttal in just a second here from Senator Haggerty. I will say, however, that we are not going to be able to vote without a quorum, and we are now down to 12 as opposed to the 13 that we need. So I look forward to hearing the rebuttal. However, strike my comments. I look forward to the rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. The concerns that were raised by Senator Warren are actually addressed by this bill. If you think about how previous stablecoin issuers actually failed, it's because they held risky assets, and it was because they hid the composition of their reserves. The Genius Act actually solves these problems by ensuring that stablecoins are always backed one-to-one with highly liquid reserves that are published and that are examined on a monthly basis. The amendment, therefore, isn't necessary to improve the bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rochester, for coming back. Appreciate you were hustling. Thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Crapo?
No by proxy.
Mr. Rounds?
No by proxy.
Mr. Tillis?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kennedy?
No by proxy.
Mr. Haggerty?
No.
Ms. Lemus? Mrs. Britt?
No by proxy.
Mr. Ricketts?
No by proxy.
Mr. Banks?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno?
No by proxy.
Mr. McCormick?
No by proxy.
Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed? Mr. Warner? Mr. Van Hollen? Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock?
Yes, by proxy.
Mr. Kim?
Yes, by proxy.
Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Also Brooks? Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 opposed and 11 in favor.
The amendment is not agreed to, so we'll call up Reed Amendment 33.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My amendment addresses the issue that Senator Warren raised, but in a different way. My amendment would narrow the list of permitted investments for stablecoin issuers to ultra-safe assets, specifically cash, insured bank deposits, and short-term treasury bills. The whole point of stablecoins is that they're pegged to the dollar. There's an implicit guarantee that the dollar's worth of stablecoin can be redeemed for an actual dollar at any time. But that might not work unless the assets are really the most liquid and the most secure. The basic bill allows stablecoin issuers to invest customer funds in potentially risky instruments, including repos with unregulated hedge funds, uninsured deposits, or any other liquid asset that is approved by a federal or state regulator. We have proof already, as Senator Warren referred to. In 2008, Reserve Primary Fund, that was a money market sitting on AAA Lehman Brothers debt, which everyone thought was entirely secure. Of course, the debt crashed. We ended up bailing out the money market industry to the tune of $2.7 trillion. We don't want to do that for the industry, the crypto industry. More recently, the stablecoin issuer Circle relied on over $3.3 billion of uninsured deposits at Silicon Valley Bank to back its stablecoin. When the bank failed, we had to step in once again and bail out this entity. So my amendment helps to ensure that this will not happen again, that it will protect customers, taxpayers, stablecoin issuers, and the financial system. I would urge passage and ask for the ayes and nays.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Lummis.
Yeah, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. It restricts unnecessarily the reserve options for stablecoin issuers. And it would make stablecoin issuance not economically viable. Because it would effectively make it difficult, if not impossible, for stablecoin issuers to issue what is essentially traveler's checks in digital form. I urge us to oppose this amendment.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Crapo?
No by proxy.
Mr. Rounds?
No by proxy.
Mr. Tillis?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kennedy?
No by proxy.
Mr. Haggerty?
No.
Ms. Lemus? Mrs. Britt?
No by proxy.
Mr. Ricketts?
No by proxy.
Mr. Banks?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kramer, Mr. Moreno,
No by proxy?
Mr. McCormick,
No by proxy?
Ms. Warren,
Yes.
Mr. Reed,
Yes.
Mr. Warner,
Yes.
Mr. Van Hollen,
Yes.
Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Smith, Mr. Warnock,
Yes by proxy.
Mr. Kim,
Yes by proxy.
Mr. Gallego, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 opposed and 11 in favor.
The amendment is not agreed to. I call up Read 31.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The base bill would require any stablecoin company that has issued $50 billion or more in stablecoins to undergo an independent audit. And that threshold is absurdly high, I believe. Indeed, the $50 billion threshold in this bill would only require a single stablecoin issuer, Circle, to get an annual audit. I propose lowering the threshold in order to align with the bill's other provisions, which require issuers of $10 billion or more of stablecoins to be subject to federal oversight. The principle is simple. If you're large enough to merit federal oversight under this bill, you are also large enough to get an audit. In fact, I think it's remarkable because we spend so much time arguing here how the Department of Defense can't get an audit, and it's so horrible and terrible, et cetera, and yet we're giving a free ride to these companies. I want to remind my colleagues that all banks, regardless of their size, are fully audited. There are literally thousands of banks with less than $10 billion of assets that are able to get audits, and it should not be a problem at all for these issuers. It's a very basic consumer and investor protection. It's indeed the bare minimum. I would ask for the yea vote and ask for the ayes and nays.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Lummis.
I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. The bill requires larger issuers to prepare financial statements that are audited by a registered public accounting firm on a regular basis. Even issuers who are not subject to the bill's audit requirements or the audit requirements of a publicly traded company are required to publish and certify the accuracy of their reserves on a monthly basis. These provisions strike the right balance between consumer protection and transparency without imposing duplicative and costly requirements that discourage innovation and entry into the market. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Lummis. We are short one for our necessary quorum to continue voting. At this point, I suggest that perhaps we have an opportunity to hear from Senator either Cortez Masto or Van Hollen on some of your upcoming amendments, if you would like to talk about them, which will save us time in the future as well.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, mine is relatively straightforward, and so I will be brief. It adds.
Oh, you don't have to be brief at this time.
Well, that's all right. And then I'm out of here, Mr. Chairman. It adds to the annual financial disclosure reports provided by senators and members of Congress. The additional requirement that we disclose financial interests in payment stablecoin issuers. So it's a pretty straightforward public disclosure transparency amendment. I would hope that the majority would accept it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Senator Smith or Cortez Masto, either one of you would like to speak on your upcoming amendment?
Yes, I will, but Mr. Chairman, out of all due respect to you, and I have a lot of respect, this is not regular order.
No.
Not only does it seem like we're taking the time to talk about our amendments, but there's no debate. And there's some very good amendments here, by the way, and I'm hopeful that we have a good product coming out of here. But it is the Democrats now holding the quorum here instead of the Republicans. And we've just lost the quorum. Here's my concern. This is a great starting product. I applaud my colleagues for doing this. It's a great start, but it is not ready for prime time. And there are many of us that want to work with you to make it ready for prime time. And I was hopeful that we would have the opportunity to do that here, because that's what this is about. But it's not happening. And I'm frustrated because I know there are some good players out there that want a good, strong legislation that we can bring them together. But and I will talk about my amendment because my amendment is really a concern that even the American Bankers Association just gave to us with concerns about it. My first amendment, number 11, it removes subsection B in paragraph 7 of 4A. Subsection B gives payment stablecoin issuers the ability to engage in any non-payment stablecoin activity. My amendment would expressly limit the activities of a stablecoin issuer to only the activities that directly support the work of issuing and redeeming stablecoins, managing the reserves, and providing custodial services. These parameters are already outlined in the preceding 5 subsections of the bill. They're already there. They're already there. And I know one of my colleagues had the same concerns that I did. And so this is my concern is these are not unreasonable. These are conversations that we need to have. But the inclusion of subsection B totally negates the guardrails that are supported here. And so there are many that want to provide a good product at the end of the day, but it looks like to me, the die is already cast. You get what you get. Tether gets to decide what's in this regulation and what isn't. And the good players that are out there that want to work with all of us and a good, strong bipartisan legislation, we're not going to have it. And so that's my frustration. And I have so much respect for you and my colleagues because this is a great start, but it's not a great start to really getting a good product at the end of the day and bringing all the stakeholders together.
Thank you very much, Senator Cortez Masto. Let me just say this. When I became chairman of this committee, I was transparent about my intention to return to regular order. I'm here to legislate for the American people. And we've been working nights, days, weekends in order to get this accomplished. Anyone who doesn't know where the stablecoin legislation lie is not on me or this committee. Frankly, we've had a number of conversations, and frankly, I started off with bipartisan amendments because frankly, there has been an engagement on both sides of this aisle. The one thing you can't say about on both sides of this dais, I should say, one thing you can't say about this process is that it lacks transparency or that you haven't had an opportunity to engage in the debate. This is a part of the process of debate. And frankly, I will say that while I have not agreed to any of the amendments, the challenge that we have is not whether or not we agree to the amendments, it's whether or not you have an opportunity to share your frustrations, your concerns, and frankly, to redirect the process. I am thankful that we've had an opportunity to do so. I'm thankful that we've had an opportunity to do it in public. I'm thankful that we have Senator Cortez Masto as a part of this committee. And frankly, you bring a lot of weight and so you soberness to our committee. And that has been a blessing to all of us who want to get a finished product, whether we're talking about the Firm Act, stablecoins, or other pieces of legislation going forward.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, and based on that, and excuse me to the ranking member, but here's my hope, and I would hope, and this is my offer to my colleagues that wrote this, because you did an incredible job. I would hope that you would remain open to still include provisions that we can agree on together that are going to approve this bill based on what we're still hearing from folks in the industry who want to be a part of this. If you're willing to do that, that would make me really feel much better about today's process, which looks like clearly it's already been set in stone. But if I'm hoping you're open even after today's hearing to improve this and willing to take amendments if we can come to a reasonable agreement and keep an open mind so that at the final product, when we go to the floor, if it comes to the floor for Senate vote, that we have an improved product. Would you be willing to do that?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Haggerty.
I'd just like to highlight the fact that Senator Lummis chaired a bipartisan subcommittee hearing working session on this bill. We had a robust discussion in that regard. Our staff have been working night and day on this. The discussion draft has been out since last October on this bill, and we have benefited, I think, from a very robust bipartisan process. I appreciate the input from all of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. We're going to continue to work to improve this. I've already acknowledged my willingness to do that here today to the extent that there are additional technical corrections or in many cases, valid issues are being raised that I think are far more appropriate for a market structure piece of legislation. And I'm more than willing to work with my colleagues on that market structure piece, but that should come next in order. Thank you.
Senator Warren?
So I share Senator Cortez Masto's concerns, and I think the concerns of all of us who are still here. Most of the Republicans have left, and it's hard to have a discussion about our amendments if there isn't anyone here to discuss them with, or if the number of people it takes to be able to try to persuade why we might need some changes. I appreciate the hard work that you've done. I didn't get to see a draft of this until Monday night, and then see the amended draft until this morning. The process, regular order, which I commend the chair for his commitment to trying to get us back to regular order and a process that works, is exactly this. My only other experience is in the Senate Armed Services Committee, where we routinely say, I've got an idea for an amendment. People put it out there, they talk about it, they say, well, I think that's a bad idea, and here's 6 reasons why I think it's a bad idea. Somebody else says it's a good idea. I think it's fair to say we don't vote party line. We vote trying to work through, because these are big and important questions. This feels like show trial here, that we get up and we read our little part about each of the amendments, and the Republicans, clearly a majority of Republicans have already decided their vote without even hearing anyone make an argument for why this might be an amendment that would be appropriate for this bill. The second thing I want to say is exactly what Senator Cortez Masto said, and that is, there is a bill to be done that could get wide support in the United States Senate. That bill is possible. This is not a case of, no, what we're all trying to do is figure out how to blow the thing up. There are people who want to support this, but there are also legitimate concerns. You have given us a strong base, but I've got an amendment here that's raised by the community bankers. Are we really not going to have a discussion about what it means to issue stable coins and what the impact will be on community bankers? Senator Cortez Masto has one from the American Bankers Association. So we don't have a quorum.
Yep.
We don't have a discussion. I recommend here, Mr. Chairman, that we suspend these proceedings till we can come back together and actually have a discussion in regular order, as I know you are so deeply committed to.
Well, thankfully, my script here says let's recess until 11:15, so I'm glad that you and I are already on the same page as I've just written that down. However, I will say before I recess the committee until 11:15 to give us all a chance to go vote, I'm thankful that the process is what it is. The process is messy. Markups are messy. The fact of the matter is we have an opportunity to read the amendments before we come to the committee. If the first time you read the amendment is during the committee, that's on you, not on me. I think we both, on both sides of this dais, care about the underlying issue. And frankly, the American people care more about the underlying issue. So let's not pretend that this is the first time you've had an opportunity to do this, or that this is the only way it's being done in the Senate Banking Committee. Frankly, this is the way that it's happened throughout all of Congress, the 15 years I've been here. The one thing that hasn't happened until right now is an actual markup. Because for years in the minority, there was not a single markup that I participated in, because there was not a single markup that we brought to the table. So perhaps the problem that we face today is that we've forgotten what this process feels like, looks like, and it is messy. We all serve on multiple committees at the exact same time. We're gonna have to get used to being uncomfortable with progress. This is what it looks like. And with that, we will recess until 11:15 after the floor votes.
United States Senate Foreign Relations Committee will come to order. Today, we're going to hear from 3 of President Trump's nominees. And ordinarily, we have a couple of senators to do introductions, but one's here, one isn't. So I think we'll start with the opening statements, and then we'll go to the introductions. So with that, I've got a few remarks. I'm going to yield to Senator Shaheen to give her remarks, then we'll have introductions, and we'll have comments from the nominees, and then we will open it up to questions. For those of you who are here in the audience, as usual, we welcome you. This is an open hearing. I notice we have a lot of family and other friends here. I would, as always, state that this hearing is a business of the United States of America that's important, needs to go on. Any type of interruptions, any attempt to communicate from the audience, verbally or otherwise, will be met with a removal and arrest and ban from the committee for a year. That's the way we keep order here, but we're welcome to have you. So with that, today America will hear from the president's nominees to be U.S. ambassadors to some of our most important allies. The threats we face from China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are too big for anyone to face alone. I hope our nominees would agree that we need mutually beneficial with our friends like Canada, Mexico, and Japan, and that they will act on day one to make this happen, and it's incredibly important. Our first nominee, Ambassador Pete Hoekstra, has served the people of Michigan in Congress for nearly 2 decades and is ambassador to the Netherlands in President Trump's first term. Now as ambassador to Canada, Ambassador Hoekstra, you will work with a country that is not just a neighbor, but a NATO treaty ally and major trade partner. I look forward to hearing about how you will urge our Canadian friends to increase their military spending, which they acknowledge publicly that they need to do. They need to modernize the North American Aerospace Defense Command to meet the real threats that both of our nations face. Canada must show meaningful change and fulfill its defense obligations. Canada's low contributions are not as helpful to the collective defense, the NATO's collective defense, as they can or they should be. Turning to Japan, Mr. Glass, you have an opportunity to further modernize the U.S.-Japanese alliance to ensure our countries are prepared to deter the long-term threats we face from China. President Trump's summit reaffirmed U.S. commitment to Japan's security, including through our nuclear umbrella. Our alliance is rock solid. To build on this foundation, we need to prioritize the important economic and security relationships the U.S. and Japan share with South Korea, the Philippines, and Taiwan. Japan is stepping up its defense capabilities. Its decision to develop counter-strike capabilities is a key example of this. But like all our allies, Japan must do more to bolster its defenses. I hope that working with the Japanese to do this will be a priority for you. You also have a chance to strengthen our trade and investment relationships with Japan. We have some trade friction with Japan in my home state, in Idaho, that's been ongoing for a long time. Its market remains closed to our fresh potatoes. We are not seeing progress. I hope you'll work with me to resolve this once you're confirmed. Finally, I'm pleased to welcome back Ambassador Johnson, who has served the United States government for over 4 decades, most recently as the U.S. ambassador to El Salvador. As ambassador to Mexico, you'll face a unique set of challenges that are critical threats to U.S. national security. All of us are seriously concerned about the role of Mexican cartels in the manufacture and trafficking of lethal narcotics like fentanyl, and of course, in illegal immigration. These criminal activities pose unprecedented and direct threats to American families. Every state in America is truly a border state. President Trump's designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, his enforcement of security at the border, and the vigorous enforcement of U.S. immigration laws to protect domestic security is to be thanked for and praised. Thanks to these policies under President Trump, we are seeing historically low illegal immigration numbers for the first time in decades. Ambassador Johnson, I hope you will work with the Mexican government to further combat illegal immigration, put a stop to drug trafficking from Mexico, and promote peace and stability in the Western Hemisphere by encouraging Mexico to do more to counter China, Russia, and other malign countries. The impending review of the USMCA will provide some opportunity to do this, and I hope you'll seize it. Thank you to all of our 3 witnesses for being here today. If confirmed, you'll have big jobs ahead of you. I look forward to working with you to improve these important bilateral relationships as we work to make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. With that, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to our nominees this morning, and welcome also to your families and supporters who are here today. One of the greatest assets, as the chairman also pointed out, that we have in the United States is our strong alliances around the world and our friendly neighbors close to home. This traditionally has meant a wealth of opportunities for Americans, and that's certainly true in my home state of New Hampshire. New Hampshire's biggest export market is Canada. Our third biggest is Mexico, followed by Japan. As the New Hampshire businesswoman who accompanied me to President Trump's speech to Congress last week stated, and I quote, "We rely on smooth international trade for sourcing raw materials and packaging that are either not grown or commercially available in the United States." But self-inflicted trade wars don't just cut off opportunities for small businesses in my state. They raise the price of gas, of groceries for Americans all across the country. And at the same time, the alliances that we've built since the end of World War II with nations like Japan go far beyond our trade relationship. These alliances have been the cornerstone to America's security for generations. Japan hosts almost 55,000 active duty U.S. service members on 15 major bases, more than any other country in the world. We work together on cyber defense, on missile technology, and on AI. And Japan has been a staunch supporter of Ukraine. A recognition that defeating Putin in Ukraine is critical for the security of sovereign nations around the world, I think, is at the foundation of that support. As the former Japanese Prime Minister said in his address to Congress in the last couple of years, the Ukraine of today may be the East Asia of tomorrow. For our nominees today, if confirmed, you'll be leading efforts that are fundamental to our national interests. Combating corruption and fighting the flow of fentanyl through Mexico into the United States, strengthening our trade partnerships on behalf of American manufacturers and farmers, bolstering our allies like Japan, who live well within striking distance of North Korea and China. Ambassador Hoekstra, Ambassador Glass, Ambassador Johnson, if you are confirmed, you will be leading many of these efforts. So I would ask, how helpful is it to have President Trump bad-mouthing our alliance with Japan from the Oval Office? Should we make threats about Canadian sovereignty as it conducts its elections? Should we try to bully Mexico as we work together to fight drug cartels and curb immigration at our southern border? Unfortunately, the Trump administration's first month and a half in office does not inspire confidence and trust when it comes to our foreign policy, which is why we must make sure the United States has ambassadors who are suitable to represent our nation in the countries that they're assigned to. Ambassadors who can solidify and build on our long-standing alliances. So to our nominees, given some of your past statements, I hope you'll take this hearing as an opportunity to articulate your vision for positive engagement with Canada, Mexico, and Japan. How will you build on the successes that we've had over the years in those countries? How will you work with their governments to advance America's interest? I look forward to hearing your thoughts and plans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott, I'm going to give you the floor and the opportunity to have some remarks in the introduction, please.
Okay. Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and members of the committee. It is an absolute honor to sit before you today to introduce Ron Johnson to serve as the next U.S. Ambassador to Mexico. I'd also like to recognize his wife, Alina, and their 4 children, Robert, Lori, Michael, and Joshua. Ron and Alina are also the proud grandparents of 8 grandchildren. As a grandfather of 7 myself, it's probably the best job in the world. President Trump made a fantastic pick with Ron Johnson. He has served our country for over 40 years and loves our country. First as a military officer in Army Special Forces, retiring as a Special Forces Colonel, and later as an operations officer at CIA with service around the world, including multiple tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. Finally serving as U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador from 2019 to 2021. Although his service to our nation has required him to frequently be away, Ron has been proud to call the great state of Florida his home for over 20 years. During Ron's service in El Salvador, he helped reduce illegal immigration to the U.S. by 80%. He worked with El Salvador's leadership to produce one of our best partnerships in the Western Hemisphere. As he was nearing the end of his appointment, El Salvador was consistently reporting the lowest number of violent crimes in history, and economic growth in the country has been improving. now well poised to receive more foreign and domestic investment in its economic sectors. He also worked with Salvadorian and U.S. law enforcement authorities to increase counter-narcotic activities by 500% and to cooperate cross borders to investigate, track, arrest, prosecute, and extradite gang members operating in both countries. By the time Ron's service in El Salvador ended, the U.S.-El Salvador relationship was stronger than it had ever been. Ron's efforts were recognized in 2020 when the State Department awarded him the Sue M. Cobb Award for Exemplary Diplomatic Service. President Trump chose a leader who can deliver for Americans and for the great men and women of our diplomatic service who are stationed in Mexico. His extensive experience in special forces, CIA, and diplomacy make him an exceptional candidate to be the next ambassador to Mexico. With his and Secretary of State Marco Rubio's leadership, our diplomatic mission to Mexico will be successful. Over the past 4 years, Mexico has played a part in allowing terrorists, drugs, and illegal immigration across our border with the failed open border policies of the Biden administration. As we work to ensure Mexico does their part in curbing the border and fentanyl crisis, we need strong leadership like Ron at the helm. Ron is deeply committed to the men and women who serve. I am confident that his skills, character, expertise will make him an effective ambassador to Mexico. I look forward to hearing from him today on his vision for U.S.-Mexico relations, how he plans to combat illegal immigration and advance President Trump's agenda. Working with President Trump and Secretary Rubio, I'm confident he will help restore peace through strength and stand for America's best interests. You have my full support, and I urge my colleagues to advance your nomination quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. We appreciate those glowing words. We're now going to hear from each of the three nominees, and then we'll follow it up with a series of questions by the senators. I'd ask you to keep your remarks to about 5 minutes. If you want to put more in the record, obviously you are more than welcome to do that. These three are incredibly important to us. Obviously, I've worked with the White House to prioritize our hearings on a basis that the countries that are incredibly important to us, these three countries are incredibly important to us. So we're anxious to hear what you have to say and how you can better the relationship. So with that, we're going to start with Mr. Hoekstra. You will be up first. You have opportunity to do about 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I'd like to submit my entire statement for the record.
It will be concluded.
Great, thank you. Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, distinguished members of the committee, it's an honor to be in front of you. It's good to be back on the Hill. This is a special place, and walking into the Capitol and recognizing that for 18 years I had the opportunity to call that my office was a time that I will never forget. I'm deeply appreciative to President Trump for his nomination to be the next U.S. ambassador to Canada. With your concurrence and approval, I look forward to beginning my work in Canada and once again serving the people of the United States of America. As all of you know, public service takes a tremendous amount of support from our families, our community, to make our service possible. I'd like to recognize my wife, Diane. This summer, she and I will celebrate 50 years of marriage for the faithful, for the total support that she has provided to me, our kids, and our family as we spent that time in public service. It would not have been possible without her. And that, as you all know, there are highs in the life of politicians, and there are lows. And living in the public eye can be great and it can be challenging. But for us, public service has been a tremendous honor and a privilege, and we're deeply appreciative to have had that opportunity. Also in public service, I want to thank a couple of other ambassadors. Shafali Dugal, whom some of you may know, she succeeded me in the Netherlands. We built a very, very supportive relationship. She invited me and the family to come back to the Netherlands for 4th of July celebrations, and the Dutch were amazed. You have a person who was a strong supporter of the Biden administration and a Trump ambassador, and they looked at us and said, "Pete, why are you here?" And it's like, well, because Shafali is a friend and she invited us. And they were amazed because too often as they read the headlines coming out of the United States, they find it hard to believe that Republicans and Democrats actually talk to each other. I'm deeply appreciative to David Cohen, President Biden's ambassador, the former ambassador to Canada. He and I had a congratulatory phone call, and he pledged, his support and help to make sure that if confirmed, my transition to Canada, he would be there to assist in whatever way possible. I think it's a great testament to the people that have been confirmed by this committee and the standards that have been set in terms of the kinds of relationships that help us be effective and send a message across the borders that Republicans and Democrats are united in promoting the interests of the United States of America. We have our differences, but we are committed to the success of the United States of America. I'm an immigrant. My parents immigrated when I was 3 years old. They had experience with the Americans. It was the Allies that liberated my parents in the Netherlands during World War II. Specifically, it was the Canadians that liberated the parts of the Netherlands where my parents lived. So they are deeply appreciative for the service of Canada and America in liberating the Netherlands. My dad said he came here because this was the land of opportunity. My mom came here and she said, I thought we were coming here for an adventure. What they found out that it ended up being true for both of them. 36 years after coming to the United States of America, they were able to see their son get sworn into the U.S. House of Representatives, a tremendous honor. Hailing from Michigan, I do have a special appreciation for Canada as a neighbor. My home state is connected to Canada by 4 and soon to be 5 bridge crossings, a long maritime border across the Great Lakes, vital links that drive businesses, jobs, and livelihood in both states. If confirmed, I will work tirelessly to build on that record of cooperation and extend it, obviously, nationally. I think there's 36 states that see Canada as their #1 trading partner internationally. As a congressman, I have frequently interacted with Canadians on trade, military, intelligence, cultural issues. Obviously, they're part of NATO. They're also part of Five Eyes, so that relationship goes deep. As an ambassador, it'd be my honor to promote U.S. interest and protect U.S. citizens. I recognize the obligation of implementing the strategies and policies of the United States. I recognize my responsibility to the President of the United States, to the citizens of America, but I'm also a man of the House. I recognize my responsibility to the members of Congress. I want to develop a partnership, and I look forward to working with you on the issues and the strategies that we put in place in Canada and to address the issues. With your approval, I look forward to once again having the opportunity to serve this great country and the American people. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments and welcome your wife. Those of us that have been married that long and been through this up and down can certainly relate to that. Vicki and I have been 56 years together. We've been through 36 elections, and I can tell you your comments about the ups and downs are very accurate. There's no question about that. Mr. Glass, you're up. Let's hear what you have to say about Japan.
Great. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to thank Senator Hagerty in advance, who'll be doing the introduction. So to begin, thank you, Senator Hagerty, for the kind introduction. It's an honor to follow in your footsteps and call on you for advice, support, and friendship. And thank you for your long history of service to this country and to the great state of Tennessee and to the United States-Japan relationship. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of the committee, I am humbled and honored to stand before you as President Donald Trump's nominee to be the ambassador to Japan. I'm grateful to President Trump and Secretary Rubio's strength on the global stage, and I pledge to follow their lead, always putting America first and unabashedly promoting the interests of the American people. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the love of my life for 40 years, so I'm not up with the rest of you, but Mary, who is sitting behind me, she flew in just last night to be here today. I'd like to acknowledge and thank my mother and stepfather, Mary and Jay, as well as Mary's parents, Joe and Lori Ferguson, for the values that they've instilled in us and that I will carry forward as ambassador if confirmed. I'm thankful for my 3 sons, Gordon, George, and Andrew, their wives, and 6 grandchildren who have sent their prayers today and best wishes from afar. And I want to recognize my father who watches over me always, and on this day especially from heaven. We stand at the dawn of a new golden era between U.S. and Japan relations. As we approach the 80th anniversaries of the Battle of Iwo Jima and the end of World War II, it's remarkable to reflect on the evolution of this great relationship. America and Japan are now the strongest of allies. Japan is the top foreign investor in the United States, supporting 1 million U.S. jobs, including 500,000 in manufacturing. Cultural and educational ties bind our 2 people through decades of bilateral exchanges, joint research, art, and film. The U.S.-Japan alliance, celebrating its 65th anniversary this year, is the cornerstone of peace and stability and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific and in that entire region and beyond. And our shared values facilitate cooperation in the G7, the Quad, and trilateral engagements with South Korea and the Philippines and more. There are certainly challenges, and it's one to manage your relationship with an adversary, but it's quite another to manage your relationship with a friend. If confirmed, I will have tough conversations on tariffs and reducing our trade deficit with Japan. I will make sure Japan continues to increase its support for the defense of the region, our alliance, and our troops, and to ensure that our relationship works for the American people. I will make sure that we are uncompromising in our efforts to protect American citizens abroad. As ambassador to Portugal, I fought for American interests every day and earned the respect of the Portuguese president and prime minister. I was knighted with the Order of Prince Henry the Navigator, the highest honor that an American can receive. And thanks to the fantastic work of my team at the U.S. Embassy in Lisbon, I was also honored to receive the State Department's Sue Cobb Award, granted annually to the most effective and impactful non-career ambassador. If confirmed, I will work just as hard, leading a group of deeply experienced and dedicated diplomats at Mission Japan on behalf of the American people. The opportunities are vast. Japan is committed to reduce the trade deficit with us and its reliance on Russia by purchasing U.S. liquefied natural gas. If confirmed, I will hold them to that promise. Japan is committed to extending the upward trajectory of its defense budget, building capabilities that advance both our national security goals and strengthen deterrence in the region. If confirmed, I will hold them to that promise. And Japan is committed to build supply chain resilience, particularly in critical metals, and deeper collaboration on cutting-edge technologies, from quantum computing to AI to semiconductor processing. If confirmed, I will hold them to that promise. I'm grateful for the chance to work with the people of Japan who 80 years ago launched an economic miracle and a vast societal transformation that brought them to where they are today. Japan is the world's 4th largest economy, the top investor in 39 of our 50 states, and our most impactful partner and ally for promoting peace and stability. Japan is known around the world for both its ancient traditions and modern innovations, which will shine brightly at the World Expo in 2025 in Osaka. If confirmed, I will ensure the funding generously provided by Congress for the U.S. Pavilion is used to showcase all that makes our country great on the global stage. I would like to close by saying this nomination is not just business, it is deeply personal. My eldest son, Gordon, and his wife, Yao, have lived in Japan for 13 years. My granddaughter, who is now 6.5 years old, was sworn in as a U.S. citizen by Senator Haggerty when he was ambassador to Japan. She is a product of the Japanese system. She is taught to be kind, hardworking, and inquisitive. She embraces the best qualities of both our countries. If confirmed, I will work tirelessly to make the U.S.-Japan relationship even stronger than I found it, with the added blessing of being able to live close to my granddaughter. Distinguished senators, I thank you again for your time today. If confirmed, it would be the honor of my life to once again serve the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. Thank you.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member. We'll start again. Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of this committee, I'm truly honored to appear before you today as the President's nominee to serve as United States Ambassador to the United Mexican States. I'm very grateful to President Trump for the faith and confidence he's placed in me and to Secretary Rubio for his support. I'm grateful for the opportunities I've had to meet with many of you and for your consideration today as I sit before you in this time-honored process. I'm humbled at the opportunity to serve our nation in this capacity and especially at such an important period in our relationship with Mexico. If confirmed, I look forward to a continuing dialogue with you on your priority issues. I'm supported in this endeavor by a strong and patriotic family. My wife, Alina, who is with us today, immigrated to this country with her parents over 60 years ago as a refugee from Cuba. My government service has required frequent separations and duty in high-risk areas, but together we've managed to raise 4 children, Robert, who is here today, Lori, Michael, and Joshua. Our parents have all passed away, but we're people of great faith, and we believe they look down upon us today with pride and compassion. In their lifetime, it was sometimes hard to get by, but they weren't satisfied with just getting by. They wanted to pass on a better life for their children, to build better communities, a better nation, and in the process, a better world. Our youngest son, Joshua, is a veteran of the Iraq War. Together, we represent the 3rd and 4th generation of our family who have served the nation in combat. My father was a small business owner, and my mother's father was a sharecropper in Alabama. My in-laws came here from Cuba with nothing, and they both worked well after what is today considered retirement age. They understood just how fragile freedom is, and they loved the USA. Our parents instill values like honesty, respect, accountability, and a strong work ethic in their children. If confirmed, those values of initiative, enterprise, and integrity will remain constant in my pursuit to promote U.S. interest in Mexico. Our relationship with Mexico is one of paramount importance and complexity. We share a nearly 2,000-mile border, and our deep economic integration, shared security and border challenges, and strong cultural ties reflect Mexico's role as an essential partner. If confirmed, I'll advance this administration's top national security priorities, including securing our border from the flows of illegal drugs and aliens, ensuring a fair playing field for U.S. businesses and workers. I'll work tirelessly to address the issues that directly impact U.S. citizens, from transboundary pollution in Southern California to securing water deliveries for communities in Texas. The first priority will be to ensure the rule of law at the border. If confirmed, I will foster cooperation with Mexican authorities to halt and deter further illegal alien flows and to accept the deportation of their citizens who are currently in the United States illegally. Mexico's recent actions to secure the border demonstrate the power of our partnership, including its deployment of 10,000 National Guard troops to the border and acceptance of the deportation of illegal aliens. Neither country can solve the challenge of illegal immigration alone, and I'm convinced that we can find solutions that will benefit both our nations. Among my highest priorities would be the protection of the American people. Mission Mexico is one of the largest U.S. diplomatic missions in the world, with 3,300 employees, 9 consulates, and 9 consular agencies. As the United States' #1 trading partner. Last year, bilateral trade hit a record $840 billion, over $1.5 billion exchanged every minute. If confirmed, including protections from predatory Chinese trade practices. There's a lot to celebrate about our relationship with Mexico that often gets lost amidst discussions of the challenges. More than 10% of all Americans Some 40 million people are of Mexican heritage. Our cultures have grown increasingly intertwined, and our societies share a spirit of optimism and new thinking that allows us to connect and collaborate to meet shared challenges. In summary, our relationship with Mexico is unique in its direct impact on the security and prosperity of American people. And if confirmed, I pledge to be a good and faithful steward of that relationship. Thank you.
5-minute questions. And first of all, for the panel and for the audience, people are coming and going because number one, we got a vote going on. And number two, we got a number of committee meetings going on where they're actually doing markups and voting and what have you. So don't be distracted, but I can assure you, Senator Shaheen and I can run the ship by ourselves if we have to. So here we are. Anyway, we will do a 5-minute round, then we'll actually go back and do a second if there's interest in that. So, Mr. Glass, I want to start with you. Are you familiar with the? First of all, my state has a really good relationship with Japan, and they're a trading partner. They're an important trading partner. We love them. They love us. But we got one problem. Potatoes is somewhat important to Idaho, as you may or may not know. Are you familiar with the ongoing fight we've had with Japan over the years on the potato issue? Sorry.
I've certainly read about it in the media, and we've had some discussions on that. Yes.
Yeah. You're going to learn a lot more if you, assuming you're confirmed, which I'm sure will happen. But that is something that's absolutely critical to us, and it's a kind of thing that causes countries to get riled up when there's really no reason for it other than pure unadulterated protectionism. Everybody talks about free trade, but then you wind up with rules and regs that dress up like health issues or something like that, and all they are is protectionism. So we'll talk some more about that in private. Any other thoughts you have on that?
I certainly do. In fact, thank you very much for the question, because I have quite a bit of experience working with the Department of Agriculture on non-tariff trade barriers. We were dealing with that in Portugal actually with soybeans, and it had to do with a very nuanced regulatory issue up at the EU. And as we looked into it, it ended up something that we could change, and we did. And we went from virtually having no agricultural trade in Portugal between the Portuguese and the United States to hundreds of millions of dollars of soybeans. And most of these just take some determination. It tends to, when you were dealing with great bureaucracies of other governments, especially with something like the EU, you have to have a bit of patience. But I'm very determined to take care of being a believer in free, fair, and reciprocal trade, which is effectively the agenda of the Trump administration. I will work hard on that, and I take that very seriously. My mom's family are ranchers and farmers in Pendleton, which is right near the great state of Idaho. I was born and raised, and we raised our kids in Oregon. So we're very familiar with working with agriculture to make that happen. So I will work directly with your office if confirmed, and we'll see what we can do on that.
Thank you much. Probably been to the Pendleton Roundup.
Many times.
Where the Idaho Cowboys compete with the Oregon Cowboys.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson, give us some hope here. I think most Americans are not fully dialed in with the dire situation in Mexico with violence and drugs. Their elections last year, there were hundreds, I forgot the exact number, but it's in the hundreds of candidates who were assassinated simply because they were running for public office. This is a tragedy, and it's a code of conduct and a method of doing business that just isn't acceptable for civilized people. Mexico has such tremendous potential in front of it with the people they have, the culture they have, the resources they have, but they got problems with drugs and crime. Give us some hope here. What are your thoughts on this? What do we have to do to help them move forward? Because we can't do it. As always, it's going to be up to the society themselves to do it. Give us some hope here.
Thank you for that question, Senator. I couldn't agree with you more. But I have to say, I feel extremely positive about the communication that has occurred between President Sheinbaum and President Trump and the actions that we've seen Mexico recently take. 2 weeks ago today, we had a senior Mexican delegation here in Washington, D.C., and they met with Secretary Rubio. I believe the Secretary of Defense was there, and the Attorney General was also there. And as a result of that meeting, we saw the extradition of 29 criminals that were engaged in some of the activities that are harming Americans. And I believe we've seen additional arrests made based on information that was obtained from them already, and I think we'll see more. The other thing that occurred back in Mexico is we've seen a tightening of security against the cartels that has been done by the Mexican authorities. I'm hearing rumors that some cartel members are reluctant to leave their compound now, and that's very good news. I think, and you touched on this, I think our economies are entwined in such a way that what is good to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous also holds true for Mexico. And I'm encouraged by some of the comments that I've seen out of the Sheinbaum government recently, comments she's made herself on prioritizing the relationship with the United States over that of China. I think Latin America is beginning to wake up to the fact that China does not have their interest in mind. And that creates opportunities for us.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate those thoughts. They've got a long ways to go, and we want to help every way we can. Mr. Hoekstra, are you familiar with the negotiations that are going on over the Columbia River Treaty?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
I've been involved in that on a bipartisan basis, and that's an important issue. My time's up, so we'll talk about it either on the second round or we'll talk about it privately, but it's something that we need to get that redone. It's in the process. It's moving along at a snail's pace, but I think we can get there. With that, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, Congressman Hoekstra, the U.S.-Canada bilateral relationship is at a historic low point. Recent polling in Canada showed that 75% of Canadians have an unfavorable opinion of President Trump, and 27% view the U.S. as an enemy. 30%, only 30% still view the U.S. as an ally. I come from a state that borders Canada. I know when you were in Congress, you represented a district that bordered Canada. We have the highest percentage of Canadian Americans of any state in the country. I find it very troubling that we are seeing our national anthem booed at ice hockey games, and that the country where we've got the longest undefended border in the world, where we have had such a positive relationship over the years, is now viewing America in the way they are because of this president's statements. They find it particularly offensive that he's talking about Canada as the 51st state. And I don't blame him. I got to be honest. So how do you, I appreciated your opening statement and your talking about the importance of Canada to the United States, but how do you see approaching turning around that negative relationship that has developed because of the president's statements, and how do you envision addressing tariff issues?
It's a great question. Obviously, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about that myself, pending, the confirmation by the Senate of having to go there and being kind of the tip of the spear on this. I experienced similar things when I went to the Netherlands. There was a lot of hostility or concern about some of the objectives of the first Trump administration, which were really about fairness, getting the Dutch to pay for NATO. All right. working with the Dutch to confront Russia on Nord Stream, the pipeline. The Dutch are great with water. They have money, so they were helping build it and to finance it. And what we really spent a tremendous amount of time on is focusing on the strength of the relationship between our two countries. Your state, my state, you know, we have thousands of people, thousands of businesses that rely on this relationship, and they just, you know, they see what's going on at 30,000 feet, but you know, they gotta go to work every day, and they need to make this work. You know, we have cooperated with Canada on so many things. In Michigan, it's the Great Lakes. That's important to us. It's trade. It's business. My experience on the Intel Committee, it is about NATO and those types of things. Canada is part of Five Eyes. So we have a great history of working together, and we know how to make this work. We now have to make and take that and say, we know how to make this work. Now let's do it and apply our experience to the priorities that the president has outlined. Freer, fairer trade, so that we can actually grow the business relationship between Canada
But
and the U.S.
excuse me for interrupting, but
Yeah.
isn't it true that Canada has one of the lowest tariff regimes of any country in the world? And that with the exception of dairy, which the president has pointed out and which I know we're still working on, that actually the tariffs in Canada are not outlandishly restrictive, and we've gotten along very well. I have small businesses in New Hampshire. One in particular called me over the weekend. They make sugar-free candy. They have a retail store in one community and a factory in another. They do 85% of their business with Canada, and Canada has now canceled all of their orders. So they're not sure they're going to be able to continue to operate. And I hear that story time and time again from small businesses in New Hampshire. So how is this trade war helping our economy here, and what are the metrics that the president has that say that when Canada and the United States reach this agreement that we're going to stop the trade war? Because everybody's operating, or we thought we were operating, under an agreement that the president actually negotiated when he was in his first term and credited as being the best trade agreement ever negotiated in the United States.
Yeah, thanks for the follow-up. I think the president has outlined a series of priorities relating to Canada. Trade and freer, fairer trade with Canada is one. Also, a request to work with the United States on the issue of fentanyl, something that I know is a very important issue in New Hampshire. Across the country, we lose 55,000 people per year.
We do, absolutely. And we have less than 1% of the fentanyl that comes into this country comes from Canada. They actually last year interdicted more drugs from the United States than we interdicted from Canada.
Yeah.
And, you know, I agree, we need to get rid of all fentanyl, and that's important. But let's be honest about what's happening here. I'm sorry I'm over time, and so I'll call on Senator Scott.
Right. Ambassador Johnson, given the current U.S.-Mexico relations, why do you want to serve in Mexico, and how do you intend to manage that relationship while representing America's best interest?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think it's a time for opportunity. I think the relationship between Mexico and the United States is poised and ready to launch forward in a way that will guarantee more security for Mexican citizens and U.S. citizens, and also help improve the economies in both countries. I'm particularly interested in working on increasing the current trade relationship that we have, which is the number one trade relationship that we have with anyone right now. And I think looking at some of the opportunities inside Mexico, I was looking, for example, at the microprocessor design and assembly and testing and packaging. Right now, most of those are designed in the United States. They're tested and packaged and assembled in mostly in Asia, in China and Taiwan, but also in other Asian countries. And I think there's an opportunity before us to look at moving that assembly, testing, and packaging to places in Mexico that still provide labor that's perhaps less expensive than labor would be here in the United States because it's very labor intensive. But I think Mexico recognizes the fact that that's an opportunity for them to economically move forward. And I'm encouraged that President Sheinbaum has also said she places a higher priority on the economic relationship with the United States than she does with China, which is purely logical. But I think there's numerous estimates that both economies and the United States and Mexico could grow significantly by increasing the economic and trade relationship. And that would be one of the focuses in addition to stopping the drugs and illegal immigration flows. So, sir, I'm excited about being there. I think it is a time to make a difference in the world. And that's what I've always tried to do throughout my career, is just be a positive force. Thank you.
So Florida farmers have seen that Mexico completely disregard parts of the USMCA. So they've dumped, especially our specialty crop, tomatoes, blueberries, strawberries, they've just dumped on our markets. So can you speak to how you're going to hold Mexico accountable for complying with all of the USMCA, ensuring the relationship benefits both countries, not just Mexico?
Thank you for the follow-up, sir. And I appreciate the time we spent together in your office the other day to discuss that issue. I was not fully aware of the issues that Florida farmers face. I am now. I'm encouraged by the fact that the official review of the USMCA occurs in 26. That said, I expect to be deeply involved from the time I arrive in Mexico in helping to ensure that Mexico understands all of its obligations, not just the obligations on trade, but all the obligations that they've made in various treaties, to include the water treaty with Texas and obligations they've made to help us secure the border and stop the flow of fentanyl. So I think key to that is establishing a good dialogue and working relationship across the entire Mexican government, and I plan to do that.
Ambassador Glass, I think all of us realize the importance of a relationship with Japan. We've got a lot of servicemen and women over there. Can you talk about how you're going to make sure that we continue to have a positive relationship between our servicemen and women and the people of Japan?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Without a doubt, I have a little bit of a different situation than the two gentlemen on my sides. The relationship between the United States and Japan is at an apex. It's at an all-time high, and demonstrated on February 7th with the President and the Prime Minister, where discussions went on everything from security to economics. We currently have 60,000 troops that are located, our brave men and women that are located in Japan. We have the most sophisticated weaponry. We have a carrier group. And the cooperation that goes on between the two is at a level that actually is probably one of the biggest challenges, is to make that level better. We have currently a backlog of over $50 billion of items and materials and planes that are being ordered from Japan, from the United States. We've got to work that backlog through. That is an issue. We're actually working on co-production of some of those items with the Japanese moving forwards. And so it is clearly the highest priority that we have, is to continue the closeness of this relationship from everything from security to economics.
Thank you. Recognize Senator Kane.
Thank you, Senator, and thanks to the panel. This is a power-packed panel. So all three of you have been ambassadors, and the three nations you're nominated to serve as ambassadors are three of our top 5 trading partners: Mexico #1, Canada #3, Japan #5. So we don't have a panel like this very often. And so first, congratulations on your nomination to posts as important as this. The nations of Canada, Japan, and Mexico are also partners and friends. Not friends without challenges, a friendship that hadn't been tested by a challenge in a friendship. So all of these are relationship with challenges, but this is not a hard call as to whether Canada, Japan, and Mexico are on the friend side of the ledger or the adversary. They're on the friend side of the ledger. And I am a strong believer that we are stronger as a nation when we link arms with friends against adversaries and not get confused about who is a friend and who isn't. And I'm troubled by actions in the first couple months, some of which may be negotiation tactics, but I am troubled by actions in the first couple months that are making some of our friends, including Canada especially, wonder if in fact we recognize the values of friendship that have stretched for centuries. Mr. Johnson, I want to focus my questions on you. I wish I had 20 minutes. I'd get to all of you, but I'm the chairman of the lead Democrat, the ranking member on the Western Hemisphere subcommittee here, and your service in Salvador, your nomination to Mexico is really important. I want to ask a question about rule of law and sort of some tendencies toward authoritarianism in Mexico, but I'll begin with a precursor. You did have a very strong reputation in your service in El Salvador. There were a number of things going well. There were also some things that were causing major concerns. There was an incident when you were ambassador where President Bukele sent troops into the National Assembly to try to strong arm a vote on something that he thought was important. And my recollection, and I'd be happy to be corrected about this, is that you did not say anything publicly about that clearly sort of authoritarian move. I have been in other nations in the Americas where similar things have happened, and either the ambassador or the charge, in one case it was in Guatemala, spoke up pretty strongly against obvious authoritarian moves. I'm less interested in the Salvador side. I'm really interested in Mexico. A couple of things are happening in Mexico. One involves Senator Hagerty, and I know he might ask you about it. There have been efforts to try to seize American property in Mexico. There's a company, Vulcan, that operates in a number of states that has property in Mexico where the AMLO government was clearly trying to seize it, even using military to do so. And the current Mexican government has been a little bit unclear about the posture they're going to take. Are they going to continue that or not? Similarly, there have been actions in Mexico to reduce the independence of the judiciary. And largely that has been seen as an effort to clip the wings of a judiciary that might stand up against corruption, stand up against, single party rule, dangerous to the rule of law. Should you be confirmed in Mexico, how do you see the current situation there? And how could you use your service as an ambassador to promote rule of law, to promote protection of property rights, and to put some kind of a check or at least public warning against drifts toward authoritarianism?
Senator, thank you for the question, and thank you for your continuing interest in Latin America for many decades now, especially Honduras. So thank you very much for that. I'd like to first address what occurred on February the 6th in, I believe it was 2020, in El Salvador, when President Bukele entered the assembly on a Sunday with armed troops. First of all, I am publicly on the record saying that I did not condone what he did. And something that few people know is that I was in contact with him moments before he made the decision, and I was telling him not to go, do not do this.
How far in advance of that were you aware that that was his intent?
I think hours in advance. I mean, it happened on a weekend. I believe it was on a Sunday, and it was an emergency session of Congress, and some members resented that they were being called in and didn't show up. And there were people on both sides that were demonstrating. It was a peaceful demonstration, a truly peaceful demonstration. And one thing that I've used to highlight the entrance into the assembly, President Bukele has no plainclothes security. That was the only security he has. And one thing that I think he emphasizes how peaceful it was is they had to wait 45 minutes to delay entering 45 minutes to wait for the guy with the key to show up to open the door. There had been previous times at the assembly in El Salvador that had not been nearly that peaceful. But we did address it, and I did criticize him publicly for doing that, as well as privately. We had long discussions about it. Mexico is much different. I think the key anywhere to a relationship like that is to establish a trust and confidence in each other early on in the relationship. I think the way to do that is to look at things that are mutually beneficial, to both the United States and Mexico and focus, at least initially, focus your energy on those things. I think in terms of U.S. businesses and property seizures of U.S. foreign investments in Mexico is a signal to the world that frightens other potential investors. And I think by engaging and having a dialogue about how this might affect your future and how your economy could move forward or could move backward purely based on foreign investment in Mexico. They're right now, I believe if they're not number one, they're close to being our number one foreign investment location too. So I think the key to that is just having that constant dialogue and building trust.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Coons.
Thank you. Thank you to all three of you, former ambassadors, to your spouses, to your families for your willingness to serve. And I look forward to our conversation today and to working with you and following up with you afterwards. Mr. Johnson, if I might, thank you for your military service and that of many in your family, to Alina and your children. I've heard loud and clear in your testimony that securing the southern border is among your top priorities. It's among mine, and I'd like to be a partner in this. But one of my concerns is the drivers of irregular migration throughout the hemisphere that lead to people being at the southern border between the United States and Mexico. You would, I assume, agree that thousands of people leave their homes because of political violence, criminal and gang violence, instability from drug trafficking, and lack of economic opportunity. Do those strike you as some of the real drivers of migration?
Yes, sir, Senator. Thank you. They do.
So then, doesn't it stand to reason that we should be partnering throughout the region with countries to deter or stop those drivers of migration by training local security forces, conducting joint operations to combat fentanyl, providing support to screen for illegal drugs at airports and borders, and combating migrant smuggling and human trafficking?
Yes, sir.
Then all I'm going to say is I was the chair of the subcommittee that appropriated the funding for USAID and the State Department in the last Congress. I am really concerned about the impact of the review of foreign policy, foreign aid, and how the chaos of rescissions and waivers and funding flows has largely shut down key programs that were working to deter young people from partnering with human traffickers, to deter drug smuggling. Will you pledge to work with me on trying to find ways to identify programs that are effective and that have actually helped our partnership with the Mexican government in preventing the flow of migrants to our southern border?
Thank you, Senator. I absolutely look forward to working with you on that. And I want to thank you again for a visit you made to El Salvador when I was there. I think we would have had more if it hadn't been for COVID, but thank you for that. That was important.
Sovereignty, if I could, because I'm going to try and get questions into at least one other. Sovereignty is a key core principle. I understand that the designation of the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations reflects widespread concern and anger in the United States about the cartels and the impact of fentanyl. Would you agree that we should not take any military action against cartels in Mexican territory without the knowledge and consent of the Mexican government?
Sir, I think any decision to take action against a cartel inside Mexico, our first desire would be that it be done in partnership with our Mexican partners. That said, I know that President Trump takes very seriously his responsibility to safeguard the lives of U.S. citizens. And should there be a case where the lives of U.S. citizens are at risk, I think all cards are on the table. I cannot respond to what the commander-in-chief might decide based on the information he has. I've been a private citizen for the last 4 years, but I think we would prefer to work with our partners in Mexico. Yes.
Let me just make an assertion, if I might, Ambassador. You recognize Mexico as our #1 trading partner. You talked about how we could find positive ways to further integrate supply chains, further partner with them. We have big opportunities. We have to balance these two. USMCA, one of the main accomplishments of the first Trump administration, the integration of our economies, Canada, US, Mexico, very positive. But if we were to take action without consultation and without permission, then we are putting at real risk that. And that's been a give and take that I hope will involve respect for sovereignty. Ambassador Hoekstra, if I might briefly, My colleague, Senator Kane, referenced ways in which negotiation tactics have profoundly unsettled our relationship with Canada. Would you agree that Canada is a sovereign state and should not be even jokingly referred to as the 51st state?
Thank you. Canada is a sovereign state, yes. How the president and the relationship between the former prime minister and Canada, the characteristics and nature of that relationship, I don't know. Okay.
I
Is
view
it
as a
one where there's
positive, sir,
humor
that we
and-
have a new prime minister in Canada.
Yes.
And a chance for a reset. Given my time, I will simply assert that Mexico, Japan, and Canada are among our most important allies. I'm very encouraged there is a positive start to the U.S.-Japan relationship with the meeting with Prime Minister Ishida. But I am hopeful that casual threats about throwing Canada out of Five Eyes, not respecting our border treaty, and there potentially being annexed as a 51st state will stop, and that a positive, respectful conversation about our close integration will continue. I look forward to working with you on pressing the Canadians to increase their defense investment and pressing the Canadians to meet some of our trading objectives, but also I will continue to press for a reduction in some of the rhetoric that I think has destabilized our relationship. I'll also recognize that the amount of fentanyl coming into the United States from Canada is minuscule relative to the very real challenge at our southern border. And I hope we can find a way to move forward in the U.S.-Canada relationship, the U.S.-Japan relationship, and the U.S.-Mexico relationship with the leadership of all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hagerty.
Chairman Risch, thank you very much for indulging my complicated schedule today. We have a contentious markup in
You're not
banking
the
and
only
I'm running.
one, as you can see.
So I appreciate that. And to say this is a wonderful honor for me to get the opportunity to introduce some good friends to this committee. I'm sorry not to be here at the outset to do that, but I'd like to say it was the honor of a lifetime for me to serve as U.S. Ambassador for the greatest nation in the world when I served as U.S. Ambassador to Japan. So I'm speaking from experience as I make some comments. First, I'd like to start with my good friend, George Glassmary. It's good to see you here as well. George has all the qualities necessary to excel in a very strategically important post Japan. George is a lifelong businessman with more than 30 years of experience closing deals and creating value. We need someone like Ambassador Glass at Mission Japan. George is an accomplished businessman who is well positioned to capitalize on what I see as is an enormous opportunity to further strengthen U.S.-Japanese economic and strategic ties. Importantly, George is an experienced diplomat who served as U.S. Ambassador to Portugal during President Trump's first term, earning the State Department's award for exemplary diplomatic service. During his time in Lisbon, George strengthened economic ties between the United States and Portugal, supported the U.S. military, and countered Chinese malign influence abroad. In other words, George, in his first ambassadorial role, demonstrated that he is precisely the type of diplomatic leader that America needs to further President Trump's foreign policy agenda in Japan and in the broader Indo-Pacific region. Finally, George is a man of deep faith with the drive and the conviction to tackle the toughest challenges. And if confirmed, George will make an outstanding U.S. Ambassador to Japan. Let me now turn to President Trump's nominee for U.S. Ambassador to Canada. That's my good friend, Pete Hoekstra. Among Pete's many accomplishments and qualifications are his 18 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, where he represented his district in Michigan, and he served as a pivotal leader on the Hill. As chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, for example, Pete was a key in driving bipartisan laws to overhaul and improve the effectiveness of our intelligence community after 9/11. Pete is also an experienced diplomat who served with distinction as U.S. Ambassador to the Netherlands during President Trump's first term. He knows how to foster cooperation and advance shared goals with our partners while protecting U.S. interests, which are skills absolutely essential for success in Canada. With his distinguished foreign policy background and his passion for public service, Pete is the right man to represent the United States of America and Canada during this critical and important moment. And while I'm up here, I'd just like to say a quick word about Ambassador Ronald Johnson. While I don't know Ambassador Johnson as well as I know the others here today, I've had the benefit of getting to know him. And I have been most impressed by his deep background in the military and the U.S. intelligence community and his accomplishments as U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador. As a former U.S. Ambassador myself, I believe that Ambassador Johnson is just the sort of diplomat that we need in Mexico City to strengthen our bilateral relations at a very critical time. Again, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the opportunity to introduce George, Pete, and to speak to Ronald's qualifications. I look forward to the rest of our discussion this morning, and I look forward to seeing them all passed out of committee today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hagerty. Senator, where are we here? I guess, Dave, you're up. Senator McCormick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to a great panel appearing before us. I want to start with you, Ambassador Johnson. It was great to meet you the other day. We discussed fentanyl overdoses in Pennsylvania and the huge problem it's created. The Mexican government, I think we agree, needs to do more. And I think your experience in the military and intelligence in the region will help a lot. What is your assessment of the new Mexican government and its high-profile raids and security policies directed at the cartels? What do you think these have been effective thus far, and what are you seeing?
Thank you, Senator. I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing recently in Mexico. I think there are obviously opportunities to improve, but also President Sheinbaum has not been in office that long. I think there's opportunities for us to work together more closely, and in particular, when it comes to the sharing of intelligence information with JTF Alpha, JTF Bravo, who tracked precursor chemicals and the shipment of drugs to and from Mexico. And I think if we can work to further that relationship and ensure that we are shoulder to shoulder with our partners in Mexico, I think they will rise to the occasion. I've seen more recognition out of them recently than ever, and the realization that the drug problem comes with violence and that the violence in Mexico has been horrible. It led to the death of many politicians. It is truly the definition of terrorism because of the horrific deeds that are conducted against the communities. And I think there's a lot of Mexican people that are not, they're not corrupted by the money. They're coerced by the fear of what will happen to their family if they don't look the other way or provide support in some way to the cartels. So I think there's a great opportunity there to work with them on providing security for those that are doing the right thing.
Good, thank you. And a piece of that problem, as we talked about, and a broader problem is China using its mercantilist policies, but also its trade with fentanyl prefactors coming into Mexico, and also circumventing some of our trade agreements by manufacturing in Mexico and exporting into the United States. Would you care to comment on what role you would hope to play in influencing Mexico and its relationship with China?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I'm also encouraged by what President Sheinbaum has said about prioritizing relationships. I think what I'm seeing in Mexico and even in other locations in Latin America, people are beginning to realize that China does not have their interest in mind in these trade relationships. One thing that I've used effectively, and I think it would also be effective in Mexico, is to look at where China is geographically located and where Latin America is. And there's nothing that they're finding in Latin America that they couldn't find in Asia or even on the African continent. The only reason for being in Latin America is because it's an irritant to the free nations in the Western Hemisphere. Yep. And I think they're beginning to realize that, and I think there's opportunities if we just continue to highlight that and talk to the governments. I mean, if a democracy fails in the Western Hemisphere, China celebrates. If a democracy becomes safer, more secure, stronger, with opportunities for its own people, we become stronger here in the United States, as do they. So
thank you.
That's my idea.
Good. And speaking of stronger, safer democracies, Ambassador Glass, on Japan, as you know, Japan has recently made significant decisions to invest further in defense to combat China's expansionist policy, as well as North Korea. How do you expect the United States to deepen its defense ties with Japan in a way that would meet our goals, President Trump's goals of peace through strength?
Senator, thank you very much for the question. And that clearly is probably the greatest priority I have as I go over there, if confirmed. If confirmed, one of the functions that we're working with the Japanese right now that we can certainly improve upon and focus is the multilateral relationships that they have with other countries, specifically Korea and the Philippines. And then to show the importance of what that means to the Trump administration is working within the Quad. That was a relationship that was brought together by Secretary Rubio for the first meeting with foreign leaders that he had just a few weeks ago. And so that's India, Australia, Japan, and the United States. So we can work to further those relationships to push back against China. We certainly, on the military side, Japan is increasing their military spend. They've now come out and announced that they'll reach 2% by 2027. And the Prime Minister even said that they can exceed that if the situation deems necessary. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For more than 80 years, the U.S.-Japan alliance has acted as a cornerstone of peace, security, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. With communist China, Russia, the Korean Peninsula, Taiwan Strait, all within 200 miles of the Japanese soil, our forward deployed presence in Japan is fundamental to deter aggression in the region. This is especially pertinent given Beijing's dramatic military buildup and increasingly provocative actions, gray zone activity tactics, saber rattling, all to force our allies and partners to bend to their will. Additionally, the alliance forms the foundation of vital multilateral cooperation from the Quad to trilaterals to South Korea, Australia, the Philippines. I was pleased to see President Trump and Prime Minister Shiba commit to pursue a new golden age of U.S.-Japan relations when they met in February. Not only did the president reaffirm our unwavering commitment to defense of Japan, but importantly, Japan committed to fundamentally reinforce its own capabilities, as Mr. Glass just mentioned. Mr. Glass, in order to strengthen mutual deterrence and response capabilities, it's critical that we work to turn the U.S.-Japan alliance into a truly interoperable military alliance. However, this will require Japan to go beyond the previous defense spending commitments, which you already mentioned they are. If confirmed, could you build upon some of the things you just talked about on how we can enhance that defense and security cooperation and what you as our ambassador can do to facilitate that?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. If confirmed, clearly in the last question, this becomes a tremendous priority. Japan lives in a very tough neighborhood. And as you mentioned, whether it's China, Russia, North Korea, it's all in their backyard. And so working together with them is of critical importance. And I think if we look from a business standpoint on the economic side, our job is to support them in every way that we can to grow both of our economies together. But on the technical side, we clearly need to work on our cybersecurity with Japan. We are the best in the world at that. We can certainly help in that methodology. We can also help in the world of co-production. One of the issues that I've seen, and as you know, as we come in from the outside, we don't have the ability to be able to dig very deep into these issues. But Japan currently has an over $50 billion backlog for military equipment from the United States. And in that procurement process, none of this is moving along very quickly. And so between F-35s, transport planes, all of this to thwart the pressure that China is placing on Japan. And we're also placing the pressure that we need Japan to be the tip of the spear in how we push back. And so we need to figure out a way to get that procurement quickly, work on the supply chains. One of the things that I have been doing a little bit of reading on is the co-productions of some of these materials, co-production of AMRAAM missiles, that kind of item. It's always difficult to change ways, especially if you're a government, but that just seems to be a much more efficient way to do business and to be able to give them the ability to help us push back against China.
Yeah, and that would help with the interoperability, absolutely. So thank you for that. And you mentioned, security is the foundation of the U.S.-Japan alliance. Economics is his lifeblood. You mentioned economy there, getting both of our economies to be prosperous. It certainly is the case for my home state of Nebraska. Thanks in part to President Trump's trade deals with Japan during his first term. Japan is one of our largest export markets, and certainly the largest for pork and eggs, our second largest for beef, our third largest for corn and overall ag exports. Japan is also a promising market for grain-based fuels. I was encouraged by Japan's recent announcement. It intends to blend 10% ethanol in gasoline by 2030 and 20% by 2040. And of course, Japan is positioned to become one of the largest export markets for sustainable aviation fuel that rely on grain-based ethanol feedstock. So it's great opportunities there to be able to build the economics there. I want to just also move on real quickly. I know I'm running out of time here. Ambassador Johnson, if you're confirmed, what actions will you take to strengthen collaboration with Mexico to secure our southern border? And I may have already hit upon this stuff already, but if you could just briefly recap for us, that'd be great.
Sir, basically, I think it's to establish a dialogue with them to ensure that they realize that the problem is not just our problem, it's their problem as well. We talked about providing a way that they can secure the politicians and the government officials that want to do the right thing in Mexico, but now they are coerced and their families are threatened by these terrorist cartels. And I think if we can do those two things and we can increase information sharing and protect officials that want to do the right thing, it'll make a big difference.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Merkley, you're next.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Johnson, one of the concerns we have about fentanyl is it coming over the border from Mexico. And my understanding is the main two ways that we detect it are with dogs and with highly sophisticated scanners. Is that your understanding?
Thank you, Senator. It is my understanding that those are two of the primary tools. Yes, sir.
Is there another primary tool?
There are other tools that could be developed that are available. Part of that would include human intelligence that's collected by law enforcement authorities and intelligence officials. Yes, sir.
And that intelligence often comes from a highly cooperative relationship with folks deep into Mexico who are tracking the whole entire route of production, ingredients, and so forth. So that relationship is very important. Senator Ossoff has a bill to fund the installation of scanners that are currently sitting in a warehouse that are designed for detecting fentanyl. Do you support getting those scanners and actually using them?
Sir, I don't have the details on that, but I would certainly think that is something that we should absolutely consider. I think fentanyl is a serious enough plague on the United States and on our citizens that we need to look at every front and every step we can take to improve.
We'll get you details on that because I think it merits attention. I was appalled to understand that scanners are being left in a warehouse. Mr. Hoekstra, are you an advocate for free speech?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Does that include people expressing opinions that you disagree with?
Absolutely, yes.
So if an American is resident in Canada, should they, under Canada's also is free speech nation, should they be free to express their opinion on world affairs?
American citizens present in Canada or any foreign country have an obligation to, to live under the laws of that country.
Well, I'm asking about Canada specifically, and they have free speech rules. Should American Canada be able to express their opinion about world affairs?
Within the framework of the Canadian legal system, absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So, and that includes things that the president or the prime minister of Canada disagrees with?
If the should Americans be able to say something in Canada that the Canadian prime minister disagrees with?
Yes.
That is an American value. If it is consistent, I believe, to my background, I don't know all the specifics of Canadian law, but if confirmed, I will take a look at it. And obviously you've got some concerns here that I would be more than willing to, work with you and see exactly what the concerns or
Well, I've
issues that you
always
may see
viewed
out
the
there.
United States as a champion of free speech.
Yes.
But we have the situation with the advocate who expressed concerns about the situation in Gaza, being detained, arrested by the U.S. government last week in New York, and was arrested because of his opinion differing with the president's. Don't you think that's very un-American?
Again, I know something about this. I'm not an expert. The understanding of the I'll probably get into. I don't know all the legal ramifications for this individual who was in the United States, under what status and what rights he exactly has. So
He was here under a green card. Don't people on green card have freedom of expression in the United States of America?
again, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have the legal background on this. This is something that you really need to take
If the
up.
United States is detaining people because their views disagree with the president's, doesn't that set a very bad precedent for the world?
I think you have to take a look at exactly what status they have in the United States and what freedoms under U.S. law those individuals have. That is,
So if somebody is in the U.S. and they express an opinion that the president of the United States doesn't like, they should be free to express that.
if their status, depending on, this will all, it's a hypothetical question in terms of what they've
It's
said.
not that
and
hypothetical. We
what-
just
and
have a case of somebody under a green card being arrested for their opinion on a war in Gaza.
I don't.
Myself, I support free speech. I support people being able to say lots of things the president disagrees with. Don't you?
I agree. I agree on free speech, I agree that people should be, in America, should be allowed to speak, express their views consistent with the legal requirements and the legal boundaries by which they
All
are
right.
here in the country.
Well, I hope with that viewpoint, you will call up the president and say, we need to not arrest people for their views on foreign policy here in the United States of America, that it's wrong under our Constitution, it's wrong under the law, it's wrong under the example we set around the world, that we are going to be champions of freedom, not folks who take political prisoners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, there's a difference between free speech and giving aid and support to people who.
Mr. Chairman, do you have any evidence that this individual gave aid and support? Because there's been no evidence provided by the administration. So I do not
would
think we should
disagree with that,
accuse
too.
somebody who opposed the war or opposed circumstances unless you have evidence for that.
Appreciate your views. Senator Rosen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, for holding this hearing today. Thank you to the witnesses for your previous service and again for being here. I want to talk a little bit about counter narcotics efforts. So Ambassador Johnson, as you're aware, Mexico is one of the United States' closest partners. We share a 2,000-mile border that contains 47 active land ports of entry. I proudly represent a state with a large Latino population, many with having family ties to Mexico. I've also helped advance legislation to stop the flow of deadly drugs across the southern border by cracking down on transnational criminals. But I know that we cannot combat this crisis alone. We have to work closely with our partners like Mexico to address the flow of illicit drugs coming into our country. So, Mr. Johnson, can you speak to the importance of U.S. support for counter narcotics programming? And do you think that it is in the United States' best interest to cut funding for programs that combat the flow of illegal drugs in our hemisphere? And how do you think Mexico would react to a decision to cut that funding that helps combat the flow?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and thank you for your efforts, which I am sure have saved American lives.
So.
It's something that the flow of illegal drugs is something that we can't immediately turn off completely. I think it's a continuing process. It's improvements that have to be made as quickly as we can. We absolutely are more effective if we work with partners, and not just Mexican partners, but partners throughout the region. And that's why I think organizations like JTF Bravo and JTF Alpha play such an important role, because that includes a presence from a lot of the countries in the region, and we can share that information. And I think that's key to continuing to improve at a steady rate. I think Mexico
So
it wants
continuing
to
to
do
improve
that.
collaboration, funding to be sure that we're meeting all the future threats, current and future, be prepared for future threats, you would
Yes,
say.
yes, Senator, I agree. And I know there's a review going on right now of a lot of those programs. There have been waivers granted already, and I am confident that throughout the review process, those programs that have the greatest impact will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to move on to you, Ambassador Hoekstra, the Five Eyes Alliance, of which Canada is a member. It's one of the most successful intelligence sharing alliances in the world. It's been key to U.S. military responses, including in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and yet the Trump administration has taken actions that have caused our allies to reconsider what information can be shared with the United States. So, Ambassador, the Five Eyes Alliance is based on a high level of mutual trust. That's how all relationships, the foundation, right? So, in your opinion, do you think it makes us safer or stronger if our allies decide to scale back the intelligence that they share with us out of concern that they can't trust the United States?
I've spent a lot of times on Five Eyes. I spent a lot of time on intelligence. And it's clear that the cooperation, Five Eyes is unique. It's unique internationally. And each of us brings certain strengths to that relationship. And it is critical that.
So, are you willing to fight to be sure that it remains resilient and fully operational?
Absolutely. You brought up, the continuing threat of transnational organizations. Okay. On those kinds of issues, those kinds of threats, we talked earlier with the ranking member about fentanyl. It's not a huge amount that goes across our border from Canada, but we can expect
Tomorrow it could be something else.
tomorrow could be something else. And closer, because I think what we're looking at is these relationships and taking the relationship of Five Eyes and applying it to law enforcement and those types of things, building our relationship will enable us potentially to get a better handle of fentanyl and drugs coming across the border, whether it is from Mexico, whether it's from Canada or somewhere else.
So I think we're in agreement that our strength and safety and security around the world is based on levels of trust, our partnership, collaboration, and cooperation with our allies to fight against those who wish to harm us.
If confirmed, I will do everything that I can to strengthen that relationship on Five Eyes, law enforcement, cooperation, trade. Those are all opportunities to make Canada and America safer, secure, and more prosperous. Closer cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all of you for your testimony. Mr. Glass, let me start with you. One of the things the previous administration focused on was trying to strengthen the relationship between South Korea and Japan, two very important partners. Simple question. Do you agree that that was a worthwhile endeavor, and will you work to build on it?
Not only worthwhile, but essential. And absolutely, we were talking earlier a little bit about the priorities of the multilateral relationships that Japan has with other countries in the region, and it's critical that we continue to build on that.
I think you recognize that when our colleagues from partner countries like Japan and South Korea have come to the United States over the last couple of years, they weigh in on the importance of the U.S. supporting the Ukrainian people in their fight against Putin's aggression, because they recognize that our commitment to Ukraine can have implications for all of them. As many of us say, President Xi keeps one eye on Ukraine while he keeps one eye on Taiwan. Do you agree that if there's a perception among our allies that we're throwing the Ukrainian people under the bus, that damages our relationship with Japan?
The Japanese have supported the Ukrainians not only with economic support, material support, and and conscious support. But at this point in time, the question that apparently is very simple is very delicate. We have a president that's got both sides of the Ukrainian and Russian conflict sitting at a table across from each other. And at this point in time, I think the delicacy of what he is working as our negotiator in chief is something that I don't want to make any comment that might
Well,
possibly
Mr.
disrupt
Glass,
that process.
my time's limited. I will just say, at the most recent G7 meeting, and as you're well aware, Japan's a part of the G7, right?
Correct.
At the most recent G7 meeting, our allies all supported continuing to keep the language from previous G7 resolutions, which named Russia and Putin as the aggressor. Did they not?
They did.
They did. And it was the United States that said we should remove that, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. In my view, that sends a terrible signal, not just to the people of Ukraine, but to people in Japan and South Korea and our partners around the world. And cutting off intelligence, even temporarily, and throttling weapons to Ukraine when you have a massive arsenal on the Russian side, in my view, is so contrary to American national security interests and I hear the same thing from our colleagues in Japan and elsewhere. Mr. Hoekstra, it's good to see you. We chaired the Dutch caucus back in the House. Let me just say, I was at a hearing yesterday in the Banking and Housing Committee, where the testimony from the economist there, who, by the way, was invited by our Republican colleagues, was unambiguous, that when you increase tariffs across the board on products from Canada, including Canadian lumber, you will drive up the cost of housing in the United States. And the fact of the matter is, the National Association of Home Builders chief economist predicts that it will be as much as $7,500 to $10,000 additional on a home for the average American if the proposed tariffs go through. I mean, you can do some simple math. You don't have to be an economist, neither do I, to recognize that will increase the costs and make homes less affordable in the United States, right?
If the tariffs put that in place, yes, it's not brain surgery.
Thank you. I appreciate the reality touch, and I also appreciate your response to Ms. Rosen's question, Senator Rosen's question on the Five Eyes. I mean, you have a lot of experience there. You agree that Canada's contribution to the Five Eyes is valuable, right?
Canada, we have a great alliance with Canada on national security issues. It would help if Canada met its NATO commitment. They're one of 8 or 9 countries that falls short, significantly short, with no real plan to get there anytime soon. Their statements have said, well, we'll get there 27
I
or
agree,
32.
but relating to Five Eyes, were they an important partner as part of that?
Five Eyes is an important relationship, and all the countries have strengths that they contribute to it.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Johnson, finally, in closing, Senator Rosen raised the point about the funding for our efforts to interdict narcotics. Are you aware of the fact that one of the programs that was terminated by the Trump administration's freeze was an anti-narcotics program aimed at stopping imported fentanyl? Are you aware of that? Have you seen that reporting?
Thank you, Senator. I've been out of the government for a little over 4 years now. I have not seen it. I look forward to seeing it. I am confident that throughout this process that anything that helps stem the flow of fentanyl will survive. And
well, I hope you're right about that, because we had a meeting with Pete Morocco, and I did not get any sense of confidence in that. That was my takeaway anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ambassador Johnson, I appreciate your years of military service and the glowing recommendation that Senator Scott provided. I do have some questions, however, about some of your actions as ambassador to El Salvador. You pointed out in your opening statement, or maybe it was a response to a question, that democracy and freedom are very fragile. Amnesty International, among others, has reported on the use of the NSO Group's Pegasus spyware on journalists and members of civil society organizations in El Salvador on a massive scale. And there have been articles in El País and that have described how your close friendship with President Bukele in El Salvador when you were ambassador led to a downplaying of your criticism of his anti-democratic and authoritarian tendencies. Were you ever made aware that President Bukele was using surveillance on civil society actors or on U.S. government employees while you were ambassador?
Thank you, Senator. I was not aware that they had employed Pegasus against anyone in El Salvador. I don't doubt that it could have happened, but I was not aware of it. I was constantly emphasizing to everyone that I spoke with from President Bukele throughout his government that there must be no surveillance on anyone that works for the embassy, that we all have a responsibility to meet with opposition members, to meet with private society, to meet with business. And that doesn't imply that we support any one side more than we do the other, but it's a requirement that we have, and it's a requirement that I've taken very seriously.
There were also reports that one of the embassy employees who was investigating some of these undemocratic activities of the president was fired summarily for that. Were you aware of that? Were you involved in any decision to fire anyone who was investigating President Bukele's authoritarian activities?
Thank you, Senator. And we discussed that with your staff yesterday, and I appreciated their time. I know you're busy. I was aware that we had an incident that involved a contractor, not an employee, but a contractor who had been in country for a long time. I was a little surprised when I heard that he had had an unauthorized meeting with a member of the press. And I did what I think any manager would do at that point. I called in his department heads, and I called in security, and I said, we need to investigate this and determine whether or not these accusations are true. And if they are true, I think we need to determine what kind of information might have been passed. And I defer to his boss, really, as to what the final disposition should be in that case. But I know one of the first questions that I've always received on any security clearance interview is, have you conducted any unauthorized meetings with the media or the press? And apparently this individual had.
Well, I appreciate that, but part of my concern about, and the reason for this line of questioning is you talked in your opening statement, and others have pointed out the challenge in Mexico, which has been in lots of ways a great neighbor and partner, but in other ways, because of what's happening there with cartels, with the gangs, that it's also really challenging. And any hint that anyone in America might be willing to overlook corruption activities sends a very bad message to Mexican authorities and to the Mexican people. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Senator, I strongly agree with that.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador Glass, I just have one question for you, and that is, last week, excuse me, President Trump suddenly called our defense alliance with Japan a bad deal and unfair. You pointed out in one of your statements that we've actually been at the apex of the relationship between the United States and Japan. So can you explain to me why the president would be calling out that relationship and suggesting that our agreement with Japan is a bad deal and unfair?
Thank you for the question. It is in any relationship, especially from the business standpoint, the closer you are, the more transparent you can be about discussions. And in those discussions, money is always part of it. And so I appreciate President Trump's honesty and transparency in that case, because in actuality, it makes my life a lot easier. We know that we would like the Japanese to focus on increasing their spend on military. They've agreed to bump that up to the 2% GDP level by 2027. And actually, the Prime Minister came out and said if it needs to be a little bit higher, that's something we can discuss. So I look forward to discussing that with the Japanese and being able to come out with something on the that is favorable for both sides.
Good. And I think it's fair to say that in your opening statement, you pointed out the importance of our alliance with Japan and the importance of that defense relationship as well.
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Glass, if I might just continue in this general direction, because I didn't get a chance to question you at all in the first round. Thank you for your willingness to continue serving and representing our nation. I think you served well as ambassador to Portugal. My thanks to Mary and the rest of your family for your willingness to step back into the fray. And for sharing with folks that your faith is the underpinning of your public service. I think that's constructive when people do that. I agree with you that the U.S.-Japan relationship at the end of the last administration was in a very strong and good place, and that the progress that was made in pulling together Korea, Japan, and the United States was a significant step forward. I am concerned about the future direction of that trilateral relationship because of unfortunate recent developments in Korea. Just help me understand what you might do as ambassador to help strengthen or sustain that work. Senator Hagerty and I and a bipartisan group went out to both Japan and Korea last August to try and reinforce and give some lift to it. But since then, there's been some dramatic intervening events in both Japan and in Korea.
Right. Senator, thank you for the question, and thank you for your interest in the region. It's very important. If confirmed, I think we all have to be patient to see what happens with South Korea. That's currently in effectively a state of turmoil, and we'll have to see what comes out of that. But no doubt, it's a step backwards in trying to build that relationship between not only the bilateral relationship between the Japanese and the Koreans, but with the trilateral that we have working. I think in most of these cases, and what I've seen in that, and once again, coming from the outside, we don't have as much information as maybe we will in a few weeks if confirmed. But by the way I'm looking at it, it seems to be that a lot of the issues that we're discussing are too broad. And I think that we can narrow those down between the three countries, and it would be very helpful. A lot of times when you're that broad, it's difficult to make advancements in what we're looking to do, whether it's on the security side, the economic side. But if we can narrow those down and really get to work and dig in on a very specific number of issues, I think that would be a tremendous help.
Two more things, if I might. I recently met with a large group of Japanese CEOs who came to just sort of increase their engagement and visibility. They are very concerned about a potential trade war inspired by tariffs that might be improvidently imposed. I'm not going to ask you to respond to this, but in my previous questioning of Ambassador Hoekstra, sometimes President Trump engages in public bluster about matters that are framed as a negotiating tactic. I think for the Japanese in particular, it's profoundly unsettling for them to not be clear about our relationship. And I tried to provide some reassurance about the deep bipartisan respect for their hosting 60,000 U.S. troops in Japan, as you referenced. The special measures agreement is coming up for renegotiation in 2027. I'm concerned that our president is often someone who likes to drive a hard bargain by framing before negotiating. How will you help the administration appreciate the significant amount of contributions the Japanese have made over decades to basing our troops, to providing us with some significant but unquantifiable benefits from being a trusted and reliable anchor, ally, and partner, both militarily as well as economically in the region?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It certainly is daunting as you look at the amount of issues, and it's daunting when you look at the amount of money. I mean, when the Prime Minister talked about a direct investment into the United States of upwards of $1 trillion. I mean, these are these are, I mean, it's difficult to comprehend those types of numbers. But we've had a consistent support by the Japanese for our military in and around $1.4 billion a year. And it's been fairly consistent for a while. And undoubtedly, since the first administration to now, the sophistication of the Chinese is grown tremendously. And war has gotten, or not necessarily war, but a conflict or a push back and forth has gotten significantly more expensive. And so housing the troops has done that, whether we have weapon systems that we need to upgrade, command and control that we're going to be upgrading along with the Japanese. That's going to be these are very expensive ventures. And so undoubtedly, I do believe we're going to have to go to the Japanese and talk about an increase in that support.
Well, if I could, in closing, I'm grateful the Japanese have actively participated in supporting Ukraine in its fight. I hope we will encourage them to continue to do that and recognize that they, from halfway around the world, have been a part of that effort. And the move towards developing a real counterstrike capability by Japan, I hope will lead to co-production and purchasing and deployment of Tomahawk missiles, as well as other advanced systems. And I look forward to working with all three of you in your next postings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If possible, I have one afterwards in the next couple of weeks as we go through this process, we'll still be here, and I would avail myself at any point in time to come in and talk through that with you.
Thank you, Ambassador. As the ranking member of the East Asia subcommittee about to go to the region with Senator Ricketts, I would very much welcome that. All three of you have been chosen to represent the United States for absolutely critical allies, and I hope that we can together sustain these trusted and longstanding relationships.
Well, thank you much. Senator Cruz is supposedly on the way, and he has some probing and in-depth questions for you, I'm sure. But in the meantime, this is unusual, but we don't get dead time here very often. But if any one of the three of you want to add something for the record, having heard the questions that have been given to you, you're welcome to take up the time. Otherwise, we'll sit and look at each other until Senator Cruz gets here. So,
sir, if I could, I would just amplify what my colleague here said. We are willing to continue to meet, and should we be confirmed, we look forward to working with all of you on your issues. We certainly understand this has been a very busy time here on the Hill, and we appreciate you taking the time for this hearing today. It means a lot.
Could I make one random comment, Mr. Chairman? Could I just note?
Randomness is your strong suit.
It's my strength. Could I just note and compliment Ambassador Hoekstra on specifically recognizing Ambassador Cohen and Ambassador Shafali Dougal and your ongoing engagement relationship with them. I suspect the other two nominees have also engaged, but I just would urge you to. Our recent ambassadors in those two countries were very strong and are people I've interacted with directly, and I think have a significant reservoir of recent experience that could help inform your service.
Well, thank you, Senator. I would just add to that, this panel is a particularly strong panel, particularly with the experience that they've had. And we're certainly happy that you're willing to serve. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, congratulations to each of you on your
discussing a lot of things. Obviously, we'll be discussing what's happening with respect to Ukraine and Russia. At this moment, we have people talking in Russia. We have representatives over there, Steve Witkoff and others, and they're in very serious discussions. As you know, Ukraine has agreed, subject to this, what's happening today, to a complete ceasefire, and we hope Russia will do the same. Thousands of people are being killed, young people, usually, mostly young people. We're just talking about it. Thousands of young people are being killed a week, and we want to see that stop. And they're not Americans, and they're not from the Netherlands for the most part. No. They're from Russia, and they're from Ukraine, but they're people. And I think everybody feels the same way. We want it to stop. It's also a tremendous cost to the United States and to other countries. And it's something that would have never happened if I were president, and it makes me very angry to see that it did happen. But it happened, and we have to stop it. And Mark has done some really good work over the last week. We've been working together, and he's done some really good work. So I'm very happy about that. We'll also be talking about trade and various other things. And I think we'll have a very, very strong day. We're going to have lunch afterwards. That'll go. And then we'll see you all later. We're going to be discussing a lot of things. Obviously, we'll be discussing what's kept and lost, and well, would like to see a ceasefire from Russia. And we have, not been working in the dark. We've been discussing with Ukraine land and pieces of land that would be kept and lost, and all of the other elements of a final agreement. There's a power plant involved, a very big power plant involved. Who's going to get the power plant, and who's going to get this and that? And so, it's not an easy process. But phase one is the ceasefire. A lot of the individual subjects have been discussed, though. We've been discussing concepts of land because you don't want to waste time with the ceasefire if it's not going to mean anything. So we're saying, look, this is what you can get. This is what you can't get. They discussed NATO and being in NATO, and everybody knows what the answer to that is. They've known that answer for 40 years, in all fairness. So a lot of the details of a final agreement have actually been discussed. Now we're going to see whether or not Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world. When I first went to NATO, my first meeting, I noticed that very few people were paying. And if they were, they weren't paying their fair share. There were only 7 countries that were paying what they were supposed to be paying, which was, yeah.
It's even worse.
Could be even worse. But there were just very few countries that were paying. And even the paying, it was at 2%, which is too low. It should be higher. It should be quite a bit higher. But you had Poland, and I remember Poland was actually paying a little bit more than they were supposed to, which I was very impressed with. And they've been actually terrific, and some of the others. But most of them weren't paying, or they were paying very little. And I didn't think it was appropriate to bring it up there, but I said, it's going to be brought up at my next meeting. And my next meeting, the first meeting, you want to give them a little break. The second meeting, it began. And I was able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars. I just said, we're not going to be involved with you if you're not going to pay. And the money started pouring in, and NATO became much stronger because of my actions and working along with a lot of people, including Mark. But they would not pay for other presidents. And I don't think other presidents even knew that they weren't paid. I asked, first question, has everybody paid up? And literally, I mean, they told me 7. You could be right. It could be 3, but that makes it even worse. But they just weren't paying. And I said, no, I won't protect if you're not paying. If you're delinquent or if the money isn't paid, why would we do that? And as soon as I said that, you get a little hit from the press because they said, oh, gee, that's not very nice. But if you said the other, nobody would have paid. And the money started coming in by the billions. And, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO, and NATO became strong. And you remember that. Your predecessor, who I thought was a very good man.
Absolutely. Jens Stoltenberg. He sends his best
Yeah,
greetings.
he was terrific. Stoltenberg, Secretary General. And he made the statement that when Trump came in, the money started coming in like we never saw before. Hundreds of billions, actually probably close to $600 billion came in. And NATO became strong from that standpoint. And now we have to use it wisely. And we have to get this war over with. And you'll be back to a normal, much more normal life. Well, would like to see a ceasefire down, and ultimately that might lead to very, very high taxes, because we're talking about a shutdown. We're talking about getting to work immediately on the greatest tax bill ever passed. That was the one we did. It was a renewal, and it's an addition to it. And we're going to cut people's taxes. And if we don't open, the Democrats are stopping all of these good things that we're providing. We're providing the greatest package of benefits that this country's ever provided. The biggest part of that's going to be tax cuts for the middle class. and for businesses, small businesses, employers, people that hire people in jobs. And if it's shut down, it's only going to be, if there's a shutdown, it's only because of the Democrats. And they would really be taking away a lot from our country and from the people of our country. They do a shutdown, and ultimately that might lead to very, very high taxes, because we're talking about a shutdown. We're talking about getting to work immediately on the greatest tax bill ever passed. That was the one we did. It was a renewal, and it's an addition to it. And we're going to cut people's taxes. And if we don't open, the Democrats are stopping all of these good things that we're providing. We're providing the greatest package of benefits that this country's ever provided. The biggest part of that's going to be tax cuts for the middle class and for businesses, small businesses, employers, people that hire people in jobs. And if it's shut down, it's only going to be, if there's a shutdown, it's only because of the Democrats. And they would really be taking away a lot from our country and from the people of our country. If they do a shutdown. The people from Facebook, yesterday General Motors was in, they want to invest $60 billion. The people from Facebook were in yesterday. They're going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Other people are talking about numbers. Apple, as you know, a few days ago announced $500 billion investment. They're going to build their plants in the United States, which, as you know, almost all of their plants are in China. Now they're building in the United States. Look, the reason is two things. Number one, the election, November 5th. And the other thing is tariffs. I think probably in that order. But Tim Cook came in and he announced 500, think of it, 500 billion, not million. 500 million's a lot when you think about it, right? But I would have been happy with 500 million, but it's $500 billion investment by Apple in the United States. And that's because of the election result, and it's because of the tariffs and the tax incentives too, tariffs and tax incentives. Yesterday,
Nominations. Good to see you. Thank you for your willingness to serve our nation yet again. Ambassador Johnson, let me start with you. As you know, a topic that we discussed in my office last week. In 1944, the United States and Mexico signed a treaty to manage the water from the Colorado, Tijuana, and Rio Grande rivers. This treaty requires Mexico to provide 350,000 acre-feet of water annualized over 5 years. However, Mexico has consistently failed to uphold its end of the bargain. We are nearing the end of the current 5-year cycle, and Mexico is behind by over 1 million acre-feet of water. The results have been catastrophic for Texas farmers and towns. Entire industries are dying. This crisis simply cannot be allowed to continue. As you and I discussed, this issue colors every single aspect of our relationship with Mexico. Last year, I introduced language to impose real cost on Mexico for these failures. I intend to advance that language again this year. However, in the meantime, the State Department already has the power to hold Mexico accountable. I'd like to work immediately and closely with you to address this issue. As you know, I also discussed this issue with Secretary Rubio, including in this committee. He agrees that addressing this crisis must be a priority. Talk to us about this a little. What options do we have to secure Mexico's compliance with the treaty?
Sir, thank you for the question, and thank you for your time recently to discuss it. I'll confess I didn't know what the 1944 Water Treaty was until you brought that up. It is, of course, a concern to me when anyone is impacted in the United States because of another country's failure to meet their obligations. That said, I know the current government in Mexico is relatively new. I think they were about 4 years behind in providing water at the rate they had committed when President Sheinbaum took office. I think it's important to contact them immediately, frequently, and make sure they understand that they are getting behind on their commitment, and make sure that they understand what the outcome could be if they do. I know when we discussed it, you were very adamant that you've been a big supporter of Mexico, but it could go the other way if they fail to meet their obligations. And I will deliver that message, and I will deliver it consistently, as will the other officers that represent the U.S. government in Mexico. I look forward to working with you on the issue, and I think we can make progress.
Well, it's worth underscoring that I've authored and passed through this committee and into law legislation expediting the permitting of 4 new bridges from South Texas to Mexico. So when it comes to legal and lawful trade between Texas and Mexico, I'm an enthusiastic supporter. However, if they flout their treaty obligations to the detriment of Texas farmers and Texas residents, that is a real problem. If confirmed, how do you view your role in helping alleviate this crisis?
Thank you, Senator. Again, I think obviously will not be, if confirmed, will not be involved in making policy, but implementing policy and informing policy. My job, as I see it, is to continue to work with you and your office and other members of Congress, as well as with the White House and the State Department and other offices in the U.S. government and the Mexican government to make sure that we all understand what those commitments are, and that we are keeping a sharp eye on them meeting the commitments. I think the key in this case is they're behind more than they could catch up in these final months. So I think if we ensure that water is delivered early and on time and in compliance with the agreement that's made, I think we'll see a great improvement.
Thank you. Ambassador Glass. As you know, and as you've said, the U.S.-Japan alliance is a cornerstone of U.S. security interests in the Indo-Pacific. Our Japanese allies are critically important for advancing our interests in preserving peace and security, both in the Indo-Pacific and across the globe. And of course, a strong U.S.-Japan relationship is crucial to countering China's global malign activities. The Trump administration recognizes this core reality, and I'm heartened that the administration and this committee is expeditiously advancing your nomination. Your role will be crucial. Within the region, the Quad, Australia, India, Japan, and the U.S., is critical to our security architecture. Talk a bit about the Quad and the role of Japan within it.
That's a great question, Senator. Thank you. While I was in Portugal, we actually 8 years ago, when President Trump started redeveloping and introducing the Quad as a format, we actually had Quad meetings once a quarter with India, Australia, and Japan. And we're holding that as to taking a look at the global issues that were affecting Europe at the time. I come to find out how valuable that group really is. These are tremendous allies, and our ability to work with them only shows the Chinese that we have, it's not just us standing alone. So the Trump administration vision of a free and prosperous Indo-Pacific is only carried by our ability to work within that entire region.
So I'm also very worried about China's control over global supply chains, especially in key sectors that affect our national security. Can you tell me how you plan to help Japan diversify its supply chains and reduce its economic reliance on China, and also in particular focus on critical minerals and how we can expand our our bilateral cooperation in this space?
I have a bit of a background in critical minerals, and it's something that if we can break that supply chain from China, It frees we have economic freedom to move forward in so many different sectors, specifically technology. But we have to build a reserve in America. And there are private entities that are doing that right now that I'm aware of, but also the US government. We have a reserve for our military, but we don't have a reserve for industry. And so as we go out and begin mining and working with other countries around the world, we've got to be able to create a reserve that we can share with our allies to make sure that we keep this economic flow in the supply chain going. I mean, I hate to use the phrase, but it's critical that we get that done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We will add letters of support that the committee's received for each of you to put into the record. For the information of the committee, the record will remain open until the close of business tomorrow, Friday, for members of the committee to submit questions for the record. If you do get some questions, I hope you'll answer them quickly. It'll help us move along your confirmations. Again, thanks for your service. Thanks to your family for assisting you in that service. And with that, committee's adjourned.
Yeah. We have time for one question.
Ed O'Keefe. Mr. Secretary, thank you for stopping by. Given the volatility of the markets, given the threat back and forth, how are these tariffs good for the economy?
Well, look, I'm less concerned about the short term. I think we've had a big unwind, and the tariffs, we've got strategic industries we've got to have. We want to protect the American worker. That a lot of these trade deals haven't been fair. But I can tell you what's not good for the economy is this government shutdown. I don't know what Democrats are thinking here, because they're going to own it. And to the extent that it hurts confidence, hurts the American people, we have had incredible Republican unity since January 20th. And the fact that the Democrats are in disarray, they're flailing, and this is the best they can do, that I think this is the economic story for the next few days.
Not the tariffs.
Not for the next few days. If they want to take us into a shutdown, they're going to own it.
To go back on his
All
question, what
set.
plans is the administration making for a shutdown? He didn't answer.
Nope.
Let us pray. Eternal God, today, give your guidance to our lawmakers. Help them to seek first your kingdom so that everything will fall into its proper place and their lives will honor you. As they seek greater intimacy with you, empower them to relate honestly with themselves and one another. Lord, lead them together to find solutions to the problems that beset this great land. Calm their fears and strengthen their faith. Use them to serve you and country with faithfulness. Let your peace guard their hearts, we pray. In your sovereign name, amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read the communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 13th, 2025. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Mark Wayne Mullen, a senator from the state of Oklahoma, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
For Democrats to fish or cut bait. We have 2 days until government funding expires. The Democrats need to decide if they're going to support funding legislation that came over from the House or if they're going to shut down the government. So far, it's looking like they plan to shut it down. The Democrat leader came to the floor yesterday afternoon and had the nerve to complain about the House bill. He wants yet another short-term piece of funding legislation to be, as he said, give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass, end quote. Well, Mr. President, I'm not sure how long the Democrat leader thinks we should drag out the funding process for fiscal year 2025. Until fiscal year 2026, beyond, we are already nearly 6 months into the 2025 fiscal year. In other words, we are halfway through this fiscal year. And it is past time to get fiscal year 2025 funding situated. You know, I'd like to suggest to the Democrat leader that if he has problems with the current situation, maybe, just maybe, he should have funded the government when he was in charge. The reason we're stuck here voting on a CR for the rest of 2025 is because the Democrat leader refused to consider appropriation bills last year. Senators Murray and Collins, then chair and vice chair of the Appropriations Committee, did a lot of work to deliver the fiscal year 2025 appropriation bills. In fact, they had moved 11 of the 12 bills out of the Appropriations Committee by the end of August last year, or I should say the end of July last year. And 6 of those bills, 6 of the 11, that the Appropriations Committee passed by the end of July last year, passed unanimously coming out of the committee. The others were passed with big bipartisan majorities. And then what happened? Well, then the Democrat leader just sat on them. In his remaining 5 months as majority leader, he didn't bring single fiscal year 2025 appropriations bill to the floor. And so it is absolutely rich for him to be coming down to the floor now to call for a short-term CR, another short-term CR, to negotiate fiscal 2025 legislation. Mr. President, he had his chance for months. I'm no fan of continuing resolutions. In fact, I intend to do my very best to ensure that from here on out, the government is funded through appropriation bills that proceed through regular order. But at this point, our best option is a continuing resolution to fund the remainder of fiscal year 2025 and clear the decks for the fiscal year 2026 appropriations process to begin. Because while the Democrat leader may have forgotten, given his decision to ignore regular order appropriations last year, it is almost time to start considering fiscal year 2026 appropriation bills. And I fully intend for us to consider them on the floor. My goal is to schedule floor action for every fiscal year 2026 appropriations bill that comes out of the committee, where they can be debated, amended, and passed for further negotiation with the House. And that, of course, will require cooperation from Democrats. But I really hope, that Democrats will remember this situation and others that we've been placed in and work in partnership with Republicans to restore the regular order appropriations process. Continuing resolutions are never the preferred option. But thanks to the Democrat leader's decision to abandon the fiscal year 2025 appropriations process, the continuing resolution we have before us is the best option we have to fund the government for the balance of this year. And so, Mr. President, it's time for the Democrat leader to acknowledge that it's his decisions that put us here and to urge his colleagues to accept the situation and vote to fund the government rather than to let it shut down at midnight on Friday. And if he doesn't, he'll have the American people to answer to. Mr. President, senators have been seeing a lot of each other lately. In fact, too much, some might say. The Senate is hopefully about to wrap up its 10th consecutive week in session, the Senate's longest in-session stretch in over 15 years. 10 weeks that include late nights, weekend work, and even an all-night session. And we have a lot of accomplishments to report back to our constituents when we're back in our states next week. The Senate has confirmed 21 members of President Trump's cabinet, and we've done it at the fastest pace since 2001. That's right. The Senate has gotten through hearings, markups, and floor votes on 21 cabinet nominees at a record pace. As a result, President Trump has more of his cabinet in place today than any president since George W. Bush. And we've also confirmed a lot of sub-cabinet officials and a new FBI director. And Senate committees are continuing to hold hearings and send more of the president's nominees to the floor for a vote. Mr. President, the Senate Republican majority has also been working to execute our legislative agenda. And at the top of the priority list is securing the border. The first bill we sent to President Trump's desk was the Lake and Riley Act, which ensures that criminal illegal immigrants are detained when they're arrested for certain crimes and not returned to America's streets. Senator Britt led the debate on this bill on the floor, and we had an amendment process that made this bill stronger by adding Senator Ernst's bill, Sarah's Law, and elements of Senator Budd's bill, the Police Act. Senate Republicans also passed a budget resolution to unlock the process to provide resources to carry out President Trump's border agenda. We've already seen border crossings plummet in response to President Trump's border security measures. Criminal, illegal immigrants have been arrested and deported from cities around the country. But to continue these efforts and maintain a secure border will require additional resources, and we're determined to deliver them. We're also working to address the fentanyl crisis by passing the HALT Fentanyl Act. The The Halt Fentanyl Act will permanently classify fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs. We'll provide law enforcement with a critical tool to go after the people who are bringing this poison into our country and killing Americans. And I expect that we'll pass this bill soon. Mr. President, Senate Republicans are also working to eliminate some of the Biden administration's burdensome regulations. As part of our promise to unleash American energy, we passed Senator Hovind's resolution to block the Biden natural gas tax, and we also passed Senator Kennedy's resolution overturning a rule that would have stifled energy development in America's waters. To promote financial freedom, we passed resolutions from Senators Ricketts and Cruz to protect America's financial privacy. And there will be more regulatory relief to come. Mr. President, it's been a busy couple of months, and we've gotten a lot done. And we could have done even more if Democrats hadn't repeatedly chosen to use the filibuster. That's right. A few short months ago, when Democrats were in the majority, they were making plans to destroy the filibuster. Now they've been in the minority for 10 weeks. They've already used the filibuster 3 times. And what are the bills that they blocked? Well, first, there was the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, a bill that simply requires doctors to give a baby born alive after a failed abortion the same medical care that any other baby would receive. Then there was the ICC sanctions bill, which would have supported our ally Israel and protected American service members abroad. And then just last week, every Democrat joined a filibuster against Senator Tuberville's bill to keep biological men out of women's and girls' sports. And now, Democrats are threatening yet a 4th filibuster, this time to shut down the federal government tomorrow.
General of NATO, and doing a fantastic job. Everybody, every report I've gotten is what a great job he did, and I'm not at all surprised when I hear it. We had to support him, and we supported him as soon as I heard the name. But he was a fantastic prime minister, and he's doing a fantastic job. An even tougher job. Which tougher, being the prime minister of Netherlands, or?
This job is quite Dutch politics.
Yeah, but this is pretty tough. You're doing. We're going to be discussing a lot of things, obviously, with respect to Utah. At this moment, we have representatives over there, Steve Witkoff and others, and they're in very serious discussions. As you know, Ukraine has agreed, subject to this, what's happening today, to a complete ceasefire, and we hope Russia will do the same. Thousands of people are being killed, young people, usually, mostly young people. We were just talking about it. Thousands of young people are being killed a week, and we want to see that stop. And they're not Americans, and they're not from the Netherlands for the most part. No. They're from Russia, and they're from Ukraine, but they're people. And I think everybody feels the same way. We want it to stop. It's also a tremendous cost to the United States and to other countries. And it's something that would have never happened if I were president, and it makes me very angry to see that it did happen. But it happened, and we have to stop it. And Mark has done some really good work over the last week. We've been working together, and he's done some really good work. So I'm very happy about that. We'll also be talking about trade and various other things, and I think we'll have a very, very strong day. We're going to have lunch afterwards. That'll go, and then we'll see you all later. But Mark, would you like to say something?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald, again for hosting me, and but also for taking time in Florida a couple of weeks after you were re-elected.
That's right.
And of course, our phone call a couple of weeks ago. And I must say, Trump 45, you originated the fact that in Europe, you're now spending, when you take it to aggregate, 700 billion more on defense than when you came in office in 2016, 2017. But that was Trump 45. But then when you look at Trump 47,
That'd be hard to tell.
what happened the last couple of weeks is really staggering. The Europeans committing to a package of 800 billion defense spending. The Germans now, potentially up to $500 billion extra in defense spending. And then, of course, you had Keir Starmer here, the British Prime Minister, and others, all committing to much higher defense spending. We're not there, We need to do more, but I really want to work together with you in a run-up to the Hague Summit to make sure that we will have a NATO which is really reinvigorated under your leadership, and we are getting there. And we also discuss defense production because we need to produce more weaponry. We are not doing enough. And not in the US, not in Europe, and we are lacking behind when you compare to the Russians and the Chinese. And you have a huge defense industrial base. Europeans buying 4 times more here than the other way around, which is good because you have a strong defense industry, but we need to do more there to make sure that we are hand-potting the production and kill the red tape. So I would love to work with you on that. And finally, Ukraine, you broke the deadlock. As you said, all the killing, the young people dying, cities getting destroyed. The fact that you did that you started the dialogue with the Russians and the successful talks in Saudi Arabia now with the Ukrainians. I really want to commend you for this. So, The Hague is my hometown. I love to host you there in the summer and work together to make sure that that will be a splash, a real success, projecting American power on the world stage.
What Mark is saying is when I first went to NATO, my first meeting, I noticed that very few people were paying. And if they were, they weren't paying their fair share. There were only 7 countries that were paying what they were supposed to be paying, which was, yeah,
it's even worse.
Could be even worse. But there were just very few countries that were paying. And even the paying, it was at 2%, which is too low. It should be higher. It should be quite a bit higher. But you had Poland, and I remember Poland was actually paying a little bit more than they were supposed to, which I was very impressed with. They've been actually terrific, and some of the others. But most of them weren't paying, or they were paying very little. And I didn't think it was appropriate to bring it up there, but I said, it's going to be brought up at my next meeting. And my next meeting, the first meeting, you want to give them a little break. The second meeting, it began. And I was able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars. I just said, we're not going to be involved with you if you're not going to pay. And the money started pouring in, and NATO became much stronger because of my actions and working along with a lot of people, including Mark. But they would not pay for other presidents. And I don't think other presidents even knew that they weren't paid. I asked first question, has everybody paid up? And literally, I mean, they told me 7. You could be right, it could be 3, but that makes it even worse. But they just weren't paying. And I said, no, I won't protect if you're not paying. If you're delinquent or if the money isn't paid, why would we do that? And as soon as I said that, got a little hit from the press because they said, oh, gee, that's not very nice. But if you said the other, nobody would have paid. And the money started coming in by the billions. And, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO, and NATO became strong.
Yeah.
And you remember that. Your predecessor, who I thought was a very good man.
Absolutely. Yes, Stoltenberg. He sends his best
Yeah,
greetings.
he was terrific. Stoltenberg, Secretary General. And he made the statement that when Trump came in, the money started coming in like we never saw before. Hundreds of billions, actually probably close to $600 billion came in, and NATO became strong from that standpoint. And now we have to use it wisely, and we have to get this war over with, and you'll be back to a normal, much more normal life. And maybe we're close. We're getting words that things are going okay in Russia, and it doesn't mean anything until we hear what the final outcome is. But they have very serious discussions going on right now with President Putin and others. And hopefully they all want to end this nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's a horrible thing when you look. I get pictures every week. They give me the pictures of the battlefield, which I almost don't want to see. It's so horrible to see young people laying arms and legs and heads laying all over the field. It's the most terrible thing that you'll ever see. And it's got to stop. These are young people with mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and friends. And it's got to stop. So we hopefully are going to be in a good position sometime today to have a good idea. We'll have, we know where we are with Ukraine, and we are getting good signals outside of Russia as to where we are with Russia. And hopefully they'll do the right thing. It's really humanity. We're talking about humanity. We're not talking about the money. But then you add the money to it, and hundreds of billions of dollars is being spent and really wasted so unnecessarily. It should have never happened. So it's an honor to have you here. They picked a great gentleman. I'll tell you, I was so happy to hear, because you had somebody, Stoltenberg was really good. and you have somebody that's going to do an incredible job. And I was so much in favor of you. You have no idea. They had another person that I did not like. I was not happy. And I think I kept him from, you know what I'm talking about. I said, this is the right man to do it. And he really did. He was a great prime minister of the Netherlands. He did a great job. And that's what he's doing right now. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And it's a very great honor to have you. And we even have some of our great energy people here today, right? We have the governor, and we have Chris, you know, Chris, right? Supposed to be the most talented man in the world of energy, according to the governor. So I don't know if he's right. And we have General, you've been fantastic. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of good people that won't be so much involved with this, but they wanted to see what was happening. It's become a little bit of a show, but they wanted to see what was happening. And I think a lot of good things are happening. So with that, if anybody would have a question.
Mr. President, on Russia.
Sorry. Steve Witkoff's trip to Moscow, you spoke about it. What sort of agreement do you hope he comes away from this with?
Well, we'd like to see a ceasefire from Russia. And we have, you know, not been working in the dark. We've been discussing with Ukraine land and pieces of land that would be kept and lost and all of the other elements of a final agreement. There's a power plant involved, you know, a very big power plant involved. Who's going to get the power plant and who's going to get this and that? And so, you know, it's not an easy process. But phase one is the ceasefire. A lot of the individual subjects have been discussed, though. You know, we've been discussing concepts of land because you don't want to waste time with a ceasefire if it's not going to mean anything. So we're saying, look, this is what you can get. This is what you can't get. They discussed NATO and being in NATO, and everybody knows what the answer to that is. They've known that answer for 40 years, in all fairness. So a lot of the details of a final agreement have actually been discussed. Now we're going to see whether or not Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world. Yeah.
Vladimir Putin just said he is open to a ceasefire, but he does still have some concerns. He suggested that you two should speak directly. Do you have plans to speak to him soon? If so, when are you confident you can get this across the country?
Sure. He did say that today. It was a very promising statement because other people are saying different things, and you don't know if they have anything to really, if they have any meaning, or I don't know. I think some of them were making statements. I don't think they have anything to do with it. No, he put out a very promising statement, but it wasn't complete. And yeah, I'd love to meet with him or talk to him, but we have to get it over with fast. You know, every day people are being killed. It's not like, as we sit here, 2 people will be killed. Think of it. 2 people are going to be killed during this little period of time. Thousands of people a week are dying. So we really don't have very much time. We have to make this fast. It shouldn't be very complicated.
Mr. President, a representative of Canada, the finance minister are in town and will meet members of your administration during the day. Any chances that you will ban on the tariffs on aluminum and the ones that are planned for April 2nd?
No.
You are not going to change your
No,
mind?
I'm not. Look, we've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all. Aluminum or steel or cars. We're not going to bend. We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years. We've been subjected to costs that we shouldn't be subjected to. In the case of Canada, we're spending $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. I have many friends in Canada. The great one, Wayne Gretzky, the great. Hey, how good is Wayne Gretzky? He's the great one. But we have, I know many people from Canada that are good friends of mine. But, you know, the United States can't subsidize a country for $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything that they give. We do it because we want to be helpful. But it comes a point when you just can't do that. You have to run your own country. And to be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. It doesn't. We don't need anything they have. As a state, it would be one of the great states anyway. This would be the most incredible country visually. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the US, just a straight artificial line. Somebody did it a long time ago, many, many decades ago, and makes no sense. It's so perfect. as a great and cherished state. Keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states, maybe our greatest state. But why should we subsidize another country for $200 billion? It costs us $200 billion a year. And again, we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We have more than they do. We don't need anything. We don't need their cars. I'd much rather make the cars here. And there's not a thing that we need. Now, there'll be a little disruption, but it won't be very long. But they need us. We really don't need them. And we have to do this. I'm sorry, we have to do this, yes.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
you have made it very clear that NATO needs to step up, although great progress has been made in your first mandate. How do you envision this new transatlantic?
Are you talking about NATO stepping up? Well, NATO is stepping up through this man. This man is a man that only knows how to step up. And we have the same goal in mind. We want the war ended. And he's doing his job. He only knows how to do a good job. That's one thing. That's why I fought for him to get that job. Because they had some other candidates that I'll tell you would not have done a very good job.
I need this part of the move for my family.
So we'll get you a clip. We're going to get him a clip of that little last statement. The rest of the statements, he doesn't care.
Sir, how does this new transatlantic cooperation, how do you envision it?
Well, that's one thing. I mean, we're on the other side of the ocean. And they're right there. And yet we're in for $350 billion because of Biden. And they're in for $100 billion. So it's a big difference. And it's unfair. And I said, you have to equalize. They should equalize. They should have. It should have never happened where Biden just gave this money away. Now, as you know, we have an agreement with Ukraine on the rare earths and other things, and that'll get us something back, a lot back. It'll get us our money back. We're not doing it for that, though. I'm just doing this to get the war stopped. I'm doing it really to save lives, but at the same time, we were treated very unfairly, as we always are by every country. And we're in for very substantially more than the European nations are in for. And that shouldn't be, they're much more affected by it than we are, because we do have an ocean in between. But I don't know, I think good things are going to happen. I really do. I think good things are going to happen. I do say, we were talking before, and Mark was very nice. He said, if you would get involved, there would be nothing, you'd just be going on. This thing would have gone on for a long time.
Breaking a deadlock, it was crucial.
Yeah, we broke a deadlock. We did break a deadlock. I hope it's meaningful. Yes, did you have one? Yeah.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. President. I'm Amanda Head with Just the News. On the southern border, you've got DHS and ICE who are reporting that there was a little bit of fudging of numbers during the Biden administration on both the catch and the release side with respect to reporting the number of illegals coming into the
They
country.
cheated on the numbers. The numbers were, I love that question. Who are you with?
Just the News, Amanda Head.
Very nice. That's good. That's
Do you
good.
know how many of those are criminal illegal aliens? And
Many of them.
Biden's out of office, Alejandro Mayorkas, who gets
No,
held
Biden fudged the numbers. The numbers were totally fake. And he gave fake numbers. I knew they were fake. Everybody knew they were fake, but now it came out. And terrible what they did. That administration was a horror show for this country.
Can you hold anyone accountable?
Well, I don't know. They gave phony numbers. And phony numbers are a very bad thing to give, but I'm not sure about that. I don't know how it would play. We want to get it straightened out. We're after many, many bad people that were let into our country. And Kristi Noem and my friend Homan, how good is Tom Homan doing, right? And they're after him. And you see they're taking them out in record numbers. Gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers. There's a problem the Netherlands does not have. The Netherlands never had this problem. If you'd like to take it, I could deliver some people. I could deliver some nice people to the Netherlands if you'd like.
I'm not sure.
No, what he did to this country, letting 21 million people flow through an open border. Many of those people were hard criminals from prisons and jails, from mental institutions, and I always say insane asylums because they were seriously deranged. And they're here from not South America, from all over the world, from South America, but from all over the world. And it's so sad. You'd say, why would anybody do this? Why? Yeah, go ahead.
And one more, there's some new internal Democrat polling that doesn't look great for Democrats, but it also has 54% unfavorability for Republicans in swing states and battlegrounds for the midterms. Do you consider those voters capturable for Republicans?
Yeah, well, we did, I won every swing state, as you know, by a lot. And I won the popular vote by a lot. And we won the counties. If you look at the counties and district plan, we had 2,725 and they had 501. That's why the map is all red. So we had a great thing. Yeah, I think winning from the Democrats, if you look the other night, I made a speech and I introduced two young ladies who were killed, viciously, violently killed, young, unbelievable, both outstanding people. They were killed by illegal aliens. And the Democrats wouldn't get up and applaud. The mothers were, inconsolable. They were crying and everybody was crying. The Democrats sat there with stone faces. They didn't clap. They didn't stand. They didn't do anything. We had a young man with very serious cancer. His dream is to be with the police department someday. And he was introduced. They didn't even clap. They were disgusting, frankly. They were disgusting. There's something wrong with them. They're deranged. They're deranged, like Jack Smith. They're deranged people. And I never saw anything like it. I'm standing up and I introduced the mother and the parents of these two young girls that were just recently essentially killed, violently killed. And the Democrats are like this. It's so sad. And I saw this morning where one of them is pretty well known, one is fighting like crazy over men being able to play in women's sports. I said, I thought that was tried. I thought that was about I think it's a 95% issue. But in a way, I want them to keep doing it because I don't think they can win a race. And I tell the Republicans, I said, don't bring that subject up because there's no election right now. But about a week before the election, bring it up because you can't lose. And everything's transgender this, transgender that. They have bad politics, but one thing, they stick together. I wish, and the Republicans stick together mostly, but we have a couple that are grandstanders. You always have grandstanders in life. But the Democrats, they have grandstanders, but when it comes to a vote, they do stick together, right?
It seems like they'll stick together on the shutdown. Will that hurt Democrats going into midterms?
Well, if they do a shutdown, and ultimately that might lead to very, very high taxes, because we're talking about a shutdown, we're talking about getting to work immediately on the greatest tax bill ever passed. That was the one we did. It was a renewal, and it's an addition to it. And we're going to cut people's taxes. And if we don't open, the Democrats are stopping all of these good things that we're providing. We're providing the greatest package of benefits that this country's ever provided. The biggest part of that's going to be tax cuts for the middle class and for businesses, small businesses, employers, people that hire people in jobs. And if it's shut down, if there's a shutdown, it's only because of the Democrats. And they would really be taking away a lot from our country and from the people of our country.
Mr. President, on tariffs, you made clear you're not backing down from this, but many American small business owners say they are concerned that these tariffs are going to hurt them. What's your message to them?
They're going to be so much richer than they are right now. And we have many. Yesterday, General Motors was in. They want to invest $60 billion. The people from Facebook were in yesterday. They're going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Other people are talking about numbers. Apple, as you know, a few days ago announced $500 billion investment. They're going to build their plants in the United States, which, as you know, almost all of their plants are in China. Now they're building in the United States. Look, the reason is two things. Number one, the election, November 5th. And the other thing is tariffs. I think probably in that order. But Tim Cook came in and he announced 500 billion, not million. 500 million's a lot when you think about it, right? But I would have been happy with 500 million, but it's $500 billion investment by Apple in the United States. And that's because of the election result, and it's because of the tariffs. and the tax incentives too, tariffs and tax incentives. And I've never seen anything like it. We have plants going up now in Indiana. We have plants going up in Michigan. A lot of plants going to be planned from, I'm trying to steer them to Michigan because Michigan got so badly beaten by, what happened with Europe. If you look at Europe, take a look at the EU. We're not allowed to sell cars there. It's prohibitive because of their policies and also their non-monetary tariffs. They put obstacles in your way that you can do nothing about. But if you take a look at what happens, so we sell no cars to Europe. I mean, virtually no cars, and they sell millions of cars to us. They don't take our agriculture, we take their agriculture. It's like a one-way street with them. The European Union is very, very nasty. They sue our companies. Apple was forced to pay $16 billion on a case that, very much like my cases that I won. They shouldn't have been even cases, but we felt they had no case, and they ended up having an extremely favorable judge and decision. But they're suing Google, they're suing Facebook, they're suing all of these companies, and they're taking billions of dollars out of American companies, many more than the ones I just mentioned. And I guess they're using it to run Europe or something. I don't know what they're using it for, but they treat us very badly. China obviously treats us very badly. Almost everybody does. And I blame past presidents, to be honest, because when I was president, we received so far about $700 billion from China over the years on the tariffs that I put in. No other president got 10 cents from China. And that was only beginning, except for COVID. I would have been able to finish the process, but we had to fight the COVID thing, and we did really well with it, but we had to fight. And then we had actually, as you remember, Mark, we actually handed over the stock market. It was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was sort of a miracle, frankly. We did a good job, but the tariffs are very important. And I think the psychology, there's great spirit. When Mark came in, he said, congratulations, there's a whole new spirit. There's a whole new light over this country and really over the world, because you have somebody that, a whole group of people really, because I talk about this whole group, that we know what we're doing and a lot of great things are happening. But I've never seen investment like this. Trillions of dollars is being invested in the United States now that would have never, our country could have failed. Another 4 years of this, what happened in the last 4 years, our country would have been a crime-ridden mess. And I don't know if you noticed, little thing they call it, but it's not a little thing if you like eggs and you don't have a lot of money. Eggs have gone down 25% in the last couple of weeks. We inherited that problem, eggs. Groceries have gone down a little bit. Energy's gone down. Do you want to speak to that for a second, Governor? Would you just say a couple of words, you and Chris, about energy, what's happened?
Well, happy to, but I think that Chris and I just came from CERAWeek, which is the largest conference in the world. So global leaders, people from the EU, officials from all the energy producing countries, all there, and all the global nationals, all the US. The spirit of that group is through the roof, because now they realize that in the United States, that President Trump's policies are pro developing more energy, as opposed to we're trying to shut down energy, and that pro growth, pro business, pro energy approach is giving people the optimism. So then the markets are reacting to that, and energy prices on the futures market are going to go down, because people know we're not going to be killing off the energy we need for prosperity in all of our countries, but also for peace. Because people have used energy to fuel these wars that President Trump is working so hard to end. And we know that high energy prices were driving the inflation that he talked about. So it accomplishes two goals for us, which is prosperity for the world, peace for the world, when we have smart energy policies. And President Trump has brought common sense back to how we think about energy.
And it's brought down now $65 a barrel, I saw this morning. That's phenomenal news. And that's what brought it up. The energy they took our beautiful energy policies and they just messed them up. And then they went immediately back to them but by that time they lost it. They lost that Bronco, as the expression goes. Chris, do you have something to say?
Oh, I think Doug said it well, but you just can't overstate how important the return of common sense, the return of knowledge about energy and pro-American consumers, pro-investment in our country. I think globally that was welcomed. It means capital flows. It means more sobriety and lower energy prices, more economic opportunity for Americans. So yeah, it was elated atmosphere at a global energy conference.
Well, we're working on one project. It should be very easy. It's a pipeline going through a small section of New York. New York's held it up for years, actually, for years. They've wanted to do it for years and years. And it will reduce the most expensive energy almost in the world is in New England because they have no way of getting it there because it's been held up by New York. And the whole of New England and Connecticut and New York, the energy prices are through the roof. And this one pipeline will save per family $2,500 just on heating and another $2,500 on everything else. So the energy by just a simple pipeline going through an area that wants it, an area that's not a rich area. It's actually a very poor area with great jobs and everything else. And it's going to be way underground. Nobody's going to see it. Once they fill it up, nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to know it's there. And families in New York and Connecticut and New England are going to save $5,000 a family. Think of that. Because right now they have the highest energy prices maybe in the world. They say New England is a disaster. So we're working on that. In fact, the governor's coming in, Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's a very nice woman. She's coming in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to meet me on that and other things. Not only that, but other things. So I hope we don't have to use the extraordinary powers of the federal government to get it done. But if we have to, we will. But I don't think we'll have to. I can tell you Connecticut wants it and all of New England wants it. And who wouldn't want it? And it's also jobs on top of everything else. So that's going to be very exciting. So we're meeting with the governor tomorrow morning.
Mr. President, one question. Thank you, Mr. President. Greenland. What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting them potentially?
Well, I think it'll happen. And I'm just thinking, I didn't give it much thought before, but I'm sitting with a man that could be very instrumental. You know, Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful. And we'll be talking to you. It's a very appropriate, really a very appropriate question.
It's an
Thank
issue
you
in the
very
high
much.
north, so the Arctic. So what you did, so when it comes to Greenland, yes or not joining the US, I would leave that outside for me, this discussion, because I don't want to drag NATO in that. But when it comes to the high north and the Arctic, you are totally right. The Chinese are now using these routes. We know that the Russians are rearming. We know we have a lack of icebreakers. So the fact that the outside Russia, there are 7 Arctic countries working together on this under US leadership is very important to make sure that that region, that part of the world stays safe. And we know things are changing there and we have to be there.
Well, we just had an election there the other day. Do you see a referendum, a plebiscite where the people of Greenland would be in a position to decide if they want to become part of the United States?
Yeah, it was a good election for us, as you know. It was not a referendum. It wouldn't be called that. It was an individual election. But the person that did the best is a very good person as far as we're concerned. And so we'll be talking about it, and it's very important. Mark mentioned the word icebreaker. So we've ordered, we're in the process of ordering 48 icebreakers. And Canada wants to know if they could use them. I said, well, you know, you got to pay for them. Think of it, Canada. We pay for their military. You know, Canada pays very little for their military because they think we're going to protect them. But even with the icebreakers, so we're going to order 48, and Canada wants to be part of the deal. I say, you got to get your own icebreakers. I mean, if you're a state, you can be part of the deal. But if you're a separate country, you got to get your own icebreakers. Russia, as you know, has about 40 of them. And we have one big icebreaker. But that whole area is becoming very important. And for a lot of reasons, the routes are, you know, very direct to Asia, to Russia, and you have ships all over the place, and we have to have protection. So we're going to have to make a deal on that. And Denmark is not able to do that. You know, Denmark's very far away and really has nothing to do. What happens? A boat landed there 200 years ago or something, and they say they have rights to it. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is actually. But we've been dealing with Denmark, we've been dealing with Greenland, and we have to do it. We really need it for national security. I think that's why NATO might have to get involved in a way, because we really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. You know, we have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pete? So don't answer that, Pete. Don't answer that question. But we have bases, and we have quite a few soldiers on Greenland.
Mr. President, simple question, your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Your commitment to NATO, will anything change? Same amount of money?
Well, I think they
same
made
number
a
of
great
troops?
step by putting Mark in charge. I think, to me, that's a great step, because he and I have seen eye to eye on everything for a long time. We've been doing this a long time now.
9 years now.
And so that's a great step. You have to keep NATO strong. You have to keep it relevant. But the biggest thing we have to worry about right now is what's going on right now. I think the rest is going to take care of itself. I don't see this. This was a fluke. This was something that if we had a competent president, it would not have happened. The man was grossly incompetent. All you have to do is take a look at he signs by auto pen. Who was signing all this stuff by auto pen? Who would think you signed important documents by auto pen? You know, these are major documents you're signing. You're proud to sign them. You have your signature on something. In 300 years, they say, oh, look, can you imagine? Everything was signed by auto pen, almost everything. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. So should have never happened. Tomorrow with the Justice Department about law and order. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Yeah, we're going to be with the Justice Department. We have a great Justice Department. Pam Bondi is so fantastic, and Todd Blanche and Emil, you got to know him a little bit. He was acting for a little while. And some other people are incredible in the Justice Department. And I consider the FBI to be a part of it in a sense. And Cash is going to be fantastic. And all the people, Dan Bongino, I love that. I mean, I love that. I think Dan is great. I think we have unbelievable people. And all I'm going to do is set out my vision. It's going to be their vision, really, but it's my ideas. And basically, we don't want to have crime in the streets. We don't want to have people pushed into subways and killed, and then the person that did the pushing ends up in a 15-year trial and gets off scot-free. We want to have justice, and we want to have safety in our cities as well as our communities. And we'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about a lot of things, the complete gamut. So I look forward to that. That'll be tomorrow at the Justice Department.
Mr. President, you are a man of peace. You said it several times, and you made it very clear. A man of peace dealing with belligerent people. And I'm thinking, we saw you handled Zelensky in this very own room. What is your leverage on Putin? Are you thinking sanctions? What if he refuses to?
Well, I do have leverage, but I don't want to talk about leverage now, because right now we're talking to him, and based on the statements he made today, they were pretty positive, I think. So I don't want to talk about that. I hope Russia's going to make the deal too. And I think once that deal happens, you're never going to be in a process. I don't think they're going back to shooting again. I really believe if we get a peace treaty, a ceasefire treaty, I think that leads to peace. That's going to really lead to peace. I don't think anyone wants to go back. They've been doing this for a long time, and it's vicious and violent. And I think if President Putin agrees and does a ceasefire, I think we're going to be in very good shape to get it done. We want to get it over with. That's why it was very important when I instructed everybody, including Steve, what we're looking for, to discuss concepts of land, concepts of power plants, because it's complicated. You know, you have you're sort of creating the edge of a country. The sad part is that country, if this didn't happen, and it wouldn't have happened, I don't know if they would have to give anything back. I guess Crimea, I said it last time, Crimea was given by Obama. Biden gave him the whole thing, and Bush gave him Georgia. And Trump didn't give him anything. I gave him, you know what I gave him? I gave them javelins. And the javelins were very effective, as you know. I gave them nothing.
2019.
And then also, if you take a look, I was the one that stopped the pipeline going into Europe. It was totally stopped. Nord Stream 2, nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. before I came along. But I got along very well with President Putin. I got along with most of them. I get along great with President Xi. I got along great with Kim Jong-un. I got along great with all of them. And we had no wars. We had no problems. We wiped out ISIS in record time. General Raisin Kane, and he wiped them out. And he was going to be our new chief, right? He's going to be the head of Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he's a highly respected man. He's going to be great. Pete's going to be fantastic. I have no doubt about it. We have a great team, really great team. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, some of our allies have said that they're worried that they could be the next to be attacked by Russia. You've spoken directly with the Russian president.
Yeah.
Do you think those fears are justified?
No, I don't. I think when this gets done, it's done. They're going to all want to go home and rest. I don't see it happening. Nope, I don't see that happening. And we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Not going to happen, but we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Leaders from Russia and Iran are heading to Beijing tomorrow to discuss nuclear programs. What do you hope to get out of that?
Well, maybe they're going to talk about non-nuclear programs. Maybe they're going to be talking about the de-escalation of nuclear weapons, because, I was talking about that with President Putin very strongly. And we could have done something had that election not been rigged. We would have had something. I think I would have made a deal with Putin on de-escalation, denuclearization, as they say. But we would have de-escalated nuclear weapons, because the power of nuclear weapons is so great and so devastating. And right now, Russia and us have by far the most, but China will catch us within 5 years. China doesn't have, but they're in the process of building, and they build. And within 4 or 5 years, they'll probably have the same.
And by the way, this is a Republican tradition. Ronald Reagan, when he negotiated with Gorbachev in the 1980s about bringing down the number of nuclear weapons, it's what you have been doing your first term, and it is important.
It would be a great achievement if we could bring down the number. We have so many weapons, and the power is so great. And number one, you don't need them to that extent. And then we'd have to get others, because as you know, in a smaller way, Kim Jong-un has a lot of nuclear weapons, by the way, a lot. And others do also. You have India, you have Pakistan, you have others that have them. And we get them involved. But we started off with Russia and us. We have by far the most. And we were going to denuclearize. And that was going to happen. And then we were going to China. And I spoke to China. I spoke to President Xi about it. And he really liked the idea. Like not to spend trillions of dollars building weapons that hopefully he's never going to have to use. And because they are very expensive also. So that would have been great. Okay, one or two more.
There's been tension in the.
Thank you. We're looking at an impending government shutdown Friday at midnight.
Yeah.
Democrats for 30 years straight have said if there's a shutdown, bad things happen. Do you anticipate direct negotiations yourself with conference leader of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer?
If they need me, I'm there 100%. It's right now it's 2 or 3 people. If it shuts down, it's not the Republicans' fault. We passed a bill where we had an incredible Republican vote. We only had one negative vote, a grandstander, one grandstander. There's always a grandstander in the lot. But it was amazing. People were amazed that the Republicans were able to vote in unison like that, so strongly. If there's a shutdown, even the Democrats admit it'll be their fault. And I'm hearing a lot of Democrats are going to vote for it, and I hope they do. This is an extension. But ultimately, we want to vote for one big, beautiful bill where we put the taxes in, we put everything in. We're going to have big tax cuts. We're going to have tremendous incentives for companies coming into our country and employing lots of people. It'll be, I called it, in a rare moment, one big, beautiful bill. That's what I like. And it seems to be that's where they're heading. And we'll have to take care of something to do with Los Angeles. A place called Los Angeles almost burned to the ground. By the way, I broke into Los Angeles. Can you believe it? I had a break-in. I invaded Los Angeles, and we opened up the water, and the water is now flowing down. They have so much water, they don't know what to do. They were sending it out to the Pacific for environmental reasons. Okay, can you believe it? And in the meantime, they lost 25,000 houses. They lost, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we have the water. I'd love to show you a picture. You've seen the picture. The water is flowing through the half pipes. You know, we have the big half pipes that go down. Used to, 25 years ago, they used to have plenty of water, but they turned it off for environmental reasons. Well, I turned it on for environmental reasons and also fire reasons. But and I've been asking them to do that during my first term. I said, do it. I didn't think anything like could happen like this, but they didn't have enough water. Now the farmers are going to have water for their land, and the water is in there. But I actually had to break in. We broke in to do it because we had people that were afraid to give water. They were, in particular, they were trying to protect a certain little fish. And I said, how do you protect the fish if you don't have water? They didn't have any water, so they're protecting a fish. And that didn't work out too well, by the way. So they have a lot of water going down throughout California, all coming out from the Pacific Northwest, even some from Canada. Thank you, Canada, very much. I appreciate it. Next thing you know, they'll want to turn the water off. They want to charge us for the water. But it comes up from the Pacific Northwest, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I mean, it is brimming with water. Now, if they would have had that done, you wouldn't have had the damage because the fire would have been put out. The fire hydrants would have been loaded. The sprinklers in people's living rooms and bedrooms would have been loaded up with water. They had no water. The government makes them put sprinklers, and they had no water in the sprinklers because they had no water. So the water is flowing, and we're going to have to give a lot of money to Los Angeles to help them. And the Democrats are going to want to do that. So that's the one thing different. And frankly, I think that makes it a lot easier. But one of the big thing is we have the big, beautiful bill. We got to get that done. And that will put our country in a position like it's never been. It's a reduction of taxes. It's tremendous incentives for companies to come from all over the world into our country. It's great environmentally, but it's not this environmental scam that we went through, that we all went through. It provides for everything. It's a big, beautiful bill, and I hope we can get it approved, and that'll be next. But in the meantime, we have the continuing resolution, and the Republicans have approved it, and now the Democrats have to approve it, and I hope they will. And I think a lot of them, I can tell you, they want to. I've spoken to some of them. They really want to. Their leadership may not want them to. And if it closes, it's purely on the Democrats. One more?
On Korea, sir, we've seen tension increasing in the peninsula. You've talked about Kim Jong-un. Do you have any plans of reestablishing the relationship you had during the first mandate?
Well, I would. I had a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. If I wasn't elected, if Hillary got in, you would have had a nuclear war with North Korea. He expected it. He expected it. And they said, oh, thousands of people. No, millions of people would have been killed. But I got in. We went to Singapore, we met. We went to Vietnam, we met. We got along really good. We had a very good relationship, and we still do. We still do. You don't have that threat that you had. I mean, look, when I was running the first time, it looked like there was going to be a war with North Korea. You know that better than me.
Tensions were high.
Yeah, and
everybody
it started off.
was startled that you invited him for talks.
Right.
But you did.
It started off very rough, and he wouldn't meet with Obama, wouldn't take his calls. I said, how many times did you call? They called a lot. He wouldn't take that call. He told me I wouldn't take his call. But with me, it did start off rough, if you remember. Very rough, actually, very nasty.
That was a Singapore.
And yeah, but then, no, before that, then it stopped. The rhetoric was extremely tough. It was.
You had a
little
speech in
bit
the UN, I remember.
Yeah, that's right. It was a little bit dangerous. And then we met. They asked for a meeting, and we met. And the meeting caused the Olympics, which was in South Korea, to become a tremendous success. Nobody was buying tickets for the Olympics because they didn't want to be nuked. And I met, and not only did the Olympics become successful, but North Korea participated in the Olympics. It was an amazing thing. And that was something that was an achievement of the Trump administration, great achievement. And so I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, and we'll see what happens, but certainly he's a nuclear power. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
It is clearly official, you spend more time as the minister your predecessor. It's really no.
Well, I would say
You
just-
passed the threshold.
I think just now.
Just now.
Just now, I spent more time than last time. 4 years. Well, then ask the question, and you'd have 5,000, and grab them, and, oh Lord, if they ever did that with you.
What's up, everybody? Good afternoon. I just thought I'd jump in here because it doesn't really seem like anything really that crazy is happening in this video, but we're going to play through it. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to just jump ahead to when they're actually speaking. But yeah, that meeting with the NATO director was pretty wild.
Mr. President.
Here we go.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, as the expression goes, it's time for Democrats to fish or cut bait. We have 2 days until government funding expires. Democrats need to decide if they're going to support funding legislation that came over from the House or if they're going to shut down the government. So far, it's looking like they plan to shut it down.
Based.
Democrat leader came to the floor yesterday afternoon and had the nerve to complain about the House bill. He wants yet another short-term piece of funding legislation to be, as he said, give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass, end quote. Well, Mr. President, I'm not sure how long the Democrat leader thinks we should drag out the funding process for fiscal year 2025. Until fiscal year 2026, beyond, we are already nearly 6 months into the 2025 fiscal year. In other words, we are halfway through this fiscal year, and it is past time to get fiscal year 2025 funding situated. You know, I'd like to suggest to the Democrat leader that if he has problems with the current situation, maybe, just maybe, he should have funded the government when he was in charge. The reason we're stuck here voting on a CR for the rest of 2025 is because the Democrat leader refused to consider appropriation bills last year. Senators Murray and Collins, then chair and vice chair of the Appropriations Committee, did a lot of work to deliver the fiscal year 2025 appropriation bills. In fact, they had moved 11 of the 12 bills out of the Appropriations Committee by the end of August last year, or I should say the end of July last year. And 6 of those bills, 6 of the 11 that the Appropriations Committee passed by the end of July last year, passed unanimously coming out of the committee. The others were passed with big bipartisan majorities. And then what happened? Well, then the Democrat leader just sat on them. In his remaining 5 months as majority leader, he didn't bring a single fiscal year 2025 appropriations bill to the floor. And so it is absolutely rich for him to be coming down to the floor now to call for a short-term CR, another short-term CR, to negotiate fiscal 2025 legislation. Mr. President, he had his chance for months. I'm no fan of continuing resolutions. In fact, I intend to do my very best to ensure that from here on out, the government is funded through appropriation bills that proceed through regular order. But at this point, our best option is a continuing resolution to fund the remainder of fiscal year 2025 and clear the decks for the fiscal year 2026 appropriations process to begin. Because while the Democrat leader may have forgotten, given his decision to ignore regular order appropriations last year, it is almost time to start considering fiscal year 2026 appropriation bills. And I fully intend for us to consider them on the floor. My goal is to schedule floor action for every fiscal year 2026 appropriations bill that comes out of the committee, where they can be debated, amended, and passed for further negotiation with the House. And that, of course, will require cooperation from Democrats. But I hope, I really hope, that Democrats will remember this situation and others that we've been placed in and work in partnership with Republicans to restore the regular order appropriations process. Continuing resolutions are never the preferred option. But thanks to the Democrat leader's decision to abandon the fiscal year 2025 appropriations process, the continuing resolution we have before us is the best option we have to fund the government for the balance of this year. And so, Mr. President, it's time for the Democrat leader to acknowledge that it's his decisions that put us here and to urge his colleagues to accept the situation and vote to fund the government rather than to let it shut down at midnight on Friday. And if he doesn't, he'll have the American people to answer to. Mr. President, senators have been seeing a lot of each other lately. In fact, too much, some might say. The Senate is hopefully about to wrap up its 10th consecutive week in session, the Senate's longest in-session stretch in over 15 years. 10 weeks that include late nights, weekend work, and even an all-night session. And we have a lot of accomplishments to report back to our constituents when we're back in our states next week. The Senate has confirmed 21 members of President Trump's cabinet, and we've done it at the fastest pace since 2001. That's right. The Senate has gotten through hearings, markups, and floor votes on 21 cabinet nominees at a record pace. As a result, President Trump has more of his cabinet in place today than any president since George W. Bush. And we've also confirmed a lot of sub-cabinet officials and a new FBI director. And Senate committees are continuing to hold hearings and send more of the president's nominees to the floor for a vote. Mr. President, the Senate Republican majority has also been working to execute our legislative agenda. And at the top of the priority list is securing the border. The first bill we sent to President Trump's desk was the Lake and Riley Act, which ensures that criminal illegal immigrants are detained when they're arrested for certain crimes and not returned to America's streets. Senator Britt led the debate on this bill on the floor, and we had an amendment process that made this bill stronger by adding Senator Ernst's bill, Sarah's Law, and elements of Senator Budd's bill, the Police Act. Senate Republicans also passed a budget resolution to unlock the process to provide resources to carry out President Trump's border agenda. We've already seen border crossings plummet in response to President Trump's border security measures. Criminal, illegal immigrants have been arrested and deported from cities around the country. But to continue these efforts and maintain a secure border will require additional resources. and we're determined to deliver them. We're also working to address the fentanyl crisis by passing the HALT Fentanyl Act. The HALT Fentanyl Act will permanently classify fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs. We'll provide law enforcement with a critical tool to go after the people who are bringing this poison into our country and killing Americans. And I expect that we'll pass this bill soon. Mr. President, Senate Republicans are also working to eliminate some of the Biden administration's burdensome regulations. As part of our promise to unleash American energy, we passed Senator Hovind's resolution to block the Biden natural gas tax, and we also passed Senator Kennedy's resolution overturning a rule that would have stifled energy development in America's waters. To promote financial freedom, we passed resolutions from Senators Ricketts and Cruz to protect America's financial privacy. And there will be more regulatory relief to come. Mr. President, it's been a busy couple of months, and we've gotten a lot done. And we could have done even more if Democrats hadn't repeatedly chosen to use the filibuster. That's right. A few short months ago, when Democrats were in the majority, they were making plans to destroy the filibuster. Now they've been in the minority for 10 weeks. They've already used the filibuster 3 times. And what are the bills that they blocked? Well, first, there was the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, a bill that simply requires doctors to give a baby born alive after a failed abortion the same medical care that any other baby would receive. Then there was the ICC sanctions bill, which would have supported our ally Israel and protected American service members abroad. And then just last week, every Democrat joined a filibuster against Senator Tuberville's bill to keep biological men out of women's and girls' sports. And now, Democrats are threatening yet a 4th filibuster, this time to shut down the federal government tomorrow. I have to say, it's funny how Democrats' opposition to the filibuster changes with the prevailing winds. This promise, Mr. President, I promised last year that 2025 would be a busy year. And these past 10 weeks are just the beginning. Republicans are working to deliver for the American people, and we are just getting started. Mr. President, I yield the floor. And I see, oh, sorry, I don't yield the floor. Mr. President, I understand that there are 2 bills at the desk due for second readings.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S1008, a bill to provide equitable treatment for the people of the Village Corporation established for the native village of Saxman, Alaska, and for other purposes. HR 1156, an act to amend the CARES Act to extend the statute of limitation for fraud under certain unemployment programs and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place these bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding en bloc.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, I move to
Bill will be placed on the
proceed
calendar.
to executive session to consider calendar number 41.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appears to have it. Ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Christopher Landau of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Motion to invoke cloture. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Christopher Landau of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary of State, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate resumes consideration of the following nominations, which the clerk will report.
Federal Housing Finance Agency, William Pulte of Florida to be Director.
Well, it looks like Chuck Schumer is about to come in and potentially incite an erection. So we will listen and see what old Chucky has to say. Dude, who is that in the cowboy hat, by the way? Does anybody in the chat know? I kind of want to hear what Chuck has to say because I feel like these people just always beclown themselves whenever they speak publicly, like that Tim McBride guy. I mean, I think he calls himself Sarah, but obviously, I mean, his real name is Tim. He was born Tim. Tim. I want to know who this is though. Who's this dude? In the
Democrat leader, Lena Quorum.
All right, here we go.
Mr. President, yesterday it was reported that Elon Musk and Doge have been pressuring the Social Security Administration to cut phone services that millions of Americans rely on to help with their benefits, to help get their benefits on Social Security. Doge knows all their claims of massive fraud within Social Security are nonsense. So what do? They're trying to cut telephone services that help the elderly and disabled people get their benefits. How cruel. How mean. Why? So some billionaires can get another tax break? This is appalling. What Doge is doing to Social Security is not government efficiency. It's cruelty. Cruelty. It's a direct attack on some of our most vulnerable people, seniors and the disabled. Social Security support lines are vital for seniors who struggle to get out of the house. Many seniors don't have the ability to drive themselves to an in-person local office, many of which are closing. And if they can visit an office in person, guess what? Doge is working on closing the local offices too. It's almost as if cruelty is the point for Doge, Elon Musk. Elon Musk and Doge are trying to drive Social Security into the ground to make it so dysfunctional they can scream about fraud and justify cutting benefits. And for what? Giving billionaires another tax break. Remember what Elon Musk said a few days ago? Most of the federal government spending is entitlements, so that's the big one to eliminate. Imagine the cruelty of the richest man in the world who's trying to sell his Teslas on the White House lawn, telling tens of millions of seniors that he wants to eliminate their benefits, that their checks are part of one big scam. Elon Musk is utterly clueless about what it means to rely on that $1,100 check that seniors need for their food or their medicines. He has no empathy, and that lack of empathy will create immense suffering for people who aren't as fortunate as he's been. That's why Doge has already pushed to close Social Security offices. They're getting ready to fire 7,000 Social Security employees, and this is just the beginning. If Doge keeps going, people could see their benefits disappear. And my Republican colleagues, are my Republican colleagues fine with these attacks against Social Security? Do they support closing Social Security offices? Do they agree with Elon Musk that Social Security is a scam? Why are they silent as Elon Musk and Doge try to take Social Security apart? I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Yeah, so the crux of like what we're watching right now is a bunch of grifting millionaires, and most of them, all of them, have become millionaires from basically embezzlement, organized crime. I mean, just being a part of the government. And we're watching these grifting millionaires get up here and basically beg for us to continue to allow them to embezzle and steal all of our money. I mean, this is like some of the most immoral depravity. It's ridiculous. Shut this down. Absolutely shut all this down. This whole thing needs to be shut down. Sell off the entire real estate portfolio that makes up the federal government portfolio. Ash is going to join me here in a minute, so we're going to do commentary. I think we'll pause this. But yeah, these people are such shameless, just pieces of crap. Yeah, they got rich on what we thought was foreign aid. That is absolutely right. These people are just such shameless grifters. And I think Ash texted me that is Wayne Mark Mullins. Is that his name? Mark Wayne Mullins is that guy's name. The guy in the cowboy hat, which is, I mean, it's kind of a funny bit, but like just wearing a cowboy hat in the Senate chamber. But hit the thumbs up, everyone, if you would, while we await the arrival of Ash.
Hello.
What's up?
Sound's still on. Sorry about that.
I'm gonna pause this.
I don't know why. Wait. Hey.
Wait. There you go. Okay, there you go.
And then if we do that, I think we're good. There we go. Yeah. This is going to come back and bite Schumer in the ass. Those comments, I think.
Yeah.
The position of the Democrats is that there can't possibly be waste, fraud, and abuse in the entitlement programs. I think that's hilarious. It's the largest part of the U.S. budget, and there's waste, fraud, and abuse in every single part of the U.S. budget. So when the assessment is done and the truth comes out and people see the level of waste, fraud, and abuse in Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and all of these programs, Schumer's going to have to hide in a hole. Like, insane.
Yeah, I mean, he should. I mean, it's insane that he can't be held culpable for making statements like that. If and when we are to find out, which I think has already been proven to some extent, that there is waste, fraud, and abuse, because basically what this guy is doing is he's telling all of us to sit down and shut up
and don't look.
Yeah, while tens of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, are being laundered and embezzled and stolen. And he's part of it, obviously. Whether or not the money's landing in his bank account or one of his friends' bank accounts or whatever, the money's being stolen. Somebody's receiving the money. He should go to jail for that. I mean, I don't understand 100%. Why, like this idea that these people have immunity when they get up and they address the American people. I'm okay with them having immunity when they're addressing one another. If they want to lie to each other, that's fine, like whatever. But when they're addressing us, they have absolutely no right to lie to us. Like I think that.
Okay, but you just gave them a pass on their criminal collusion, though. FYI.
Well, I'm saying that the argument, like the statute right now, is that they have protection when they're standing in the chamber, like addressing Congress. Yeah. Like, but in my opinion, without changing a single thing, the interpretation of that should be, because I think when that was written, I mean, were there televised hearings happening? You know what I mean?
Like, they should have the same conditions put on their speech that we do, right? And for public figures, it is malice, actual malice. For speech to become a crime, has to involve actual malice. And I think, for example, Adam Schiff doctoring Jennifer Lawrence's tweet to make it seem more damning and then putting that on, that's knowingly and willfully deceiving the American people. Reading the his fake retelling of the Ukraine phone call, that's knowingly and willfully deceiving the American people. That should be a crime. They shouldn't have some magic immunity from it because they're elected when they're actually violating their oaths by deceiving the American people.
Yep, I completely agree. I went through that personally with the corrupt prosecutor in my brother's case, and I said it then, and I'll say it now. That guy should rot in prison for a very, very long time. Schiff should rot in prison for a very, very long time. String those people up proverbially and make an example out of them so that every other person in their position understands exactly what happens to you when you engage in that behavior. I mean, that's how you deter bad behavior.
Yes, and the key word is proverbially. We're not advocating for violence, just so the record is clear, but we are advocating for due process. We want the truth, we want truth and reconciliation. We want accountability for what these people have done. And it's slow moving, man. I will say this, and Brian and I talked about this on Daily this morning. There is so much hysteria. Like, our side thinks that it's not moving fast enough. The other side is freaking out that it's moving too fast and it's all this chaos and, oh my gosh, Climate United is going to go out of business. Good. The way when I was doing offshoring and outsourcing work, we had this expression that you can shift and fix, or you can fix and shift, meaning you can fix your processes and then move them. It's going to take a much longer time. You're going to have to get a lot more people on board and working together before you move the work and start to gain the efficiencies of moving the work. Alternatively, you can move it to a provider and allow them to fix it, and it happens much more quickly. It might be a little bit more chaotic, but it's much quicker, and you can get to the benefits of moving the work more quickly. We would advise clients to shift it and then fix it, because otherwise you're dragging out the pain. Now, this is, a whole of government transformation effort. I maintain that you want to get through the pain as quickly as possible. Rip the Band-Aid off. Make all these people expend all of their ammunition, all of their outrage, all of their hysteria, and things like the Muhammad Khalil guy, the student that is being deported, had his green card revoked, and everybody's like freaking out about it. Even people on the right side of the political spectrum are freaking out about this guy's so-called, constitutional rights being violated. What comes out today is a freaking British intelligence asset. Middle East Eyes reporting he has security clearance from MI6 or from the British government. There's the Trump administration is not acting willy-nilly without forethought. They're executing a plan. And I think it's important for us to call out things with what they're doing, to question it, to have robust debates about it. But we've got to get through the pain process of this. Our government and our society is addicted to globalism. We have have got to get in recovery from globalism, and I love how fast they're doing it.
And this is what I explained to the lawyers who were explaining all this to me. These are like good people, like nice people. One of them was a state legislator at the time, and his term ended. But at the time, and I was explaining to him, I said, look, here's what all of you need to understand, because they were explaining to me how corrupt everything was. They're like, dude, you have no idea. Because I was like, oh, we're going to expose all this and we're going to, bring it down. Like, we're going to bring down the corruption. And they're like, look at me, they're like, dude, you have no idea how deep the corruption goes and how vast it is and how self-serving and protective it is of the other corruption. Like, even the corruption that it's not in collusion with, it still protects it because, it has to protect the whole system. And I looked at them and I said, no. I don't think you understand that all of us out here who are laymen, who don't know anything about the law, who are not in the boys club with all of you, meaning like not just elected officials, but lawyers in general, because all the lawyers understand what's happening, but they're making tons of money. So they don't care. And I
Lawyers
said,
always get paid.
we hate all of you. All of you, even the best people, the most altruistic, pure-hearted, the good guys, right? The good guys in politics who actually are in there fighting the good fight for us, we the American people, we hate you too. All of you receive our hatred because you're all fruit of the poisonous tree. All of you. And the good guys will sit up and defend the bad guys because it's, you know, it's the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to defend the system because, yeah, there are a couple bad eggs, there are a couple bad apples, but you know what? It's America, baby. And America is the best system that's ever been devised. So this is our best shot at having, you know, a good civilization. And I'm like, no, forget that. Like, you are all fruit of the poisonous tree. And until the entire system is torn down and rebuilt from scratch, all of you are part of something that I can only describe as evil. All of you. So, you know, you can sit here and be the most altruistic guy in the room, but it means nothing because you can't get anything done. You can't protect me from the bad guys, nor are you willing to. None of you are willing to fall on the sword for the people and protect us from the bad guys. You're not willing to sit there and name names. You're not willing to sit there and disclose who the people are who are inviting you to the cocaine parties, who are inviting you to the orgies. Tell me the names of the people who invited you to these orgies, and then let them sue you. And then through discovery in that case, we will figure out who was telling the truth. But like, nobody's willing to do that. And I understand why, because, you know, your life could probably be threatened for doing it.
Some people have been. Some people have stood up and said things and they get made examples of, right? Yeah. You go up against the machine, they make an example of you, they ruin your life so that other people don't get crazy ideas that they might be able to go up against the machine. And listen, I think that the majority of these people probably, I don't know about the majority, at one point, the majority of people that went in their first year, their rookie year, right? Freshman year in the legislature, they go in with good intentions. There's a song, a Christian song by a band called Casting Crowns called Slow Fade. And it's talking about adultery and how, like, you know, start with like a look and a smile, and it's very slow. You slowly compromise yourself, little bits of yourself you give away until you're unrecognizable from where you started and you're in a place you never thought you'd be. And I think that is what happens to these people. The machine consumes them, and it's set up to do that. It's set up through campaign finance, right? And then the kickbacks on foreign aid, and the getting your name on the bill means working with the lobbyists, and working with the lobbyists means you're getting the dinners and the parties, and they're seduced by the lifestyle and the power, and little by little, some of them, they jump, you know, they cannonball right into the corruption, I'm sure. Yep. But I think for you know, the regular person who runs for office and then ends up, and I can think of a lot of them, right? And then ends up being just another part of the machine.
Yep.
It's this, you know, kind of slow compromise. And that's how, I mean, if you think about like intelligence community and how they operate and how they build assets and you know, nurture and groom, it's that kind of slow compromise.
Yep.
It's all very despicable.
It's like quicksand because they, like, you know, before you know it, 10 years has gone by. You're in the system. You have a mortgage. Your kids are in private school. It's like you have a whole life that's built around you being compliant in the system, right? And then so at that point, you're complicit. You're compromised. Even if you haven't done anything explicitly wrong, you haven't explicitly gone out of the way to do any corruption, but you are aware of the corruption. You're, you know, implicitly,
if you're not whistleblowing, you're complicit.
Exactly. Yeah. And so at that point, you're not going to reverse course and go out, because then you sacrifice, you know, your kids are going to have to leave school. You're going to have to move away. It's like your whole life is going to have to be upended, and the incentive structure is not there for you to do it. So I don't want to hear about the quote unquote good people in our government. Yeah. I don't care how good you are. You're not good enough because you're not protecting us from these bad people. So like, that is why when I say we hate all of you, I mean it. And I mean that. Like, we hate all of you because all you're doing, if you are a quote unquote good guy, all you're doing is you're providing cover fire for the bad people by offering hand wringers the ammunition to say, well, see, there are some good people in government. No, they're not. Those people are they are the lesser of two evils, but they are still evil because they are still implicitly involved, participating in a system that traffics kids, that traffics women, that kills people absolutely by in the droves, by the thousands, that gets rich off of war. I mean, these people are awful. And we're sitting here trying to celebrate, the handful
Never.
of good people. Absolutely not.
Yeah, agreed. So DeBrault says, to be fair, they kill family members and probably threaten kids. I think that's probably true, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we know it's true, but also it's kind of the job.
Yeah.
Right. The reason that you swear on your holy book, you swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, is because threats to the Constitution are very real. And the nefarious authoritarians have been trying to, and in a lot of ways succeeding in, overthrow our government since its inception.
Yep.
We send people to preserve our rights, to preserve the limits on governments. Now on government. Now it's been entirely inverted, and we need to get back to it. But there will always be threats on people doing standing in the face of corruption, especially cartel and intelligence community backed corruption. Standing up in the face of that is always going to be dangerous. If recognizing that, because it's just a fact, recognizing that if you decide to do it anyway, put your hand on the book, swear the oath, and then go in and become a part of it, Ghost is 100% fucking right.
Yep.
You are a scumbag. You are part of the problem. The job is to protect and defend the Constitution. That's the job.
Yep. And if you can't handle it, resign and go do something else. Go sell insurance. Go do anything else.
And it's not protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, except the really scary ones that threaten my family.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It says all.
Which is why it's all fruit of the poisonous tree. And I don't want to hear excuses from lawyers who say, yeah, but no, I don't care. I don't care if you work for a lobby firm that is, trying to lobby for good causes. You're still trying to lobby for billions of dollars of my money that would be better utilized elsewhere, meaning not in the government, meaning back in my bank account and the bank accounts of all the other taxpayers.
Yeah. And what have we found out, right? It's Pakistani gender programs and a bunch of we've been building wells in Africa for like 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a government project if I've ever heard. You could put in you give the Trump team, the Trump organization team that builds stuff, you give them, the resources they ask for in a short period of time, and they'll build all the wells. The problem is that it's not actually about the wells. We're not building wells. We're not training Pakistanis on gender fluidity. I mean, that one was obvious because you'd be murdered if you did that, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
We're not doing any of that. It's just money laundering. It's the $320 million Gazan pier is the example. $320 million for like some balloons and a couple pieces of plywood that sank in 3 days.
Yep. And you'll learn if you go and you talk to, again, decent people, like not people who I think are doing malicious things. You'll learn that even the people who are not doing malicious things, who are not engaging in actively engaging in corruption and malice, they still are sympathetic to the status quo because the status quo is so flush with cash and there is so much money flowing out of those places. And there's so much opportunity to make money, as a lawyer working in the proximity of government, meaning that you are working as a lobbyist, or you're working as a consultant for a lobbyist, or you're working as a consultant for a sub vendor of a lobbyist. I mean, there's so much money out there that people are sympathetic to preserving the status quo, even if they are not out there actively deceiving the American people to create these ridiculous programs. It's so bad. And again, I would describe everything that I just said as evil. Like, even if you are not the one out there creating the $50 million to Pakistan, you're still suckling at petite. You're still drinking from the well that is poisonous.
It's very simple, right? Evil will flourish when good men do nothing. And the
Right.
job is to stand in the face of evil. The job is to take the threats. The job is to be the line of defense against the enemies of America. To your point, about these ridiculous programs, really good example is the case before Judge Chutkan right now about Climate United and other NGOs. Climate United was damn near out of business before the Biden administration. Biden came in, pumped him up, gave him a whole bunch of AID funding, and then Trump came in and cut it. Climate United is now before the court saying, listen, we're done if we lose this money. We can't continue to exist without this money. Well, if you can't continue to exist without a government subsidy, then you should not exist.
Yeah,
Also,
exactly.
it's a money laundering
Exactly.
vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, as G Money says, go start a GoFundMe, bro. Like, start a GoFundMe, bro. And if your cause is really that just, the people will give you money out of their pocket to continue your cause. But something tells me that 99.999% of these causes, nobody cares about at the end of the day, and is not willing.
Especially Climate United.
Yeah, and is not willing to support. So
Yeah.
start a GoFundMe. Good, best of luck to you. But otherwise, there's the door. Get the hell out.
Agreed.
Yeah, and it's and for, you know, for everyone listening right now, for all the conversations that you're going to get into over the next weeks, months, whatever, when you find yourself in a situation speaking to a normie, even MAGA normies or people who are sympathetic to Trump, who are sympathetic to what we're all about, but don't really understand the extent of it. When they're like, yeah, but like, does it really have to go this far? And the answer is yes, it does have to go this far.
It hasn't gone far enough.
And the reason that we are where we are right now, the reason it is going this far and the reason it's going to go further and become so extreme is because every quote unquote good person, do-gooder, has utterly failed to stop the progression of corruption up until this point. Everyone has. I don't want to hear about, I don't even want to hear about Ron Paul. I mean, Ron Paul deserves all the credit in the world because of all the things he said publicly, but despite all the great things he said and all the sunlight he has exposed on Washington, really wasn't able to stop a damn thing. Not a damn thing. So nobody has been able to stop anything up until now. So therefore we are where we are, and it's going to get worse in terms of the dismantling, and it's going to accelerate, and the government needs to be shut down. And
100%.
And I want to see the government shut down because I want to see it on full display, a full demonstration of how utterly useless 99% of this thing actually is, and how little it will actually change our life to quote unquote lose the government for however long, weeks, months, like whatever. Just turn it off, leave it off, and we'll probably figure it out.
Yeah, the one example that people always go to is national parks, right? Well, they're going to shut down the national parks and you can't go to the national parks. No, actually what that means is that there's nobody there to collect your fee for a ticket. You go have a blast in that national park.
Yeah. It's like, oh my gosh, it's like who's going to turn on the rain? Who's going to make sure it rains and waters the forest if the government isn't being funded?
Yeah, it is so much of it is so useless. I am the story that's in the news right now that is most exciting to me is this Social Security thing. We covered it yesterday morning on Badlands Badlands Live. And one cool thing, just a little side note, in the descriptions of Badlands Live, Jessica is pulling all the timestamps for all the different segments. So you can jump right to the different hearings. But there was a Doge hearing on Social Security, and it was just like 2 hours of Democrats losing their minds. And it was a lot of that same, the same talking points that Chuck Schumer was just delivering before we cut to commentary, but much more hysterical and unhinged because, you know, we're talking about his understudies. And the level of freak out about Social Security, and this has always been the case, right? What did he say? They're cutting phone numbers so that seniors can't call and get their prescriptions. Elon Musk has no empathy, and he's trying to make seniors die by not allowing them to get their prescriptions. Okay, first of all, if there's any retard out there that still believes anything Chuck Schumer says, I would love to meet you. But second of all, the level of freak out that is building around this Social Security thing is greater than the AID freak out. I am so here for it. I want to see all the corruption. We already saw that the roles of Social Security, right? The people that are have potential to get payments. We don't know how many of them have been paid, but the ones that are, there's like 360-year-olds on there. There's tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people that can't possibly be alive that are on those rolls. Sounds like voter rolls. And they're making excuses for it, right? Oh, it's just, we haven't had an update to the record keeping system, and that's because we haven't given enough money. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, they are freaking out so hard over this. Accelerate it.
You have to imagine that there is an algorithm, there is an AI that already exists that can very easily figure out where those checks are landing, like who is cashing the checks, where are the bank accounts. It would be very easy to follow the money and figure out who is cashing those checks and where the money's going. And it would not surprise me at all if the money is ending up in the pockets of people who are friends with these congressmen, if not the congressmen themselves. Like, that would not surprise me at all.
Or their children, or their dogs, or their aunts, or their, like you said, friends, neighbors, shell companies. One of the best examples we have of how this works is the Biden family corruption. A shout out to the guys at Garrett Ziegler and the guys at Marco Polo who detailed the level of crime that the Bidens were doing through shell companies, through, all these different entities. And I'm sure it's just the Bidens, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And remember, the person who pioneered how to do that, how to launder money, how to create shell companies, how to hide your money, and using corporations, using a corporation within a corporation within a corporation. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, is the one who did that. He's the one who taught everyone else how to do it, and basically like pioneered the 20th century money laundering system. So all that needs to be adjudicated. You mentioned Social Security. Chuck Schumer was sitting up there grifting, talking about, people need their $1,100 checks. These scumbags tax those checks. When you get one of those checks, you have to turn around and give a portion of it back to the government.
Yeah.
I mean, what a bunch of grifting lowlifes.
Every exchange. They tax every exchange, which means they're taxing, 30 to 40% of a dollar at the end of the day.
I mean, they are the meme.
It's criminal.
They are the meme. Like, they are like the Robin Hood meme of like the sheriff that squeezes every drop of wealth out of like the poor people. I mean, that is exactly what like the Robin Hood myth is all about.
Yeah.
God. Scumbags.
Yep. Yeah. Here you are on a spinning ball paying taxes to pedophiles.
Yep. That is exactly what it is. Okay. So then the other one we had, which recently ended, was Trump's Oval Office meeting with Mark Rutte, the Director General of NATO.
Rutte, or is it Rutte?
It's Rutte or Root or Rut, or honestly,
there was interesting body language in that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like all these European guys who come in and they sit like women with their legs crossed and they're very dainty. It's always hilarious, like watching them next to Trump, because they look extremely feminine, no matter like what their frame is. They could be 7 feet tall, but they just always look like dainty little women sitting next to Trump. It's so funny. And so listening to them, I mean, between listening to Rutte or Root, whatever his name is, along with the commentary that's been on X all day, where people are so incredulous right now because the Russians have the nerve to go in and
take their own territory back.
And like, this is territory that has never been a part of Ukraine. It was only recently captured by the Ukrainians over the past year with the help of special forces from London and the United States and elsewhere. And it's like, the nerve of the Russian people. And by the way, the entire point but besides like trying to open up a second front, the entire point of them going into Kursk, and this is what I got confused when I was in when I dropped into John's chat earlier, and he was asking me about power plants. The whole point of going into Kursk is they were trying to reach the Kursk power plant to blow it up. They wanted to blow up a nuclear power plant in Kursk because that would have created a massive crisis where Russia would have had to divert all of its resources over to Kursk and pull people off of the Eastern Front. And yeah, like that was the whole purpose of the Kursk incursion. And so now the Putin has said, we're going to treat any Ukrainian that we find in Kursk will be treated as a terrorist. You do not get the Geneva Convention. You know, we will torture and waterboard you, like whatever it is they want to do. And it's like, yeah, like you're not going to get human rights because you're a terrorist. The same way that we would treat anybody on U.S. soil who was capturing U.S. territory and, you know, harming U.S. citizens. You'd be treated as a terrorist. So, yeah, sorry about it. It is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's effectively spies,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's almost whenever they're whining about this kind of Putin's aggression and blah, blah, blah. It's like, all I hear is, oh my gosh, you guys can't start like seeing what's happening here. We've worked so hard to sell you this narrative. We've been trying to sell you this narrative. We've had this, you know, anti-Soviet narrative, anti-Russian narrative going for generations now. It's not, you guys can't let it go. You can't let it go, especially not after you cut all of our funding to be able to continue it. Come on.
Yeah, it's so funny. And then now the forcing function of it all, of course, is that we are seeing the EU now form a army of the EU, like a continental army, which they're not going to be able to pull off because it's going to cost $880 billion. And who the hell's paying for that? I mean, they don't have $880 billion. And then plus like half the countries are like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not giving you any soldiers for that, by the way. Like Britain and France can provide all the soldiers they want, but Italy, Hungary, they're like, yeah,
Maloney's. So you can go. You guys can
Yeah.
go if you want.
Yeah.
You're not going with my soldiers.
yeah.
Yeah.
We had Alex Craner from Zero Hedge on Breaking History yesterday, and he actually said something interesting. He said that he's from Serbia, but he lives in Monaco, and he was explaining that his theory is that there's actually like a civil war going on among the bankers, because his assertion was, he's like, there's no way Trump is doing this by himself. You know, I mean, Trump's a billionaire, yeah, and he's a smart guy, but you know, how easy is it to get to a billionaire and kill him, like if they really wanted to? So Trump can't be operating alone. And of course, obviously people in our corner of the internet have their theories as to what Trump is, you know, who's backing Trump. His theory is that Trump is actually being backed by, in addition to maybe other things, a banking clan, like one of the banking clans that is not on board with the Great Reset. And the clan that he believes it might be is, I think it's the Giuseppe family is what he said, but it's the Bank of Verona, Italy. He said that in Verona, there is a massive like Tesla plant and like this like really, really elegant showroom. And the Bank of Verona has been, you know, there's all these different narrative deployments where the Bank of Verona is like backing all of this very return to tradition, like opposite of the Great Reset program. But anyway, that like when he said that, that's when I started talking about Italy and all the stuff Maloney's been doing. And then I brought up the love triangle between Maloney, Elon, and Trump. That was a huge European storyline in December. And then he was familiar with that. And he was like, yeah, find somebody who looks at you the way Maloney looks at Elon Musk. That was the actual headline in Europe.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I loved Verona. We did a historical walking tour when we were there.
Yep.
I can't talk about the Tesla dealership because I didn't notice it, but I could tell you about Juliet's house.
I was going to say that. So for people who don't know, that Verona is the historic site of Romeo and Juliet. That's where Romeo and Juliet is based in. And yeah, it's just like,
and Verona, the architecture in Verona has the distinction of being largely recycled, right? So you'll have all these different window types and they're all like generally period the same, but the city was ransacked, so then they rebuilt using a lot of the things. So the architecture is really funky and cool. Still like old and castle-y, but like kind of boho castle-y. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's kinda
yeah.
cool. I really enjoyed it. It was
Was
one of
that
my favorites was Verona.
was that the one? Was that the one with like the really medieval castle that's been
It's
converted?
like all of Italy.
Yeah,
There's a medieval castle
in the
in
museum.
everywhere.
Anyway, yeah, it's Tuscany. It's badass. Yeah, but Verona is a cool little town in Tuscany, and many such cases.
Yeah.
Wait,
What
did
else?
Rumble just go down?
I don't know. I see the chat still. Let's see.
Somebody said Rumble just went down. When I started talking about banking, Rumble went down.
Possibility. No, we're still on.
Okay, cool. We're good.
Yeah. So lots happening. What other hearings do we have teed up for this afternoon?
So this one that we're watching right now, Jessica told me will probably carry us till 5. Like we probably won't finish it. I'll go ahead and put it on. I can put it on like a higher speed, but I am gonna have to like actually shut down at 5. And so she said she might, when she starts it back up at 9 a.m., she might just start with where we left off. I'll give her the timestamp. But yeah, so that's where we are.
I just have to fact check you. Verona is not in Tuscany. It's in Veneto.
Veneto. Okay.
Yeah. It's right by Venice, like, hour or so.
Okay.
And
So
I'm going off the top of my head from how long it took us to drive from one to the
So
other.
it's like north of Tuscany. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. All right.
Yeah, Florence is in Tuscany, and that is a very cool city as well. Very artistic. Everywhere you look, you can't throw a stone without something historic, right? The Opera House, did the Dali Museum in Florence, which was very cool. They've got, models of all of his inventions and all kinds of stuff. Very cool stuff. Not
Yep.
Dali.
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci, yeah.
Yep.
The Dali Museum is in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is also a cool experience.
Let's see. So I'm looking at the schedule that she posted. So yeah, the Senate business meeting, Michael Falkender, or no, wait, what we're listening to right now, we're listening to the Senate business. This is the Senate business meeting, I think, right?
Let's see what posture they're in, because he did file cloture on William Pulte to be the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. I think that's the executive session that they're in right now, but give me 1 second. I'll see if there's any major updates. And then I don't know if you've looked to see if there are hearings, like committee hearings that we might want to go to.
I have not, but I'll look right now.
And probably what we'll do tomorrow, because they don't generally have hearings on Fridays, every once in a while, but for the most part, we'll go back through in the hearings that from this week that we didn't get a chance to cover. We'll probably go back and recap a bunch of that. All right. So currently happening in the Senate, they did move into executive calendar on Pulte. Looks like that's a 5-year term, by the way, Federal Housing Finance Agency. They are now voting on the motion to evoke cloture for Jeffrey Kessler, executive calendar item number 32, to be the Undersecretary of Commerce for Industry and Security. So he'll be working closely with Howard Lutnick, and that cloture motion was passed 54-45. And that is where we are. So executive session business, get more people into the seats that we need them in to do the thing. Brian and I were talking this morning about Bongino and how Bongino hasn't been confirmed yet as deputy director of the FBI. That's happening on Monday. And I guess I just checked out of that. I didn't realize that he hadn't been confirmed, but that's kind of exciting because, when a leader gets in place, you're limited in what you can do until you get your team in place, right? Because it's like, why is it so important that we get these agency heads in place? Well, because they're Trump's team and Trump needs them to be able to execute what he wants to do, like Linda McMahon shutting down the Department of Education. But those people need their teams in place as well. And some of those people have to be Senate confirmed. And that's kind of what we're working through the the lower levels, their direct reports right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I can check real quick on committee hearings if you want me to.
yeah, check and see what that's all about. I'll put a higher.
So
I'll put this at 1.5. Because yeah, I mean, we got a good.
Majority Whip. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be initiated.
Objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor. The minority leader has just spoken on the floor of the United States Senate, and I would
Mute
like
it
to
for a
begin today's
sec.
comments by quoting.
So we have, and let's do a vote in the chat. You guys can decide what we put on after, because I don't know that we need to cover the floor. I think it's all them posturing, but it's up to you. It's your decision. But we have the following possibilities. A judiciary business meeting, which will be a vote to advance a few different people out of committee. That includes Harmeet Dhillon to be the head of the Civil Rights Division of the DOJ. So that could be interesting if they do any, actual discussion. I don't know if they will or if they'll just vote. That happened this morning, so we could probably tell by looking at how long it is. The same kind of activity in health, in the HELP committee, health, education, labor, and pensions. They're looking at Jay Bhattacharya today to be the director of the NIH. Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs has a business meeting for Genius Act of 2025 and curtailing the weaponization of federal banking agencies. We've done a lot of banking committee stuff this week, so that could fit, or it could be overkill. Like I said, anything we don't get to, we'll try to get a lot of it done tomorrow when there aren't as many hearings. There's also nominations in the Foreign Relations Committee and in the Environment and Public Works Committee. Couple more business hearings, and there is a hearing. This one is tomorrow, so we will play this one live. Mehmet Oz, his confirmation hearing in the Finance Committee is tomorrow, so we will definitely play that tomorrow.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting an error message that says that our Rumble stream got messed up.
I see that too. Let's see if we can repair it.
Hey, if we're still live on Rumble, somebody put like say
I
something
can
in the
look
chat.
and see if we're still live on Rumble.
It looks like
we're still live on Rumble.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but it does look like we're still live.
All right, we have some rant. We have at least one rant. Let me see. Let me check my rants. We can hit rants. I only see one rant.
Yeah, I only see one as well.
Denise Ann too. Question: what do you guys think about Meloni and her stance on Ukraine? She seems like she's all on board with Trump's agenda and is, against the WEF, but then she supports Ukraine. Does she support Ukraine? I don't know. I'm not like
said you're not taking my soldiers into Ukraine.
Yeah, her position was basically that. So her position, like in December, was that she told all of her European allies, or during their EU meetings, that we need to listen to Trump because everyone was freaking out that when Trump comes in, he's gonna stop our war with Russia. And she was like, Trump is our friend. We need to treat him as a friend. Like he's the person we should be listening to, not, the people telling us to go to war, to continue the war with Russia. As Ashe pointed out, she said, you're not taking my soldiers. I'm not helping you create a continental army, which is good. And then, of course, what appears to be the impetus of her like little love triangle with Elon and Trump was at the end of October, Italian security forces or whatever arrested Mossad agents who were colluding with former Italian intelligence agents, officials who had formed like a private security firm, and they had hacked into the Italian Secret Service servers, and they were trying to use it to get blackmail material on, and this is the official narrative, blackmail material on the target was Putin's right-hand man. That's how it was described. It was Putin's inner circle, but also Meloni. They were trying to get, so Mossad and former Italian intelligence officials were trying to get blackmail material on Meloni. They were trying to get blackmail material on Putin or Putin's inner circle. And that's kind of what that was the thing that really drove Maloney to Trump's side, according to the official narrative. So, I don't know about her supporting Ukraine. I mean, any politician, I think, is probably going to pay lip service to the Ukraine situation because they probably understand that there's still a massive portion of the population that is completely indoctrinated to think that to equivocate Ukraine with, virtue. But, I don't think that merely means anything. You pay lip service to something doesn't mean that you necessarily care about it. Politicians lie about everything, so you can't really
Well, I'm
trust them.
not able to chat anymore, so that's weird.
Let me see.
Yeah, I keep getting something went wrong on my side, but I do see the stream is still live. So I don't know. I was trying to respond to Rookie Irish. Yeah, I see yours. I just can't do
Okay,
mine.
yes.
Yeah,
What have you opened? Try opening I opened a new tab.
I did that too. I was trying to respond to Rookie Irish. He said, does Bongino need to be confirmed? A deputy director. He does not need to be confirmed, I don't think, but he does need to be sworn in. And that's happening on Monday. Yeah, folks are saying they can't hit the thumbs up. Just started working again. Let me try a test.
What are your
Oh, there.
thoughts
Yeah,
on?
now it's working. That was weird. It's a little
Um,
something glitchy.
what are your
Yeah.
thoughts on this guy wearing the cowboy hat in the chamber?
Hey, man, it's for a cowboy hat is not a costume. It's a
Yeah,
part of their
true.
identity.
True.
And
True.
I think Mark Wayne Mullins is a real cowboy.
That name
I'm not
the name
gonna.
sounds familiar. I don't know though. I mean, is he? I don't.
So he was
I can't
doing on
remember his
Twitter.
face.
You
But
probably saw him on Twitter. He was doing when the main agency heads were being Senate confirmed. He was doing kind of live posting and live update videos on that, and he was going around pretty hard for a while. That's probably why the name sounds familiar. But he's the Senate leader pro tem right now, acting in that capacity.
I
And
see.
they all take turns.
Yeah, I mean, I don't consider this government to be I don't consider the Congress to be legitimate anyway. So I'm not concerned at all about decorum or any of that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, well, I can tell you this. My father's sister and her whole family are ranchers in Texas, and if any of them were in the Congress, you can bet damn sure they'd have a cowboy hat on their head and boots on their feet.
Okay, well that's good enough for me then.
Yeah, it's not a costume. I mean, I don't know him.
Yeah.
It might be for him, but I don't see it as a costume because it's not for people that are.
Yeah, but I'm saying like wearing a hat inside for a rancher is not considered disrespectful, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I mean that
Okay.
that is an excellent question. Is wearing a hat in the chamber, is that acceptable? If it was a ball cap, would he be forced to take it off?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
again, I don't care because this is not a legitimate government. This is not a legitimate Congress. So therefore, respect and decorum, don't care.
Yeah, one other thing I wanted to say before we get out of here is on Maloney. I'm a big fan of hers, but I'm a big fan of hers because I went to her country, right? Like beforehand, I was like, oh yeah, she seems the Italian Brotherhood, they seem, on the right track of things. She's taken all the right criticism from all the worst people in the world. And it's, she sounds kind of good. I went to Italy and spent a month there, and I want our country to be run that way. I want our food industries to be as booming. I want our supply chains to be as local. I want the quality of the products that we're consuming and using in our daily life to be as high. I want the poisons to be banned the same way that they are in Italy. I want the baby boom that they're having among Italians. This is one thing Patrick and I talked like almost every day while I was there. And he kept asking me about the migrants because one of the things that I was expecting to see was Italy being overrun by migrants because that's a story we're told. I didn't see it. I saw a Italian baby boom. There were migrants, and I would say where I probably saw the most was in the city of Napoli.
Oh
And we were,
my gosh. Yeah. Naples.
yeah,
Naples
yeah.
is yeah. That's where you see it for sure. I saw a ton of
The
them there.
stories that were told about this is not what my experience was. I want America in terms of the user experience, right? Of being in the country and your day-to-day being in the country. I want us to be more like that, And a
Yeah.
big part of that is, at least again, from a user experience, casting off the ties of globalism. While we were there, just in 1 month, there were like 3 different big conferences about Italian industries. One was a fishing one, another one was an agriculture one, one was a tech one. They're like Italy first for Italians, America first for Americans. That's what I want. I think Maloney has done a great job in that, from what I could see from a user experience.
Yeah, when I was there in 2013, there were a fair number of migrants walking around Naples. But I mean, maybe it's been cleaned up a lot more since then. But it wasn't. I wouldn't have described it as like completely overrun. Although it was a lot more in Naples than I saw like in like up north in Tuscany and Florence. And then in Florence, I mean, Florence is a huge tourist center, so you're going to see people from every country there. But like the African migrants, it was guys with the rugs, and they were selling all the fake stuff. Like they were selling all the knockoff like designer brand stuff. And then when they would hear like the police coming, they'd roll up their rugs or whatever and run away. It's like, but like I mean, dude, you could get some really, really nice, what appeared to be quality stuff for super cheap from those guys. I mean, they were selling, all the cheap knockoffs of, fancy crap. So
yeah. Ricky Irish says, in Naples, Florida, we have snowbirds. Summer migrants, most are annoying. Can confirm. I lived in Sarasota for 10 years, and that's a fact. Yeah. Summer migrants, most are annoying.
Most are annoying. Yeah.
And don't know how to drive.
Yeah. Which is surprising because aren't the snowbirds all from up north? I thought Northerners were
yeah, but they're all
really
like 90.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
That's right.
70 to 90. And not to say that you can't be fantastic at 90. Chuck Grassley comes to mind, but and he's 91. All right. Well, I think that's probably all we've got. Everybody, please hit the like button wherever you're watching us. We are on for the first time. Badlands Live is on YouTube. So that's very exciting. And we're going to continue to stream to YouTube. Ghost and I will try not to get banned. We're going to do our best. I, sort of made a tacit promise to John that we wouldn't get banned off YouTube. So fingers crossed. Maybe Ghost can stop glowing so much and we can make that a reality.
Yeah, I'll work on that. I think you're allowed to glow as long as you're glowing in certain ways. You have to glow certain colors, but we'll see. We'll work on that. And it seems like Rumble's giving us more trouble right now than YouTube is. So are we just going to stay with?
Wait, hang on a second. Spark Truth, you're not a snowbird if you live in St. Pete and Sarasota. So I wasn't talking about you. And I never said. Did I say that they were dead? I didn't say that. I said close to dead. I'm old. I don't know. I didn't. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to insult our more mature audience members. But people that live up north and come down to Florida in the winter cannot drive. Okay, that's just it's the science. Trust the science.
Yep, that's right.
So yeah. Oh, we didn't decide which stream we're gonna go to. So I looked up the Jay Bhattacharya one and it's only 36 minutes.
Okay.
So I think it's probably just a vote, instead of actually being something interesting. But there is a hearing. I thought we saw a hearing. Hang on.
I mean, I'm scrubbing through the one that we're watching right now, and it looks pretty damn boring. It's like basically just the chamber being filmed and various people getting up and bloviating, and then just more people just sitting around the chambers doing nothing. And I mean, are all these people right now being paid? Like are these kids right here being paid to just sit there?
The pages, yeah.
What a waste of money, dude.
Closed? Is this meeting closed?
Bring Doge in here and clean all this up. I mean, look how many people we have invoicing hourly wages from our coffers. There's too many people on screen right now, not getting enough done. And I'm not liking the inefficiency I'm seeing right here.
All right, I sent you a link in the private chat. My recommendation would be to do the judiciary, speaking of Grassley, to do the Senate Judiciary Committee executive business meeting on the nominations of Dean Sauer to be the Solicitor General of the United States, Harmeet Dhillon to be Assistant Attorney General, again, over civil rights, and Aaron Reitz to be Assistant Attorney General. That one is about an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
So
All right. So
I would suggest we go there, and then we can probably end the stream after that because I know you got to bounce.
yeah. So I'm going to do, I'm just going to play this at normal speed, and it's going to
Mhm.
play for an hour and 15 minutes. So it'll wrap up around 4:50-ish Eastern. And then at that point, I'm just going to, maybe I'll jump back in and say bye. But at that point, I'm just going to end the stream and get out of here. So
Sounds good.
let me jump to that and then go full screen, and I'll scrub it up to when it actually begins.
All right, everybody, make sure that you tune in tonight for Sit Rep and Rug Pull Radio on Badlands Media, and we'll be back here tomorrow with Badlands Live.
All right. See y'all later.
Bye, guys.
Nominations. Quorum, so we can have our opening remarks now. Today, we're meeting to consider the nominations of John Sauer to serve as Solicitor General, Harmeet Dhillon to serve as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, and Aaron Reitz to serve as Assistant Attorney General, Office of Legal Policy. Each of these nominees is highly qualified for their positions. I spoke about their qualifications at the hearing, and so I'm not going to repeat those today. I think the president made good choices for these positions, and obviously I'm going to support them. I would like to address an issue that was raised during my hearing and the week afterwards. My Democratic colleagues and the liberal media kept suggesting that President Trump and his attorneys won't follow court orders. I'd like to review facts on this subject with you. In the few weeks since he's been in office, President Trump has been overwhelmed by decisions from individual district judges that encroach on core constitutional powers. Nevertheless, he and his administration have worked diligently to abide by those orders, no matter how outrageous, by appealing them and challenging their scope and reach. And the president has been explicit in his views because this is what he said, quote, "I always abide by the courts, always abide by them, and we will appeal," end of quote. At their hearing, my colleagues badgered the nominees with hypotheticals, criticizing Mr. Reitz for saying there's no, quote, "hard and fast rule," end quote, in determining the scope of a lawful court order and applicability of court orders to non-parties. As Mr. Reitz explained in his testimony, his response was about, quote, "the role of the courts and their ability to bind parties that are not litigants to the case," end of quote. And another attorney who makes this exact same argument was President Biden's Solicitor General, Elizabeth Prelogar, who wrote, quote, "a court of equity may grant relief only to the parties before it," end of quote. I didn't hear any comments about a constitutional crisis when President Biden's attorneys made the same point that Mr. Reitz did. The nominees expressed a legal argument, a correct one in my view, that judicial decisions are limited to the parties before them and that there are limits to the court's jurisdiction. I think we all agree that parties, including the president, are generally bound by federal court orders, but surely my colleagues aren't taking the extreme position that our system of checks and balances allows for no room to challenge the scope of the rulings or the ones that encroach on constitutional rights or separation of power. Our history teaches that in extreme cases, there may even be grounds to defy a court decision. Think about Dred Scott as an example. President Lincoln defied the Supreme Court by issuing passports and patents to Black Americans. Federal courts have also issued direct orders to federal marshals ordering the return of fugitive slaves. If an official refused to follow that order. I would call that justice and a feature of our system of checks and balances. I'm sure my colleagues would agree, which shows that this issue isn't as binary as they suggest. All three of our nominations should be supported. I also want to take a moment to update my colleagues about my investigative work. Last Congress, I opened an investigation into the Obama-Biden administration obstruction of FBI efforts against Iran's weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile programs. That investigation was based in a large part on whistleblower disclosures. On Tuesday last week, I released a committee report with my results. My report highlights the following. Then Secretary Kerry prevented the FBI from arresting known Iranian terrorists. And so you can ask the question, why? Because he thought it would interfere with the Obama-Biden-Iran nuclear deal. Records show that as arrest opportunities passed, one FBI official wrote, quote, "We're all besides ourselves on asking the question to stand down on a layup arrest. However, as it stands right now, we'll have to sit back and wait until all the US and Iran negotiations resolve themselves," end of quote. Whistleblowers told my office, quote, "The State Department and Obama-Biden administration officials persistently and systemically derail criminal and national security investigations," end of quote. An email from Shell Oil Company to FBI said that Trump 2016 election win negatively impacted their ability to do business in Iran. Shell told the FBI, quote, "We were in talks with a Japanese bank to handle the funds, but they recently backed off, unofficially citing the coming Trump presidency. European banks feeling the same way," end of quote. It wasn't until Trump took office that the FBI returned to normal law enforcement activities against Iran. My colleagues have complained that the Trump administration has upended the FBI. These records show that the Obama-Biden administration was the one that did that. Without objection, I'd like to enter into the record a recent editorial about my report titled, quote, "Barack Obama, John Kerry's work for Iran shows Russiagate was pure projection," end of quote. The editorial concludes, quote, "For years, America endured screeches and screams from the left about Donald Trump's servitude to foreign powers. Turns out Democrats were simply projecting," end of quote. It's no secret that I've been one of the loudest critics of the FBI, but credit has to be given when it is due. In the face of failed DOJ and FBI leadership, my report shows FBI line agents made the right effort. For this senator, to those agents, I say thank you. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley. Let me address the issue which you raised in your opening remarks, because I think it is a critical issue before this Congress, and one which we have not settled within this committee as we should have. You will recall, of course, that when these three nominees were before this committee, a number of us asked pointedly whether they believed that a public official was bound to follow an order of the court. And I was surprised, maybe even shocked a little, that they didn't say unequivocally yes. This morning, again, a question has been raised by the chairman as to what the appropriate answer is. We've had members of the committee opine on this subject. I think we ought to dwell on it at least for a moment, and because of its gravity. This question gets to the very heart of our constitutional democracy. If the Article 3 courts cannot expect their orders to be followed by an executive, then virtually there is no check or balance on that executive's decision-making. And I think I have to say, the person I thought spoke with clarity on this issue was Senator Kennedy on the Republican side from Louisiana. And he said, don't ever ever take the position that you're not going to follow the order of a federal court, ever. He said, you can criticize it, you can appeal it, or you can resign. I think that comment by him spelled out my opinion as well, that anyone who questions an order of the court has limited opportunity to do it in a legal fashion and a constitutional fashion. It's often noted that when Joe Biden, as president, came up with a program to forgive student loans, the court rejected it. He said he disagreed with that court decision and he took another approach. At no time was he found in contempt of the court for their earlier decision or anything that he did subsequently. Now, we've gone back in history to find some pretty terrible decisions by the court. Some of the worst have been noted even this morning, the Dred Scott decision being one of them. And the notion that because it was so inherently wrong, that it didn't have to be followed. I don't believe that that was the lesson of Dred Scott. I believe the lesson was stated clearly by Senator Kennedy and his interpretation of this issue, which is before us. And I would just say that it raises a question in my mind. What if someone said Brown versus Board of Education, calling for the integration of America's public schools, is morally reprehensible to me, and I'm not going to follow it? Well, if you take that position and try as an elected official to hold to it, you will be held personally responsible for a decision in contradiction of the court. I also say that I'm sorry that what I offered on the floor was not accepted. To say that you only have to follow a lawful court order is to engage in the most circular semantics possible. Marbury versus Madison made it clear that the courts decide what the law is. That has been the standing premise since that 1803 decision. And now to say you only have to follow a lawful court order, who decides whether it's lawful? Marbury said the courts decide what's lawful. If so, if it happens to be the executive branch, you've just defeated the purpose of judicial review and the rule of law. I don't think this is a minor issue. I think this issue goes to the heart of our Constitution and checks and balances. And I believe it's legitimate to raise it with the nominees of either party because it is so fundamental. Let me add as follows on a different topic. It was just over a month ago that we confirmed Attorney General Pam Bondi. It's been only 3 weeks since we confirmed Kash Patel with the FBI. In that time, Bondi and Patel have plowed through many of the guardrails that protect us from the Justice Department and FBI's vast investigative and prosecutorial authority being used as weapons against the American people. During her confirmation hearing, Ms. Bondi said, and I quote, "I believe that the Justice Department must be independent and must act independently." And then she said, "Politics will not play a part." Now that she's been confirmed, we're hearing something different. Last week in an interview on Fox television with Sean Hannity, the Attorney General said, and I quote, "We are still trying to find a lot of people in the FBI and also in the Department of Justice who despise Donald Trump, despise us. We're going to root them out. We will find them and they will no longer be employed," end of quote. That does not sound like a declaration of independence and apolitical conduct from the Justice Department. During our confirmation hearing, Attorney General Bondi was asked about potential conflicts of interest with her many wealthy lobbying clients, including Amazon, Pfizer, the private prison company Geo Group, and the governor of Qatar. The Attorney General pledged under oath to us, and I quote, "to consult with career ethics officials within the department." We know what happened next. Senator Schiff has raised this issue. Trump officials replaced the Justice Department's long-standing senior career ethics officials with two inexperienced political appointees. This is a dramatic departure from practice under previous administrations, including the first Trump administration. Just last week, in his first day on the job, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche destroyed 2 additional guardrails. He removed the senior career officials who headed the Office of Professional Responsibility and the Office of Pardon Attorney. It's not hard to imagine how corrupting these changes will be. Political appointees now have sole discretion making responsibility on matters relating to ethics, employee discipline, and whistleblower complaints, among other things. Now the Attorney General doesn't want to recuse herself from deciding whether to grant a contract to detain immigrants to her former client, Geo Group. She just needs to check with a political appointee who reports to her. And if Todd Blanche does not want to recuse himself from a decision regarding his former client, President Trump, he just needs to check with the political appointee who reports to him. If Attorney General Bondi wants to fire prosecutors because they won't participate in a corrupt bargain like dismissing charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams in exchange for his political cooperation, she just needs to check with a political appointee who reports to her. If she wants to kill an ethics investigation into her conduct or any other political appointee, she just needs to ask whoever she taps to head up the Office of Professional Responsibility. During his confirmation hearing, Kash Patel claimed that he didn't know anything about the purge of senior career FBI officials. He promised, if confirmed, and I quote, to honor the internal review process of the FBI before removing additional officials. Of course, we now know from highly credible sources that Mr. Patel was personally directing the removal of some of these senior officials as a private citizen. Since he was confirmed, Mr. Patel has continued the purge. He has installed political loyalists in numerous critical positions, including, for the first time in history, a deputy director who is a political appointee, MAGA podcaster Dan Bongino, serving as general counsel, head of congressional affairs, and head of public affairs. And my staff has also learned that Patel is slashing staffing for FBI offices with critical expertise and responsibility, including the Civil Rights Unit and the Public Corruption Unit. I commend to my colleagues the floor statement made by Senator Chris Murphy on this issue of corruption. I think it was well worth everyone taking a look at. Keep in mind, in the FBI's long history, this has never happened before. Never. The FBI historically has had only one political appointee, the director. Now Kash Patel is politicizing the ranks of the FBI to go after President Trump's enemies. Remember, Trump himself has said, I have the absolute right to do what I want with the Justice Department. He's promised to seek retribution against, quote, the enemy within, close quote. Just as important, the leadership and experience vacuum created by this purge has weakened the Justice Department and the FBI. Trump appointees have removed dozens of senior career civil servants at those departments, including longtime nonpartisan leaders of our counterterrorism and counterespionage effort. These career civil servants are responsible for coordinating the Justice Department and FBI's fight against terrorism. I hope I'm wrong, but I fear that our nation will pay a price sooner rather than later for these decisions. I yield.
Okay. I would like to move to the nominees now.
May I say something before we do, Chairman?
Proceed.
I want to raise to all of my colleagues an issue that I have with what's happening over at the DOJ and the FBI, and it relates to these two nominees because of my view that the two lead nominees here are essentially Trump operatives who will be far more loyal to Trump personally and to the political movement that Trump leads and to Trump donors than they will to the Constitution or the institutions that they will serve. We've heard a lot about weaponization of the Department of Justice and of other prosecutive efforts, but if you actually look at the trail of those, they went through proper procedures, they went through grand juries, they reached jury determinations in some cases. There's no indication that they're actually violating the traditions and the guardrails of a prosecution. So now, let me just tell you about one thing. I've been looking into this in my role as the ranking member on the Environment and Public Works Committee. There is a fund that was set up under the Biden administration. It was put in place in the summer, well before the election. It involved putting a substantial fund into the hands of Citibank as the fiscal agent to administer the distribution of funds to the program grantees. It was not a midnight deal where this was suddenly, shoved out in the waning hours of the Biden administration as a new administration came in. This was done through regular order, and now the fund is sitting out there. Ed Martin is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Before he became the U.S. attorney, he critiqued politically that fund. He attacked politically that fund. Then he comes in as U.S. attorney, and here's what happens. The first thing that happens is that because there's no remaining claim against that fund, unless you can hypothesize that there is a crime that has gone on and that you can therefore freeze the fund while you're continuing the investigation of the crime. They tried to create an imaginary crime.
Yeah.
And they asked the grand jury to take a look at this, to open a grand jury investigation. The lead career chief of the criminal division said, no, there's no crime here. There's no predication for a grand jury investigation. I won't do that. They tried to get her to sign a seizure letter, a freeze letter, which would be what you would get once you had a grand jury investigation in place. And she said not only no to the grand jury investigation, she said no to the freeze letter. And I asked unanimous consent that her letter about this be put into the record so everybody has a chance to see it here.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. It is extraordinarily unusual for that to happen. And the result of it was that she was fired. Not that they said, okay, you're right. No, she was fired so that somebody more complaisant could be put in her place. So they evidently shopped this effort around the U.S. Attorney's Office, and nobody would sign it. So the U.S. Attorney went forward on his own. I've been a U.S. Attorney. It is extremely unusual for a U.S. Attorney to proceed in his own or her own name. Your name is on the pleadings, but the actual AUSA who's doing the work is usually the person who is the moving individual and whose name is signed on the pleadings. Your name is on it, but you're not the party, the individual going forward. He went forward individually. That is wildly unusual. And what's even more unusual is the guy's not even a federal prosecutor. He has no experience. It wasn't like he had some rare and special expertise that the office didn't have, so he would go forward on his own. So you've got a fired person, you've got shopping it around unsuccessfully, you've got the political U.S. attorney going after this fake criminal investigation to get access to a freeze of the fund that he previously criticized as a political civilian. And it gets better still from there, because when he went forward seeking the order from the magistrate judge said no. Magistrate judges almost never say no to those kind of pleadings from U.S. attorneys' offices, because no U.S. attorney's office wants to put a magistrate judge in a position where they have to say no. You double and triple check, you backstop, you do not present something like that to a judge until you have it nailed down. And in my office, if we had pursued a warrant or seizure application and a judge had said no, there would be a significant follow-up internally about what the hell went wrong, because you never, never, never want to put a magistrate judge in the position where they have to say no to something that we have asked for. It's a failure of preparation at best. So now, in addition, you've got the improper effort to pursue the fake crime. You force out the person who said, no, there's no crime here. You try to shop it around the office and nobody else will sign. You then have the weirdness of the U.S. attorney proceeding essentially solo with no record of experience as a federal prosecutor. So he's clearly just flailing about. He goes before the magistrate judge. The magistrate judge says no, and it still doesn't end. Then reportedly, the Department of Justice starts shopping it to other U.S. attorneys' offices. They'd completely blown up in this office. They had a bad ruling from a judge, and they keep shopping it to try to find other U.S. attorneys' offices. And apparently, nobody would do it. There's still no order out there. But Kash Patel's FBI agents are now running around asking people questions. I hear it's under the authority of a U.S. attorney's office in Florida. The parties involved are the EPA, Washington, D.C., Citibank, headquartered in New York. If they had to shop it all the way down the East Coast to Florida to find a U.S. Attorney's office that was willing to turn FBI agents loose. Again, that's a sign of things gone badly, badly awry from proper Department of Justice procedure. And when you begin with the U.S. Attorney saying, I don't like this fund, I want to go after this fund isn't proper, before he even gets in office, not a prosecutor, starts bumbling around and wrecking things trying to get this done. You know, this is a trail of misuse and abuse of the criminal justice system, whose purpose is to create the illusion of criminal activity so they can freeze a fund that has already been appropriated and obligated and has been sitting out there since last summer for people who have made real commitments based on the grants that they were expecting. You know, there's a bus company we heard from yesterday. They've ordered parts for the new buses that were going to be bought. They have a supply chain people who are depending on them. They are having to deal with refinancing the company because the pledged money is not coming through. This whole thing completely stinks to high heaven. And I would like to, for the sake of this committee, I want to put my letter to the Attorney General and to Kash Patel into the record. This was done out of the Environment Public Works Committee, so you may not have seen it yet, but this explains what has gone wrong. If you want to find weaponization of the Department of Justice, look no further than this. Guardrail after guardrail after guardrail broken.
Without objection.
And I thank you for allowing me the time, Mr. Chairman. This is important to me. It covers two of my committees. And as a former U.S. attorney, I can tell you every single one of these is a really sickening warning sign, and there are multiple warning signs.
Before I call on Senator Coons, are we going to be able to get our members here? Okay. In regard to what I just said to Republican staff, our members are supposed to be here by a certain time, and I hope that's well before 10:30. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to follow up on one of the points just made by my colleague. Since the inauguration of President Trump, my colleagues and I have sent 5 oversight letters to the Department of Justice and the FBI. A letter to DOJ asking to review the Jack Smith report, no response. A letter to DOJ and FBI about the purge of FBI agents, no response. A letter to Attorney General Bondi asking the DOJ retain Eric Adams' case records, no response. A letter to AG Bondi about the reassignment of career DOJ and FBI employees, no response. Mr. Chairman, I've long respected your dogged pursuit of responses to your DOJ oversight letters. I hope you will help my colleagues and I get responses to our letters. I also look forward to this committee beginning oversight hearings. In the first months of the Biden administration, then Chairman Durbin scheduled an FBI oversight hearing for March 2021 and a Bureau of Prisons oversight hearing for April of 2021. We should be conducting hearings on the same timeline during this administration. I want to speak to these 3 nominees briefly, if I could. At a time when DOJ independence from the White House is critical, given everything that's just been discussed by my colleague from Rhode Island, President Trump has sent us a slate of nominees on our agenda today that I cannot trust to stand up for the Constitution and the rule of law. 2 of today's nominees are quite literally on Trump's payroll. John Sauer is still representing Trump in the Second Circuit. Harmeet Dhillon earned millions over the last 2 years from representing Trump and his campaign, and is representing him as a private attorney right now. These are the people we expect to pursue justice for all Americans, rather than the demands of a client who has been paying them for years. Those checks don't come because nominees Sauer and Dhillon tell Trump no. They come because they tell him yes. And Aaron Reitz, he refused to say the Trump administration needs to abide by court orders. In my view, his answer was disqualifying on its own. But I want to briefly highlight his response to one of my questions for the record. I asked him in writing, what is the remedy if the president violates his constitutional duty to faithfully execute the law? This is not a hard question or an unprecedented one. Attorney General Bondi got it right. She said a plaintiff could take the president to court. Mr. Sauer got it right. He said Congress could impeach. But Reitz didn't choose either of those appropriate answers. He said regularly scheduled presidential elections. Just think about that for a moment. The person who wants to help run the Department of Justice says there is no justice to be done when the president refuses to follow the law. According to Reitz, if the president acts lawlessly, the only option is to sit here and take it for 4 years, hoping the next election will bring some relief. Now, I'm not naive. I know my colleagues are going to vote to confirm these nominees. That means the oversight of DOJ is all the more important. Thus, my concern about making sure that our letters get a response and that this committee holds oversight hearings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you very much. All three of the nominees before us present major concerns about whether or not they ought to be confirmed, and obviously I do not think they ought to be confirmed. I would like to focus on Ms. Dhillon. She is nominated to be the lead of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. This is the division that is supposed to be protecting our right to vote. What could be more important than our citizens' right to vote? The Civil Rights Division was established by the Civil Rights Act of 1957, specifically designed to protect the right to vote and prevent states from interfering with voting rights. Remember, there was a time when people couldn't vote in this country. Blacks were told you have to count how many beans are in a jar before they could vote. It was just horrifying, the barriers that were placed in front of people's right to vote. So we passed the Civil Rights Division. Then after the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County, some 13 states immediately began to pass legislation. Well, the Shelby County decision basically eviscerated the Voting Rights Act. Some 13 states immediately began to pass legislation that would make it harder for people to vote. That is why we have the Civil Rights Division of the Attorney General's office. Ms. Dhillon is not the person that's going to enforce our right to vote laws. In fact, quite the contrary. So she is just yet another example of someone who's placed in a position of leadership and responsibility to do something that they have no intention of doing. And it raises severe concerns for me because an individual's right to vote is, in my view, one of the most important rights that we need to protect. I urge my colleagues to vote against this nominee, as well as the other two before us.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by setting the backdrop for the nominees we're considering today. And the backdrop is the creation of a narrative around the weaponization of the Department of Justice. The reason for this narrative is the need by the president to explain why he's the first president in history to be indicted multiple times. The most significant indictment, of course, was the president's role in the January 6th insurrection. The subsequent indictment or the additional indictment on the sequestering of boxes of classified documents in Mar-a-Lago, the obstruction of that investigation, cumulatively require the president to have an explanation for why he's the first president in history to be multiply indicted. And not just the fact of the indictment, but the fact that multiple grand juries reviewing the evidence found probable cause to believe the President of the United States had committed many, many crimes. In order to explain that, the president has to create this narrative that the Justice Department was somehow improperly weaponized against him. Because he's the only president in history to be indicted multiple times. What other explanation could there be? Well, sometimes the simplest explanation is the most accurate, and the simple explanation here is he's the first president to commit these crimes while in office. And nevertheless, this narrative that has been created around the weaponization of the department, the fact that in the department, far from weaponizing the use of justice, chose to treat the president like any other American, neither better nor worse. That is, they didn't give him immunity to violate the criminal laws. Had they decided that they would indict the people who attacked the Capitol and beat police officers, the people who conspired to make it happen, but give a pass to the one who incited it, had they decided that if other employees in the intelligence community elsewhere brought boxes of classified documents
home that they would be prosecuted, but if a president did it, they would be treated differently. It would have meant the renunciation of the whole idea that no one is above the law. So they followed the law, and the law led to Donald Trump. But this narrative they have created also serves another purpose, and that is it allows them in Orwellian fashion to do what they have accused others of doing, but have accused falsely, and that is it allows them to weaponize the department, to use the department as a sword and as a shield. Now, as Sheldon Whitehouse has so ably described, they're using it as a sword to try to create criminal cases where none exist, as a predicate to, in the case of this environmental fund, to try to shut it down, to go after it. Where there is no probable cause, they ask multiple prosecutors and multiple magistrates to open an investigation, and finding no probable cause, they did their ethical duty and said, no, it simply doesn't exist. And so they're fired, and the case is shopped from prosecutor to prosecutor to prosecutor, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, in an effort to use the department as a sword, to go after either programs the president doesn't like or political enemies. We have seen letters go out from the DC, the acting US attorney in DC, to Democratic members of Congress intended to chill their speech, intended to use the department as yet another vehicle of the president's power. But of course, they're not just using it as a sword, as a sword, but they're also using it as a shield. And here we see that on graphic display in New York, where the Justice Department has intervened in a serious criminal case involving the mayor of New York, a corruption case, a bribery case, and moved to dismiss it. And why? Because the mayor is useful. He's useful to them in an unrelated policy matter, and that is immigration. So they moved to dismiss the case, and not just dismiss it, but dismiss it without prejudice, meaning they want to keep that case hanging over his head like a sword of Damocles, that should the mayor stop doing the president's bidding, they will let it drop. Is this where we are now, where the Justice Department can be so blatantly used as a mode of intimidation, as a mode of control, as a mode of making policy? Now, what has empowered all of this is a decision by the Supreme Court that gives a president immunity from criminal liability, but most particularly says in certain core areas of responsibility, the immunity is absolute. And here the Supreme Court of the United States said that when the president uses the Justice Department, he is absolutely immune. There could be no more frontal assault on the post-Watergate policy of having some division between the White House and the Justice Department than the Supreme Court of the United States saying, break down that wall, use the department any way you wish, create cases where there's no evidence, dismiss cases where there's plenty of evidence, and you will never face accountability. No matter how corrupt the motive, you will never face accountability. You could pay the president of the United States to drop a case against the foreign national. You could pay him directly, you could buy his meme coin, you could do whatever you want, and he would be immune from criminal liability under the Supreme Court's decision. This has turbocharged the ability to weaponize the Department of Justice by a president who wishes to use it for that purpose. Now we enter these nominees and others before them as the instruments of that ability to use the department. The first three top appointments all go to the president's criminal defense lawyers. Pam Bondi, who represented him, Todd Blanche, who represented him, John Sauer, who represented him, many who still represent him, many who cannot distinguish between representing him personally and representing the United States of America. I asked Mr. Sauer about his ethical obligations. I asked Mr. Blanche the same. These were two, at the time of their questioning, current lawyers for the president. Well, when they're the former lawyers for the president, they still have a continuing ethical obligation to their former client, not to injure the interests of the former client. That would demand recusal, but none were willing to commit. The most they would be willing to do is say that they will consult with the career ethics lawyers at the Department of Justice, but they're gone. they're now fellow criminal defense lawyers of Donald Trump. The inspector generals are gone. The head of the Office of Professional Responsibility gone. The career national security professionals gone. Lawyers who won't bring cases where there's no evidence gone. Lawyers who won't dismiss cases where there's plenty of evidence gone. And what is taking their place but people who don't understand where the representation of the person of the president ends and the representation of the country should begin. And I would just say that for any of us that might think that we are immune because of our positions in this body or any other, the longer we allow this to go on, the more we confirm people who will not recuse themselves, the more we expose ourselves and our very democracy to a president with no respect for the rule of law, empowered by a Supreme Court that has given him no reason to fear the law. And I can't tell you where that will lead, but I can tell you it will lead to a place that will not look like a democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Senator Durbin, then I think.
Mr.
we'll have
Chairman.
Members here and we can vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's calling? Go ahead, Senator Blumenthal.
Yeah, I will be very quick on a point that I hope will unite us on this committee. Simply to add to the backdrop that Senator Schiff has outlined so well. The action against law firms because of who their clients are should be chilling to every one of us on this committee. Literally, there is nothing more fundamental, and I say it as one who has been a prosecutor, has gone after some really bad, disgusting people who are entitled to be represented. If the Department of Justice is taking action against law firms, whether it is Perkins Coie or any other law firm, simply because they represented someone who is a political adversary of the president, we are in deep trouble. And I know for the broad public, this issue may seem esoteric. Lawyers are not the most popular of professions in this country, necessarily. But we know on this committee how fundamental it is for people to be represented. And this is chilling, as the judge said yesterday. She said it sent a chill down her spine that Perkins Coie was, in essence, being put out of business. A major law firm, reputable, distinguished for its past performance, just like Covington and Burling, which also was a target. And I would just ask my fellow members of this committee to join me. I am going to be writing and espousing this cause because I think it should bring us together in a bipartisan way. It isn't directly related necessarily to these nominees, but they will be responsible for administering a Justice Department that is undermining justice when it attacks lawyers simply because they have represented adversaries of the President of the United States.
Senator Durbin.
I want to join in Senator Blumenthal's remarks. I'll be happy to join in your letter as well. Our first nominee is going to be John Sauer, who is aspiring to the role of Solicitor General. It's a critical role in representing the United States before the Supreme Court. Traditionally, an apolitical appellate lawyer, Mr. Sauer, unfortunately, does not fit the mold. In the most troubling moment of his confirmation hearing, Mr. Sauer suggested that court orders need not always be followed. This is a shocking position from someone who aspires to be the so-called 10th justice, as the Solicitor General is known. There was high praise for Mr. Sauer's legal ability from at least two members of this panel, the senators from Missouri, both of whom were attorneys general of that state and worked with him. That's why it came as a surprise when the simple, direct question as to whether a public official must follow a court order was equivocated by Mr. Sauer. I aspire to the Kennedy standard, Senator Kennedy on this panel, who established what I think is the legitimate standard when it comes to these court orders and whether they need to be followed. And I will oppose his nomination.
Now we'll vote. So the clerk will call the roll on John Sauer.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Holly.
Aye.
Mr. Tillis.
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy.
Aye.
Mrs. Blackburn.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Smith. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. Durbin.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No.
Mr. Coons.
No by proxy.
No by proxy?
Mr. Blumenthal.
No.
Ms. Ronald.
No.
Mr. Booker.
No by proxy?
Mr. Padilla.
No.
Mr. Welch.
No.
Mr. Schiff.
No.
Chairman Grassley.
Aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 12, the nays are 10.
The nomination will be favorably reported. Now to Mrs. Dhillon.
I'd like to be recognized.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dhillon is yet another of President Trump's personal attorneys nominated to a senior position at the Justice Department. Her law firm's clients include the president and his campaign, and her firm has received millions of dollars in legal fees from the president's team. During her hearing, she claimed that President Trump had never asked her to do anything objectionable, dismissed the prospect of the president asking her to do something illegal or unconstitutional as hypothetical. We all know this is not a hypothetical. As the head of the Civil Rights Division, Ms. Dhillon will be responsible for protecting access to the ballot by enforcing the voting rights laws. But look at her track record when it comes to protecting elections. Ms. Dhillon repeatedly questioned the outcome and legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election. In November 2020, she tweeted, and I quote, "Stop the steal," close quote, and encouraged her followers to donate to President Trump's election defense fund. The day after the 2020 election, while votes were still being counted, Ms. Dhillon infamously called for the Supreme Court to intervene and declare Trump a winner. She stated, quote, "We're waiting for the United States Supreme Court, of which the president has nominated 3 justices, to step in and do something. And hopefully Amy Coney Barrett will come through." During her hearing, Ms. Dhillon doubled down on her election denialism, repeating her dubious claims about irregularities and so-called voter integrity. She still refuses to admit that President Biden won the 2020 election. But even beyond her concerning ties to President Trump, she has a long history of advocating for restricting civil rights, and now she's responsible for that department if she's approved. She supported voting laws that make it harder to access the ballot. She criticized key provisions of the Voting Rights Act. Nothing in her record indicates she'll place the civil rights of American people above the president she serves. I will oppose her.
Call the roll. Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make quickly say I'm a little confused. Senator Blumenthal made a statement which I happen to agree with, and then the ranking member agreed with it. Said basically to the effect that you shouldn't hold against a lawyer who their clients are and who they've represented. Yet it seems to me to be the principal argument of our Democratic friends that these individuals are not qualified because of who their client was.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grant.
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Holly.
Aye.
Mr. Tillis.
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. Durbin.
Nope.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Nope.
Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Coons.
No by proxy.
No by
Mr.
proxy?
Blumenthal.
No.
Ms. Ronald. No. Mr. Booker.
No by proxy.
Sorry. Mr. Booker.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla.
No.
Mr. Welch.
No. Chairman Grassley.
Aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 12, the nays are 10.
Ms. Dhillon will be reported. And now we have the nomination. You want to speak on this? Yeah, go ahead and speak.
Mr. Chairman, Aaron Reitz has demonstrated he is not fit to serve in any role in the Department of Justice. He believes there are instances in which a public official may defy a court order that should concern every member of this committee on both sides of the table. As Senator Kennedy said to Mr. Reitz during his hearing, quote, "Don't ever take the position you're not going to follow the order of a federal court, ever," close quote. I couldn't agree more. Failing to unequivocally commit to following federal court orders should disqualify any nominee before this committee. This is not only my concern. Mr. Reitz attempted to hide his disturbing views on many issues, deleting approximately 4,000 social media posts. Nothing was off limits in his social media posts that we uncovered. The venom and self-righteousness in his posts are fair warning of what he would bring to the Department of Justice. There was one episode involving the Olympic gymnast Simone Biles. I am not going to go into it because he publicly apologized for what he said, but there are other things of concern. I will only speak of one. Before Derek Chauvin was convicted of murdering George Floyd, Mr. Reitz wrote, and I quote, "No question in my mind," he wrote, "that Chauvin is not guilty." Really? Did he see the 9 minutes and 29-second video of Chauvin kneeling on Mr. Floyd's neck as he cried out for his mother? Can you ever forget the look in his eyes? Several Republican members of this committee rightfully spoke out against this heinous crime. After Chauvin was convicted, Mr. Reitz called the jury decision, quote, "a bogus guilty verdict," close quote. Mr. Wright's disrespect for the finality of court orders is matched by his disrespect for the finality of a jury verdict. He's unfit to lead the Office of Legal Policy, and I urge my colleagues to oppose him.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's calling?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please, go ahead, Senator Cruz.
if I could briefly respond, I will say it is rich listening to our Democrat colleagues profess their fidelity to the rule of law after 4 years of happily turning a blind eye to Joe Biden and the Biden Justice Department, ignoring federal law, refusing to force federal immigration law, blatantly defying the law. And ironically, the litany of false charges that the senator from Illinois just directed at Mr. Reitz is really striking. But their favorite talking point is that he will defy federal court orders. Now, he's been a practicing lawyer for many years. He's never defied a federal court order. But I'll tell you who has: Joe Biden. And in fact, let's read what Joe Biden said in his tweet. Here's what Joe Biden said, quote, "The Supreme Court tried to block me from relieving student debt, but they didn't stop me. I've relieved student debt for over 5 million Americans. I'm going to keep going." That's the same Joe Biden they were happy to salute and listen to defy the court if it's in favor of their left-wing political agenda. I will point out the aspersions Ranking Member Durbin just cast to Mr. Reitz. He is also in the Marines as a reserve, a major in the Marines. He has fought to defend this nation, and he will make an exemplary Assistant Attorney General at the Department of Justice. And I, for one, am glad we are getting officials at the Department of Justice who will follow the damn law instead of being lawless and treating the Department of Justice and FBI as the personal enforcement arm of the Democrat National Committee. I urge everyone to vote yes, although I'm confident everyone on the left side of the aisle is going to vote no, because for all their words of the rule of law, they could not bring themselves once to demand the rule of law be followed from the Biden Justice Department.
Clerk will call the roll.
Aye.
No.
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 No by proxy. No by proxy.
Aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 12, the nays are 10.
The nomination will be favorably reported. The committee is adjourned.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to be recorded aye in person on Mr. Sauer.
You will be so recorded without objection.
All right. I think that about wraps it up. I don't think there's really any point in starting another stream at this point. And the only one I have queued up is the other one we were watching, and I already kind of scrubbed through it, and nothing really seems significant even seemed to have happened. And it, they're still, doing a circle jerk over whether or not they're going to sign the CR or pass a CR. So they're just trying to figure out how deeply they are going to, whether or not they're going to keep laundering our money or how they're going to go about doing it. Yes. And for those wondering, that 100% was me who put this up, because Durbin had to bring up George Floyd and the fact that Right said that this guy was 100% innocent. And I think that's kind of the prevailing opinion now, is that the guy was definitely innocent and George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. Anyway. Yeah. So see if we got any rants before we get out of here. Nope. All good. Sweet. All right, guys, we'll hit the thumbs up. And tonight on Badlands, we have Taking It Back. So Taking It Back is on live right now. Then later we got Sit Rep, and then Rug Pull, and then the Where We Go One and Where We Go All was from last night. So we got Taking It Back right now, then Sit Rep, then Rug Pull. And let's see if I can figure out how to do a raid. I don't know. Not yet. What do we do here? There's got to be a way to do this. Well, excuse me. Can't quite figure it out, so we're just going to have to end it, I think. But back out of here, go over to Taking It Back. And tomorrow I am going to do the first episode of my new show, I guess you'd call it, 3 o'clock, just like a geopolitical, 1 hour geopolitical summary of events from this week. So kind of like the Daily Herald, but just once a week. So 3 o'clock Eastern, I'll be doing that. Yeah, so I'll see y'all then. Other than that, y'all have a good day. Later. And
thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.